Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝐒𝐮𝐬 on Wattpad. Now let's start. Izuku Midoriya wanted to be a hero more than anyone else. He truly did. He had the heart, the will, the intelligence, and the natural talent. However, there was one significant obstacle. He was quirkless. As a result, people often overlooked his hidden talents and untapped potential. Nevertheless, he was determined not to let his condition define him. Even when faced with scorn, bullying, and ridicule for his heroic dream, Izuku gritted his teeth and pressed forward. He was relentless in his pursuit of becoming a hero, fueled by a strong spirit. But like any spirit, if it is beaten down long enough, it can break. To say that Izuku Midoriya had a difficult life would be an understatement. Ever since he was quirkless, everything good in his life seemed to vanish. His father left, his mother became distant, friends turned into enemies, and his childhood friend became his bully after he turned 4. It felt as if fate had decreed that his early years would be the only time he would be happy, leaving him to endure hardship for the rest of his life. Yet, Izuku was resolute. He would become a hero, fulfill his dreams, and find true happiness. He was determined to discover a meaningful purpose for his life. He would prove his worth. As Izuku sat in his homeroom class at 𝐒𝐬𝐬 Junior High, the noise around him was overwhelming. Quirk use and disruptive behavior were the norm, and the teacher seemed indifferent. Flames crackled from one student's hands, another's skin hardened like stone, and a third grew extra limbs, all contributing to the chaos. Izuku kept his head down, scribbling in his notebook, trying to focus on anything other than the turmoil surrounding him. His notebook was his sanctuary, filled with detailed notes on quirks, hero strategies, and rough sketches of inventions he had dreamed up. Although he knew he would never use a quirk himself, he couldn't help but analyze the ones he observed, jotting down weaknesses and potential counters. His inventive mind was always at work, even in the most distracting environments. But as he wrote, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. He wondered about the purpose of it all, staring at the page. No one cared about what he could do. The notebook had become a testament to his loneliness, filled with thoughts and ideas he would never share. Eventually, when the teacher entered and pulled out the career forms, the noise subsided. The teacher announced that as third years, it was time for them to seriously consider their futures. He normally would hand out the career forms, but instead he threw the papers into the air. He knew they all wanted to be heroes. A great uproar erupted from the class. Flames ignited, skin hardened, and limbs extended as excitement filled the room. In the midst of the chaos sat a spiky-haired blonde with a confident grin, lounging in his chair with his feet on the desk. He arrogantly proclaimed that he was destined to be the #1 hero, surpassing even All Might. Izuku clenched his pencil tighter, his hand trembling slightly. His eyes flicked from his notebook to Bakugo and back again. Once, they had been friends. Izuku had admired him, even looked up to him. But now, Bakugo was just a reminder of everything Izuku was not and could never be. The teacher chuckled at Bakugo's bravado, not bothering to rein in the chaos. He acknowledged Bakugo's talent but reminded the class that it took more than just a strong quirk to be a hero. Izuku felt a pang of bitterness at the thought of those without quirks, but he kept his feelings to himself, lowering his head further into his notebook, hoping to disappear. The class's chaos quickly silenced when the teacher mentioned Izuku's application to you. Everyone turned their attention to him, and he flinched at the sudden focus. Laughter erupted around him, mocking his aspirations. Izuku, trying to muster some courage, stammered that the rule had changed and he could be the first quirkless student to enter the hero course. His words were met with more laughter, and Bakugo, in a fit of anger, caused a small explosion that sent Izuku to the floor. Bakugo approached him, eyes blazing with fury, and Izuku crawled back in fear, attempting to calm the situation. Bakugo continued to berate him, calling him worthless and a wannabe. Just as things seemed to escalate, the school bell rang. prompting the teacher to step in and restore order. He instructed the class to settle down and told Izuku to clean up his desk afterward, showing little concern for what had just transpired. Izuku, head hung low, replied in a monotone voice, acknowledging the order. His hands shook slightly from the tension. As he stood up, he tried to hide his anger and frustration at the unfair treatment he faced daily. The school day continued, and while being a social pariah was not easy, Izuku's determination to fulfill his dream remained unwavering. As the other students packed up and left, Izuku stayed behind, making final touches on his very first invention, a freeze ray he had been building since he was 7. If he couldn't enter the hero course through the normal exam, he would do so through the support course. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Bakugo and his friends approaching. Quickly, he zipped up his bag and pretended to leave, but they caught up to him first. Izuku hadn't bothered to learn the names of Bakugo's 2 companions, who were always by his side. Izuku decided to refer to them as Minion Number 1 and Minion Number 2. As he hurried down the hallway, Minion Number 1 called out to him, questioning his rush. Minion Number 2 chimed in, pointing out that Izuku didn't have anyone to hang out with. Stammering, Izuku tried to explain himself, but before he could finish, Bakugo snatched his notebook from his hands and began reading it aloud. The title, Hero Quirk Analysis Number 13, drew a mocking response from Bakugo, who taunted Izuku about being quirkless and unworthy of being a hero. Izuku flailed, desperately trying to retrieve his notebook. Determined, Izuku insisted that he could still be a hero and pleaded for his notebook back. Minion Number 2 bluntly reminded him that studying alone wouldn't get him accepted into the hero course, while Minion Number 1 laughed at the idea. Bakugo, feigning generosity, pretended to hand the notebook back. Just as Izuku reached for it, Bakugo unleashed his explosive quirk, incinerating the notebook and sending a wave of panic through Izuku. The charred remains were tossed out the window, and Bakugo placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, smoke rising from his palm and causing a slight sting. Bakugo leaned in, his voice low and threatening, warning Izuku not to even think about applying to you. Izuku could only nod in fear, feeling the weight of Bakugo's words. As Bakugo and his minions turned to leave, Bakugo delivered one last cruel remark, suggesting that if Izuku wanted to be a hero so badly, he should jump off a roof and hope for a quirk in his next life. The laughter of Bakugo and his minions echoed in the hallway as they exited, leaving Izuku standing there, fists clenched and eyes darkening. A glimmer of something darker flickered in Izuku's gaze as he considered using his freeze ray on Bakugo, imagining freezing him for eternity or using him for his experiments. The thought of stripping Bakugo of his quirk was intoxicating, and a small, devious smile crept onto his lips. But then he caught his reflection in the window and was startled by the twisted look in his eyes. This wasn't the hero he aspired to be. Shaking his head, he unclenched his fists and took a deep breath, reminding himself that heroes don't seek revenge. He needed to calm down and focus on his dream. Gathering his belongings, he left the classroom, the weight of Bakugo's words heavy on his mind. After retrieving his ruined notebook from a nearby fish pond, he began his walk home, feeling disheartened. It had been a rough day, but he tried to keep his spirits up, determined to smile through the pain, just like his idol, All Might. As he exited the school gates, he contemplated where to go. He sighed, not wanting to return home, knowing that his mother would likely be there. Their relationship had grown strained since he had been deemed quirkless, and he dreaded any confrontation. Lost in thought, he nearly missed the familiar trio of small, yellow figures in blue overalls bounding toward him, their vibrant energy a stark contrast to his gloomy mood. Their cheerful greetings cut through the heavy atmosphere, drawing a reluctant smile from Izuku. Despite his somber feelings, their unwavering optimism provided a welcome distraction. He greeted them with genuine enthusiasm, recognizing the minions as an unexpected part of his life. Izuku recalled their first encounter vividly. It had begun a week ago when he sneaked into an abandoned building to test his gadgets. Inside, he set up a makeshift lab to experiment with his support items and weapons, hoping to prepare for the support course exam. He had intended to imitate All Might's bravado, but instead, his antics made him appear villainous. Unbeknownst to him, the minions had been watching, drawn to his performance and eager to serve a villain. Initially, Izuku thought the minions were bizarre-looking creatures speaking in a language he couldn't understand. However, when he returned to the building, he was astonished to discover an entire society of minions, all working together to fix the place. The realization that there was a community of these creatures, each with their own personalities and skills, was both overwhelming and intriguing. Since then, the minions had stuck to his side like glue, becoming an unexpected source of companionship. The trio of minions, whom Izuku had learned to be Kevin, Stuart, and Bob, began to surround him, fawning over him while babbling excitedly in their own language. Izuku felt a bit uncomfortable but appreciated the sentiment nonetheless. He expressed his gratitude, feeling his mood lighten after a tough day. Suddenly, the tallest minion, Kevin, spoke up with enthusiasm, revealing that they had a surprise for him. Stuart and Bob nodded eagerly, their excitement contagious. Izuku, still struggling to understand their language, recognized the word surprise and felt a spark of curiosity. The trio nodded vigorously and soon began to pull him along by the hand. As they led him to a secluded alleyway, Izuku's eyes widened in shock at what they revealed. The minions chorused in delight, unveiling a heavily modified armored motorbike. It had a sleek, sharp design with a massive thruster at the back, giving it a futuristic look. The black, gray, and neon green color scheme made it appear incredibly cool. Izuku was amazed, breathlessly taking in the sight of the bike, which looked like something from a high-tech action movie. He stammered in disbelief, realizing he was far too young to drive such a powerful machine. Stuart dismissed his concerns with a casual gesture, and Izuku felt a mix of excitement and panic. Despite his hesitation, Kevin nudged him playfully, urging him to join in the fun. With a mix of reluctance and thrill, Izuku finally gave in. Soon, he was speeding through the empty streets, riding the motorbike alongside the minions, all of them enjoying the exhilarating experience. He utilized the big thruster, propelling them forward and leaving a trail of smoke behind. As they raced down the streets, Izuku spotted a tunnel under a bridge and noticed something unusual emerging from a manhole, a massive, liquid body of slime. Alarmed, he pulled back on the throttle, trying to slow down. The sludge villain, in the midst of escaping from All Might, turned to see what was causing the commotion. The villain's eyes widened in shock as he saw Izuku and the minions speeding toward him. In an instant, they collided with the villain, causing a splatter of slime to cover the tunnel. Izuku and the minions tumbled from the bike but managed to get up, dazed but unharmed. Izuku, wearing a helmet, had avoided serious injury, while the minions appeared unscathed as usual. As Izuku checked on his friends, an angry voice interrupted them. The sludge villain, having reformed his body, loomed over them, furious. He demanded to know what had just happened, and Izuku's heart raced as he realized the gravity of the situation. He quickly apologized, but the villain was not interested in excuses. His slimy arm lunged toward Izuku with malicious intent. In a moment of panic, Izuku reached into his bag and grabbed the freeze ray he had been working on. Without hesitation, he aimed and fired, the beam hitting the villain's hand and freezing it in place. The villain stumbled back in surprise, but Izuku didn't stop there. He fired again, freezing a larger portion of the villain's body, who let out an enraged roar as the ice spread. Breathing heavily, Izuku took a step back, astonished that his invention had worked. However, he quickly realized the danger was not over. The villain disassembled the frozen parts of his body and charged at them, furious. Izuku continued to freeze the villain, trying to slow him down while searching for another gadget or weapon. Unfortunately, the sludge villain managed to grab hold of Izuku and the minions, tightening his grip and causing them to struggle for air. Izuku gasped, feeling the pressure blur his vision. The minions, usually cheerful, were filled with fear as they tried to escape. Panic surged through Izuku as he realized he was running out of options. The villain's laughter echoed ominously, taunting Izuku as he threatened to make them suffer. Desperation fueled Izuku's actions as he clawed at the sludge, but it was futile. He felt his strength waning, the world around him growing darker. Was this the end? Was this how it was going to end? Just as the darkness began to close in, a powerful gust of wind swept through the tunnel, followed by a booming voice that shook the very ground. The voice declared that there was no need to fear, for the hero had arrived. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the voice. All Might, the symbol of peace, had come to save them. In one swift motion, All Might struck the sludge villain with such force that the villain was sent flying, freeing Izuku and the minions from his suffocating grasp. The sheer power of the punch caused the air to ripple, and the tunnel walls trembled under the might of the hero. Izuku and the minions were finally released, but All Might's punch had been so powerful that it knocked everyone out. When Izuku awoke, he found himself face to face with his lifelong idol, the #1 hero, All Might, who was gently urging him to wake up. Any other time, Izuku would have been overjoyed to meet the one and only All Might. But as soon as he came to his senses, his first thought was about the minions. He called out in panic, searching for his friends. All Might's hearty laughter filled the air, reassuring Izuku that his small friends were safe as well. Stepping aside, he revealed the trio of minions rushing toward Izuku, their expressions filled with relief. "But!" exclaimed in joy, clinging to Izuku's leg, and Izuku breathed a sigh of relief, his heart finally settling as he patted Bob's head. Kevin and Stuart joined Bob, their usual grins returning as they stood beside their leader. Despite everything that had just happened, seeing All Might and the minions safe and sound brought Izuku a sense of comfort he hadn't felt all day. All Might extended a hand to help Izuku to his feet, praising him for his bravery and commenting on his peculiar companions. Izuku stammered his gratitude, still in awe of the hero. All Might laughed heartily, radiating reassurance, and asked if Izuku was hurt. Izuku shook his head, feeling a bit sore but otherwise okay. The minions, now satisfied that Izuku was all right, began mimicking All Might's famous poses, much to the hero's amusement. All Might crouched down to get a better look at the minions, expressing his delight at meeting such unique little fellows. Izuku smiled, warmth spreading through his chest. Despite the chaos, the day had taken an unexpectedly positive turn. Meeting All Might and knowing that the minions were safe filled him with hope and determination. He expressed his heartfelt thanks, vowing never to forget this moment. All Might announced that he must leave, as crime waits for no one, preparing to take his leave. But as he got ready to jump, Izuku's eyes widened in distress. There was one question he desperately needed to ask. Before he could process what was happening, All Might leaped into the air, taking Izuku with him. The minions called out in alarm, but Izuku was too focused to notice. His heart raced as he clung to his idol, determined to ask the most important question of his life. They landed on the roof of a building, and All Might immediately scolded Izuku for his reckless action, instructing him to take the stairs down. But Izuku couldn't let him go without an answer. Ignoring the reprimand, he followed All Might, summoning his courage to ask if someone like him, someone who didn't have a quirk, could still be a hero like All Might. All Might stopped and turned to face Izuku, their eyes locking. But before he could respond, he suddenly grunted in pain, clutching his side. Izuku continued to speak, his voice filled with desperation, sharing his experiences of being teased for being quirkless while still wanting to save people with a smile. As the steam cleared, Izuku looked up, his words catching in his throat. He was taken aback by the frail figure standing where All Might should have been. Confused, he stammered, questioning what had happened. The skeletal man explained that this was his true form, revealing the toll that his heroics had taken on him. Izuku could hardly process what he was seeing. All Might explained that this form was a result of injuries sustained in battle, detailing how he could only maintain his hero form for a few hours a day. Izuku looked disturbed, unable to tear his eyes away from the transformation. All Might continued, sharing that the battle that caused his injuries had been kept from the public to protect his image. He emphasized that his smile was a symbol of hope and the burdens heroes carry. Looking at Izuku seriously, All Might conveyed the harsh truth. Heroes put their lives on the line every day, facing dangers unimaginable. He couldn't tell Izuku that he could be a hero without some kind of power. Izuku's heart sank, the weight of All Might's words crushing his hopes. All Might looked at him with a mix of pity and seriousness, delivering the painful truth that without a quirk, He doubted Izuku could become a hero. Izuku was left feeling abandoned as he exited the building, the weight of the villain he had captured still pressing on his mind. It felt as if the ground had been pulled from beneath him. Tears blurred his vision as All Might's words echoed in his thoughts. The dream he had cherished for so long now felt like it was slipping away. He was utterly devastated. Memories of bullying and constant belittlement flooded back, the taunts of his peers ringing in his ears. Bakugo's harsh words played on a loop, mocking him. The number one hero, his lifelong idol, had just rejected him, shattering his hopes. Izuku clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms as sadness and anger consumed him. His body trembled with the overwhelming mix of emotions, the pain of a broken dream twisting inside him. It was undeniably a terrible day. As he walked home in a daze, his feet moved on autopilot while his mind swirled in a void of emptiness. The usual hustle and bustle of the city felt distant and muffled, as if he were trapped behind a thick wall of glass. He felt nothing, no anger, no sadness, no frustration, just a cold, hollow numbness that spread through his chest, making it hard to breathe. His phone chimed with a message from Kevin, expressing concern for his whereabouts. Izuku replied tersely, assuring them he was fine and instructing them to return to their base. Despite his reassurance, he knew it did little to ease their worry. When he reached the front door of his apartment, tension filled him. The thought of facing his home and his mother weighed heavily on his heart. This was the part he dreaded most. Anxiety bubbled up again, mingling with the numbness he felt. He had tried so hard to avoid this place after his painful encounter with All Might, and the anticipation of seeing his mother only deepened his unease. Taking a deep breath, he unlocked the door with a trembling hand. The creak of the hinges echoed in the quiet hallway. His mother, 𝐒𝐮𝐬, was not there to greet him with reprimands, which was a small relief. He was in no mood to deal with her today. Izuku closed the door behind him, the silence of the apartment pressing in. He trudged to his room, hoping to escape into his thoughts and avoid any interaction. However, his room, once filled with All Might and hero merchandise, now felt like a mockery of his dreams. He decided to go outside instead. But as he passed the kitchen, he saw his mother standing there, lost in her own world. 𝐒𝐮𝐬's voice broke the silence, sharp and unforgiving. She noted his late return, though her tone lacked genuine concern, and she didn't turn to face him. Feeling the weight of the day crushing him, Izuku tried to ignore her. He mumbled an acknowledgement as he headed toward his room, lacking the energy to engage with her. But 𝐒𝐮𝐬's voice followed him, rising in irritation. She expressed her frustration about his frequent absences, questioning where he had been. Izuku stopped, feeling a familiar sting. He turned back, his voice strained as he admitted he had a bad day. 𝐒𝐮𝐬's annoyance was palpable as she responded with skepticism, suggesting he always had excuses. She wondered if he even cared about how much he frustrated her. A surge of anger and hurt welled up in Izuku. He wished for her to leave him alone, insisting he didn't need this right now. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 turned to face him, her expression twisted in frustration. She accused him of being dismissive and irresponsible, expressing her feelings of burden. At that moment, Izuku snapped. All the anger and frustration he had bottled up erupted. He shouted, demanding to be left alone for just a moment, pleading for her to understand the struggles he faced. His outburst hung in the air, a thick cloud of tension. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 flinched, a rare show of vulnerability, but quickly recovered, her face contorting in fury. She retaliated, claiming he could never understand her burdens, that he was selfish for thinking the world revolved around him. And his dreams? Izuku, incredulous, responded with raw emotion, insisting he had been hurting for years while she only thought of herself. 𝐒𝐮𝐬's anger boiled over as she accused him of being self-centered, claiming he was a disappointment and that she had wasted her life on him. Her words cut deep, and Izuku felt himself unraveling. Then 𝐒𝐮𝐬 delivered the final blow, saying she wished he had never been born. Silence fell, heavy and suffocating. The world seemed to stop as Izuku's heart plummeted, the last remnants of his fragile spirit crumbling away. For a moment he stood there, staring at her in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the weight of her words. The person who was supposed to love him unconditionally, who was meant to be his refuge, had just shattered whatever remnants of hope he had left. Without another word, Izuku turned on his heel and bolted out of the apartment, his vision blurred by unshed tears. The door slammed shut behind him with a deafening bang, but he didn't care. He just needed to get away, from her, from the pain, from everything. His feet pounded against the pavement as he ran through the darkened streets, the world around him a blur. He didn't know where he was going and didn't care. He just needed to escape, to outrun the suffocating weight of his mother's words that echoed in his mind like a cruel, endless mantra. The cold air slapped against his face, but he didn't stop. He kept running, heavy rain hitting him as he fled from the apartment and the hurtful words that lingered in his thoughts. Izuku sat in a dark, empty alleyway, his body curled tightly against the cold, unforgiving wall. His breaths came in ragged, shuddering gasps as he fought to keep himself together, his chest rising and falling with the effort. His hands clutched desperately at his hair, pulling at the roots in a futile attempt to silence the voices and memories that crashed through his mind like a relentless storm. Each word, each cruel taunt, echoed in his head, growing louder and more overwhelming with every passing second. He felt the weight of every insult and every rejection pressing down on him like a crushing burden. He could feel himself breaking, the fragile walls he had built around his heart crumbling into nothingness. And then, there was silence. The world around him seemed to fade away, leaving only the deafening quiet of his own despair. The dam holding back his emotions, the one he had tried so hard to maintain, finally shattered under the pressure. A choked sob escaped his lips, followed by another, and then another, until the floodgates opened completely. Izuku buried his face in his hands, his body shaking as he cried, no longer able to hold back the tidal wave of grief, pain, and hopelessness that had been building inside him for so long. Tears streamed down his face, soaking his hands and dripping onto the cold pavement below as the rain continued to pour. The water mixed with his tears, turning the ground beneath him into a small, swirling pool of despair. His sobs echoed through the empty alley, raw and agonized, the sound of a heart that had been broken too many times to mend. He wondered why the world had been so cruel to him. All he had ever wanted was to help, to be someone who could save others, who could bring a smile to their faces, just like his idol All Might. But every step of the way, life had thrown obstacle after obstacle in his path, tearing down his dreams, shattering his hopes, and leaving him alone in the darkness. He had tried so hard, had given everything he had, only to be met with rejection, ridicule, and pain. All he wanted was to be a hero. The words echoed in his mind, a desperate plea to a world that seemed determined to crush him under its weight. But no one had listened, no one had cared. Not his classmates, not his teachers, not even his own mother. And now, even the one person he had always looked up to, the one who had inspired him to dream in the first place, had turned him away. The question burned in his mind, searing his soul with its relentless agony. What had he done wrong? But there were no answers, only the unrelenting rain, the cold pavement beneath him, and the echo of his own broken heart. The world had been so cruel to him, and for what? What had he done to deserve this? He had only wanted to help. As Izuku cried, his sobs mingling with the patter of rain, a soft voice suddenly broke through the storm of his despair. A small figure stood in front of him, holding out a cherished toy teddy bear with a gentle smile. Behind this figure were others, all looking at Izuku with genuine concern etched on their faces. The small creature stepped closer, extending the teddy bear towards Izuku, repeating comforting words. Izuku stared at the toy, a lump forming in his throat as the warmth of the gesture began to seep into his broken heart. He didn't bother to wipe away his tears as he reached out with trembling hands, accepting the teddy bear. The softness of the plush toy was a stark contrast to the cold, hard reality he had been drowning in. The concern in their eyes was so genuine, so pure, that it made the tears flow even harder. These small, strange creatures had come to find him, who cared enough to stay by his side in his darkest moment. He hugged the teddy bear close, his chest heaving with the weight of his emotions. He whispered his gratitude, though the words felt inadequate. They had done more for him in this moment than anyone else had. They had found him when he felt lost, offered him comfort when he felt abandoned. They moved closer, placing their hands on his shoulders in a gesture of support. They didn't speak, but their presence was enough. They were there for him, and in that moment, it was all Izuku needed. As his tears dried and his spirits began to lift, he looked up at the bright moon hanging in the night sky. The soft, silvery light bathed him in a sense of calm as he contemplated his next move. His dream of becoming a hero felt distant, shattered by the harsh realities of the world. But as he stood there with his newfound friends by his side, a flicker of determination began to ignite within him. He realized that he didn't have to follow the path laid out by others. If being a hero wasn't in the cards for him, then Izuku would find another way to make his mark on the world. He considered All Might's suggestion of becoming a police officer but dismissed it. Deep down, he knew that the same barriers that kept him from being a hero would likely hinder his acceptance as a police officer too. Then, his thoughts turned to the minions, these strange, loyal creatures who had shown him more support than anyone else. A new fire lit in his eyes as an idea began to take shape in his mind. If he couldn't be a hero, he would carve out his own path, one where he could still make a difference, even if it wasn't in the way he had originally dreamed. Standing tall with renewed purpose, Izuku turned to the minions, his voice steady and determined as he asked where his motorbike was. The trio looked at each other, confused by the sudden change in Izuku's demeanor. Stuart pointed to the street outside the alleyway, where they had left the bike. Curious about what Izuku was planning, they watched him closely. For the first time in what felt like forever, a confident smile spread across Izuku's face as he instructed them to follow him. When they reached the motorbike, Izuku noticed that it was slightly damaged from the earlier encounter with the slime villain. The front was scuffed and the handlebars were a little bent, but it was still usable. He grabbed his helmet and slid it on, feeling the cool weight settle over his head. Then he swung his leg over the bike and sat down, urging the minions to get on. They scrambled onto the bike, finding spots to hold on as Izuku revved the engine. The sound roared to life, echoing off the walls of the alleyway. With a determined glint in his eyes, Izuku revved the engine of his motorbike. The sound roared through the quiet night as he clicked the button that activated the thruster. In an instant, they were off, speeding into the darkness like a blur of motion and light. Izuku made sure his helmet was securely in place, covering his face so no one could recognize him driving underage. The thrill of the ride, the wind whipping past him, and the minions clinging on behind him made his heart race with exhilaration. He expertly maneuvered through the late-night traffic, weaving between cars and leaving them in the dust. The streets were mercifully clear at this hour, allowing Izuku to push the bike to its limits without much worry. The city lights blurred into streaks of color as they raced toward their destination. Izuku arrived at the once-abandoned building where he had first encountered the minions, and his jaw nearly dropped in surprise. The place looked completely different from what he remembered. It was no longer the dilapidated structure he had expected. Instead, it now appeared as a perfectly normal, unassuming building that blended in seamlessly with its surroundings. He marveled at how quickly the minions had managed to renovate the entire place, disguising it so well that no one would ever suspect it housed anything unusual. As he stared at the building, a mix of pride and disbelief washed over him. The minions had not only built a base, they had created the perfect cover for whatever plans he might have in the future. Realizing just how resourceful and efficient his new companions were, he muttered to himself that it was impressive. Izuku entered the building with Bob, Kevin, and Stuart by his side. The interior was just as remarkable as the exterior, clean, organized, and humming with energy. He felt a sense of determination building inside him, something he hadn't felt in a long time. He was surprised to see them still working or relaxing this late at night. He walked over to the speaker system near the entrance, his heart pounding with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the button and spoke into the microphone, calling all minions to assemble in the assembly room for an important announcement. His voice echoed through the building, and within moments, the sound of hurried footsteps filled the halls as minions scurried to gather. Izuku turned to the trio beside him, giving them a nod of thanks for standing by him. The excitement among the minions grew as they realized they might finally serve a new, formidable boss. As he made his way to the assembly room, he could feel a new sense of purpose beginning to take root. This was it, the start of something new. Something that would allow him to carve out his own path in a world that had tried to crush him. When he entered the assembly room, he was met with the sight of a sea of minions already cheering for him, their eyes full of anticipation and excitement. Standing before the eager faces, Izuku's heart raced. The sheer number of them, all focused intently on him, was overwhelming. His palms were sweaty, and the weight of this moment made it daunting. But as he looked into their wide, hopeful eyes, something inside him steadied. Taking a deep breath, he tried again, his voice a bit stronger this time. He admitted that he wasn't used to this but emphasized that today was the beginning of something new. He acknowledged that he hadn't been the best leader and was still figuring things out, but together he believed they could accomplish something amazing. The minions cheered, their excitement palpable, and it bolstered Izuku's confidence. He began to feel a spark, the fire of determination that had ignited earlier now growing into a blaze. Izuku stood there, letting the minions' cheers wash over him. For the first time, he felt like he truly belonged somewhere. As he looked out at the sea of yellow faces, a deep realization settled in his heart. All his life, he had been rejected, by his school, by hero society, by his own mother, and by the world at large. No one had believed in him, no one had given him a chance, no one had accepted him for who he was. Except for them. The minions, strange and chaotic as they were, had accepted him without hesitation. They didn't care that he was quirkless or that he was seen as a failure. They didn't judge him or put him down. All they wanted was to serve an evil boss, and they had chosen him. Izuku's heart swelled with a mix of gratitude and resolve. If this was the role he was meant to play, then he would play it well. Who was he to let them down? The world might have turned its back on him, but he wouldn't turn his back on them. He would be the leader they deserved, and together, they would carve their own path. A path that would show the world that he was far from finished. Izuku's grip on the microphone tightened as his resolve solidified. He acknowledged the crowd, his voice steady and filled with newfound conviction. They had chosen him, and he was determined not to let them down. He had heard their words. He knew they wanted him to embrace a darker persona. If it was an evil boss they desired, then that was exactly what he would become. The minions erupted into a thunderous cheer, their loyalty and excitement evident. The day had come when they would finally serve an evil boss. Izuku smiled, a confident and almost mischievous grin spreading across his face. This was it, his moment, his destiny. He wasn't just going to exist in this world, he was going to make his mark on it, and he was going to do it with them by his side. He declared that they were ready to show the world what they were made of, his voice filled with dramatic flair and conviction. The fire in his eyes was unmistakable, a burning determination ignited by years of rejection and scorn. The minions responded with an explosive roar, their excitement and enthusiasm palpable. Their cheers reverberated off the walls, creating a powerful, electrifying atmosphere. Izuku felt a surge of adrenaline, his earlier pain and despair transformed into fierce resolve. From that point on, the world would know the might and power of the greatest villain of all time, Deku. His voice rang with defiant pride as he embraced the name that had once been used to belittle him. He would turn it into a symbol of his power, a name that would strike fear into the hearts of those who had doubted him. The minions erupted into a frenzied chant, their voices rising in a unified chorus of Deku. The chant grew louder and more intense, their loyalty and excitement fueling the momentum. The room was filled with an almost tangible energy, the minions' fervor reflecting Izuku's newfound determination. As the chant continued, Izuku's smile grew wider, his confidence soaring. This was his moment, his chance to prove himself and make his mark on the world. With the minions by his side, he was ready to embrace his destiny and show everyone what the name Deku truly meant. Izuku Midoriya now had a new goal, a new dream. No longer would he strive to be a hero. He would strive to be the greatest supervillain this world had ever seen. He would be despicable. Sunlight streamed through the small gaps in the curtains, casting warm, golden hues across the room as Izuku slowly blinked awake. For a moment, He lay there, staring up at the unfamiliar ceiling, the events of the previous night flooding back into his mind. He wasn't in his small, cluttered bedroom filled with hero merchandise anymore. This was different. This was the beginning of his new life. He sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes and stretching his arms above his head. The bed he was in was surprisingly comfortable, far better than he expected from an abandoned building. But then again, with the minions around, nothing seemed impossible. He examined his body and noticed that he was still wearing the same, drenched middle school uniform from yesterday. As he swung his legs over the side of the bed, the door to his room burst open, and a trio of familiar faces tumbled inside. Bob exclaimed cheerfully, holding up a tray laden with a somewhat haphazardly prepared breakfast. Scrambled eggs, slightly burnt toast, and what looked like a banana smoothie occupied the tray, all wobbling precariously as Bob struggled to keep it balanced. Izuku greeted them with a soft smile, his heart warming at the sight. He hadn't expected this kind of treatment, but it was a welcome surprise nonetheless. It was a nice change from when his mother would usually burst into the room and wake him up in a less gentle manner. Kevin stepped forward, adjusting his goggles proudly, announcing the banana smoothie with enthusiasm. Stuart, ever the cool one, strummed a small ukulele, adding a musical touch to the morning greeting. The cheerful tune filled the room, instantly lifting Izuku's spirits. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at their antics. He thanked them, taking the tray from Bob before it could tip over. He took a sip of the smoothie, the sweet taste of bananas filling his mouth. The minions beamed at the praise, exchanging excited high fives before bustling around the room, tidying up and laying out a fresh set of clothes for him. Izuku watched them, feeling a sense of belonging that he hadn't felt in a long time. These little creatures had accepted him wholeheartedly, and their loyalty was unwavering. As he finished his breakfast and got dressed, he noticed Kevin standing nearby. He asked Kevin what time it was, still half focused on getting ready. Kevin glanced at his watch and replied that it was 7:30. Izuku's eyes widened in panic. He realized he would be late and immediately started rushing around the room, frantically grabbing his school supplies and muttering under his breath in a flurry of nervous energy. But then, as he was about to bolt out the door, Izuku froze. A sudden realization hit him. Wait a minute. I'm a villain now. I don't need to go to school anymore. But then reality started to settle in. Sure, his mother hadn't reported his absence to the authorities or any pro-heroes, something he was oddly grateful for, even if it was a sign of her negligence, but it would definitely raise suspicion if he suddenly disappeared for more than a day or two. He groaned. As painful as it would be, he supposed that he should attend school for now to avoid raising suspicion until he figured out his plan of action. Besides, there was something he needed to do there, and another pressing question gnawed at the back of his mind. How does one become a villain? He had spent his entire life idolizing heroes, so the thought of doing the opposite was completely foreign to him. Society's tendency to villainize and ostracize them didn't help at all. He pondered what he should do now, how a villain acts, and whether he should start emulating 𝐒𝐿. He wondered what his first act of villainy should be and if he even had to act evil. Lost in his spiraling thoughts, he didn't notice he had started muttering under his breath, his words becoming a frantic blur. The trio of minions exchanged nervous glances, clearly unsettled by their boss's sudden shift in demeanor. Bob, with concern in his round eyes, hesitantly addressed him. Izuku snapped out of his thoughts and blinked at the worried expressions of his minions. He laughed in embarrassment, apologizing for scaring them. As he stepped out of his bedroom and into the hallway, he was greeted by a flurry of activity. Minions were everywhere, scurrying about with tools, blueprints, and various gadgets that Izuku couldn't even begin to identify. The once abandoned building had been completely transformed. The walls were reinforced and painted, the floors polished to a shine. High-tech equipment lined the corridors, and several rooms had been repurposed into laboratories, workshops, and control centers. It was as if he had stepped into the headquarters of a top-tier organization. Izuku marveled at their work, asking if they had done all of this overnight. Kevin walked alongside him, nodding enthusiastically in response. Filled with pride and anticipation, Izuku took in the results of their hard work. He was eager to dive into his new life as a villain, But unfortunately, he had one last obstacle to deal with: school. He sighed, expressing his longing to get started right away but acknowledging his need to attend school for now. He grabbed his bag and slung it over his shoulder, instructing Kevin to be in charge while he was gone. Kevin tilted his head in confusion, trying to understand why his boss was still going to school. Although Izuku didn't fully grasp their language, he sensed Kevin's confusion. He paused, considering how to explain. He acknowledged that it seemed strange but emphasized the importance of keeping up appearances. If he suddenly stopped going to school, people would start asking questions, and they didn't need that kind of attention, at least not yet. Kevin nodded slowly, still puzzled but trusting his boss's judgment. Izuku knelt down and gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder, promising that once they were ready, school wouldn't be an issue anymore. Until then, they needed to stay under the radar, and he assured Kevin he wouldn't be disappointed. With that, Kevin smiled and saluted, and the other minions around them followed suit, their tiny hands snapping to attention with enthusiastic determination. Izuku smiled at their loyalty and commitment, standing up to head for the door. The weight of his new double life began to settle on his shoulders. As he stepped outside, he took a final look at the building, now a symbol of the new path he was carving out for himself. A surge of excitement mixed with a sense of resolve filled him. This was the beginning of something big, and he was determined to make sure the world remembered his name. With that thought in mind, Izuku set off for school, determined to balance his old life with his new one, at least for now. He needed to figure out who he would be tonight. That was the question. Izuku rode his motorbike through the quiet streets, the early morning air cool against his face. He made sure to stay out of sight, carefully avoiding any attention that might arise from being an underage driver. As he neared the school, he found a secluded alleyway nearby and parked his motorbike, ensuring it was well hidden before heading toward the school gates. Approaching the entrance of his middle school, Izuku paused, taking a deep breath. He had never dreaded going to school as much as he did today. The idea of sitting through classes, pretending to be the same quirkless, overlooked student, felt like a burden now. But he knew he had to grit his teeth and bear it, for now at least. He reminded himself to keep a low profile and go unnoticed, steeling his resolve. His objective for the day was to figure out what his first despicable deed would be. As the day progressed, the first and second PRDs were a monotonous blur. It was the same as always, students flaunting their quirks without consequence, teachers turning a blind eye, and Bakugo parading his explosive abilities and oversized ego while everyone around him cheered him on. It was all painfully familiar, including the occasional jabs and taunts thrown Izuku's way. Just another day in this quirk-obsessed school. But during lunch, Izuku had something more important to attend to. He made his way to the teacher's lounge, his heart pounding with a mix of anxiety and resolve. He needed to speak with his homeroom teacher, an apathetic man who had never really cared about Izuku at all. But today, Izuku would be making a decision that would shock even this indifferent teacher. He knocked on the door and entered the lounge, finding his teacher lazily scrolling through his phone. Without preamble, Izuku spoke up, his voice steady and determined. He announced that he had come to withdraw his application for the 𝐒𝐮𝐬 course, getting straight to the point. His teacher barely glanced up from his phone, already prepared to deliver another condescending remark about how pointless it was for a quirkless student to aspire to be a hero. But as the words sank in, the teacher froze, processing what Izuku had just said. The surprise in his voice was almost satisfying, but Izuku didn't let it show. He simply stood there, waiting for the teacher's reaction. The teacher interrupted, still processing the shock, and asked what had caused this change. His voice wavered with genuine curiosity, a hint of alarm creeping in as he tried to make sense of the situation. The usually disinterested teacher, who often seemed to loathe both his job and life itself, was absolutely flabbergasted. For once, the man who rarely showed any emotion beyond boredom was fully engaged, trying to comprehend whether this was truly the Izuku Midoriya he knew. Izuku sighed, keeping his expression neutral. Izuku had finally come to a realization that being a pro-hero was impossible for someone like him, and he believed his true purpose lay elsewhere. His words were carefully chosen. While not entirely untrue, He couldn't reveal the full extent of his newfound determination to pursue villainy. The teacher appeared taken aback, almost shocked. The curt and formal demeanor was completely unlike the timid, nervous boy he knew from class. Izuku didn't even stutter. The teacher expressed pride in Izuku for taking the advice of others to heart. Izuku's brow twitched as he resisted the urge to sneer at the man's audacity. He thought bitterly that the teacher had no right to feel proud. The teacher sighed, putting on a facade of concern, stating that he cared deeply about Izuku's well-being and future. It was good that Izuku had dropped his unrealistic dream and was thinking more reasonably. The hypocrisy was almost unbearable, but Izuku kept his composure, knowing he had bigger plans ahead. As lunch neared its end, the teacher dismissed their conversation with an air of finality, expecting Izuku to choose a reasonable career. Izuku replied with a cheery smile that contradicted the disdainful look in his eyes. After leaving the teacher's lounge, he took a deep breath to calm himself, reminding himself to keep a low profile for the rest of the day. Word quickly spread around the school that Izuku had given up on his hero dream. He felt annoyance at how quickly rumors spread, realizing that either a nosy student or a careless teacher had leaked his conversation. Sitting alone during lunch, he felt a rare sense of peace, as everyone now believed he had given up, allowing him to plot his next move without interruption. However, Bakugo approached him, his voice dripping with the usual arrogance but this time sounding more serious. Izuku cast a shadow over his expression but decided to play along with his usual timid act. Bakugo confronted him about giving up on his hero dream, and Izuku feigned confusion, stuttering in response. Bakugo scoffed, clearly not believing Izuku's act and demanding to know what he was planning. Izuku stammered that he had realized he would never be a hero, so there was no point in trying anymore. Bakugo's narrowed eyes showed he was unconvinced, and he warned Izuku that he would figure out what he was up to. As Bakugo walked away, Izuku couldn't help but smirk inwardly, feeling a thrill at the thought of his plans. He now knew exactly what his first act of villainy would be: burning down the school that had been a source of pain and humiliation. The thought sent a shiver of excitement down his spine. The satisfaction of erasing it from existence was too tempting to resist. It was time to make them all pay. As the school day ended, students and teachers filed out, eager to head home. Izuku lingered behind, waiting patiently until the halls were empty, leaving only a few security guards and janitors. This was his moment. His first step before turning 𝐼𝐬𝐬 Junior High into ashes was to disable the security systems. Despite the school's poor security, he couldn't afford to take any chances. Steeling himself for his first true act of villainy, he crept through the empty hallways, his footsteps barely audible on the polished floors. His heart raced with nerves and excitement as he headed toward the janitor's closet, knowing he needed a disguise to move about unnoticed. He slipped into the janitor's room, closing the door behind him. The small room was cluttered with cleaning supplies, mops, and various uniforms hanging on a rack. Izuku quickly grabbed one of the uniforms, only to realize it was several sizes too big. He silently cursed, realizing he had no time to waste. Struggling with the oversized outfit, he tried to make it fit, but it hung awkwardly on his frame. After several attempts with different uniforms, he finally found one that was just barely manageable. It still hung awkwardly, but he could make it work with some quick adjustments. As he fumbled with the uniform, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching the door. Panic surged through him as he glanced around the cluttered closet, realizing there was nowhere to hide. In a split-second decision, Izuku dove to hide behind a stack of mop buckets, crouching low and hoping he wouldn't be seen. The door creaked open, and Izuku held his breath, praying that he wouldn't be noticed. A janitor walked in, humming a tune as he grabbed a mop from the rack. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, willing himself to disappear. The janitor paused, his gaze sweeping the room. For a moment, Izuku thought he was caught. But instead, the janitor's attention was drawn to a pile of discarded uniforms. He grumbled about someone messing with his closet, shaking his head in frustration. With an exasperated sigh, the janitor picked up the discarded uniforms and left, still muttering to himself. Izuku waited a few more seconds before letting out a sigh of relief. That had been too close. Cautiously, he emerged from his hiding spot. With the janitor gone, He adjusted the uniform one last time, pulling the cap low over his eyes and rolling up the sleeves as best as he could. He couldn't help but sigh at how ridiculous this all was, thinking that he really needed to plan better next time. Now, with his disguise in place, Izuku slipped out of the closet, taking a mop and mop bucket with him to make his disguise more believable. He tried to walk with confidence despite the oversized breathes that threatened to trip him up, even with his school uniform underneath. Every few steps, he had to tug the waistband back up, but at least he was moving forward. As Izuku shuffled down the hallway, his heart pounded when he spotted two janitors heading straight toward him. He took a deep breath, tugging his cap lower over his face to obscure his features, and tried to appear as casual as possible. He reminded himself to act natural, forcing himself to maintain a steady pace. Fortunately, the janitors were too absorbed in their conversation to pay attention to the odd sight of a small boy in a too big uniform walking by. Anyone who cared to notice would have seen that Izuku stood out far more than he blended in, but the two janitors didn't glance in his direction. As he passed them, one of the janitor's footsteps paused, causing Izuku to hold his breath in fear of being caught. But the man only sneezed, muttering something about allergies before continuing on. Izuku exhaled a long sigh of relief as he finally reached the security office. His heart was still racing, but a small, triumphant grin tugged at the corners of his lips. When he arrived at the door, he carefully peeked through the small open crack to see the security guard, who was supposed to be watching over the cameras, lazily scrolling through his phone while munching on a donut. The guard was clearly more interested in his snack and whatever was on his screen than in the security feeds. Izuku's breath hitched, his palms trembling as sweat began to bead on his forehead. He had never done anything like this before. Doubts started creeping in, whispering that maybe he should back out, that this was too risky, too extreme. But then, memories of all the people who had put him down, the ones who had crushed his dreams and made his life difficult, flooded his mind. His fist clenched tightly, and with it, his resolve hardened. This wasn't just about the here and now, it was about his future, his new purpose. If he was going to be a villain, he needed to start acting like one. There was no turning back. Steeling himself, Izuku reached into his pocket and pulled out an invention his minions had given him. It was a carefully crafted makeshift dart gun in the form of a banana, with the dart also shaped like a banana. Izuku couldn't help but shake his head, a small smirk tugging at his lips. He might be off the mark, but it seemed his minions had a thing for bananas. With one last deep breath, Izuku pushed the door open just enough to get a clear shot. The guard didn't even look up. Izuku aimed carefully, the banana gun feeling awkward and unsteady in his hands. He fired. The banana-shaped dart shot out with surprising speed, hitting the guard squarely on the neck. The guard's eyes widened in surprise, his hand instinctively reaching for the dart before he slumped forward, unconscious, his donut falling from his hand. Izuku stood frozen for a moment, hardly believing that it had actually worked. But there was no time to celebrate. He quickly slipped into the security office and locked the door behind him, carefully moving aside the unconscious guard. He had work to do. Izuku reached into his pocket, retrieving a small USB device that he had crafted himself. With the guard slumped over the desk, Izuku plugged the USB into the main monitor. As soon as the device connected, the screen flickered, and a series of codes began scrolling rapidly. The security system's defenses crumbled almost instantly, bypassed by the hacking program embedded in the USB. Within moments, Izuku had full control over the school's security cameras and alarms. A triumphant grin spread across his face as he navigated the system with ease. This was it, the thrill of his first true act of villainy fueling his resolve. With a few keystrokes, Izuku deactivated all the security cameras and alarms, ensuring that no one would interrupt his plan. After he was done with the security system, he needed to figure out where to hide the unconscious body of the guard beside him. Glancing down at the guard slumped over the desk, a bead of sweat rolled down his temple as he realized he needed to hide the body before anyone noticed something was amiss. The guard was large and heavy, much bigger than Izuku, and the challenge of moving him seemed daunting. He thought about how he just needed to get him out of sight, eyeing the weapon storage closet on the other side of the room. Taking a deep breath, he grabbed the guard under the arms and began to pull, but the man's weight was more than he anticipated. Izuku groaned as he struggled to drag the guard across the floor, his feet slipping as he tried to gain traction. He nearly tripped over his own oversized janitor breathes, and the guard's shoes squeaked loudly against the floor, making Izuku wince. He urged himself to keep going, but the guard felt like dead weight. He tried lifting the guard's legs, hoping it would make it easier, but quickly realized that wasn't going to work either. He stumbled backward, almost landing flat on his back, before regaining his balance. After a few more failed attempts, Izuku opted for a different approach. He positioned himself behind the guard and started pushing with all his might. The guard's body slid inch by inch toward the closet, with Izuku grunting and breathing from the effort. By the time Izuku managed to get the guard to the closet door, he was practically gasping for air. Determination surged within him as he shoved the door open and made the final push. With one last burst of strength, he rolled the guard into the closet, where the man's body slumped against the bottom of the storage space. Izuku exhaled, wiping the sweat from his brow. The tranquilizer he used was potent enough to keep the guard unconscious for a long time, so he was confident that the man wouldn't wake up anytime soon. As he glanced inside the closet, his eyes widened at the sight of the weapons stored there. He had not expected a middle school to possess such an arsenal. Rifles, batons, and even riot gear filled the space, far beyond what any school should have, especially one as ordinary as 𝐒𝐬𝐬 Junior High. Izuku shook his head in disbelief, chuckling at the absurdity of it all. The idea of a school being more prepared for conflict than for education seemed almost too ridiculous to be true. But then again, this was his school, so perhaps it wasn't surprising after all. He closed the closet door, ensuring it was firmly shut and that the guard's unconscious form was completely hidden from view. Izuku made a mental note to return for those weapons later. With the guard out of the way and the security system under his control, his mission was nearly complete as he retrieved the hacking USB from the monitor, ensuring it was untraceable. Now, he needed to escape and move on to his next step, gathering a substantial amount of explosive material. A smirk formed on his face as he thought about how much his minions would enjoy a mission like this. He quickly removed the oversized janitor uniform, feeling immense relief as he freed himself from its constricting fabric. Stuffing the uniform behind some cleaning supplies, Izuku double-checked his surroundings before heading toward the exit. With the security system down, sneaking out of the school would be easy. Izuku moved swiftly and silently through the dimly lit hallways, avoiding any lingering staff or security. Each step brought him closer to the exit and further along the path to completing his first significant act. The exhilaration made his heart race. Finally, he reached the exit, pushing open the door and stepping out into the cool evening air. He paused for a moment to breathe it in, savoring the freedom and the thrill of what was to come. As he stepped out of the gates, he looked back at the building that had caused him so much misery. The sight of it, once daunting, now filled him with a sense of power and anticipation. A dark, mischievous grin spread across his face as he thought about the school's impending fate. With a sense of finality, he walked briskly to his motorbike parked in a nearby secluded alleyway. Sliding onto the bike, he adjusted his gloves and revved the engine. The powerful hum of the machine beneath him was a comforting reminder of the control he now held. A confident smile formed on his lips. This school and everyone in it had underestimated him for far too long. Now, he was the one pulling the strings. With one last glance back at 𝐒𝐬𝐬 Junior High, a place that had once loomed over him as a symbol of his suffering, Izuku felt an exhilarating rush. He revved the engine louder, the sound echoing off the alley walls. He was done with this place, and from now on, there was no turning back. He kicked the bike into gear and sped off into the night, leaving the school and his old life far behind. Tonight, 𝐒𝐬𝐬 would face its reckoning. As Izuku arrived back at his current base, adrenaline still coursing through his veins, he wasted no time. This was the night everything would change. He entered the hideout where his minions were already bustling about, engaged in their usual antics. Without hesitation, he stepped into the center of the room and whistled sharply, instantly grabbing the attention of every yellow-skinned minion in sight. They quickly dropped whatever they were doing, their wide eyes turning to him with eager anticipation. Izuku announced that he had an important announcement to make, his voice echoing through the chamber. The room fell silent, every minion focused intently on their leader. Within the silence, he smirked and declared that he was ready to blow things up. The room erupted into a frenzy of cheers and excited chatter, the minions' enthusiasm filling the underground hideout. They bounced up and down, some waving their tiny arms in the air, while others let out high-pitched squeals of delight. Izuku felt a rush of satisfaction as he watched them, his own excitement mirrored in their reactions. He shouted that they needed a lot of things that would explode, and their first mission was simple: gather explosives. However, as he spoke, he noticed that each of his minions was already armed with an assortment of explosives, bombs, grenades, and even a rocket launcher that one of the minions struggled to hold upright. Izuku was baffled but impressed by their preparedness. He quickly regained his focus and asked who wanted to join him on this mission. As soon as the words left his mouth, the room erupted into chaos, with minions shouting over one another in excitement. Izuku raised his hands, trying to calm them down, but their eagerness only grew louder. Finally, he took a deep breath and shouted for silence. The effect was immediate. Every minion froze, their mouths snapping shut as they stared at him with wide eyes. The room fell into an eerie silence, and Izuku exhaled in relief, feeling a bit more in control again. Izuku surprised even himself with that yell. He didn't think he had it in him. He faced the crowd once again and cleared his throat. He began with a calm but commanding voice, stating that he couldn't take all of them with him and would only pick a squadron. He held up his hand to prevent another surge of eager shouts and instructed the rest to stay behind and watch over the place for the night. The minions nodded in unison, their excitement barely contained as they awaited his selection. Izuku sighed, scanning the crowd before calling out names. He was actually learning the names of his minions. He called out, Kevin, Stuart, Jerry, Larry, Tim, Mark, and Phil. You're all with me. He then turned to another minion, Mel, and assigned him the responsibility of overseeing the base. Mel, with a single eye and a different hairstyle from the rest, puffed out his chest with pride and saluted, affirming his role. The chosen minions perked up, their faces lighting up with excitement as they gathered around Izuku. Feeling a surge of confidence, Izuku declared that they were ready to embark on their mission. Before heading out, he decided it was time for a change. He had been wearing his middle school uniform for the past 2 days, and it felt like a relic of his old life. He rummaged through his base and found a suitable outfit that was surprisingly clean despite being tucked away for who knows how long. It consisted of a gray turtleneck, a gray scarf with black stripes, black breathes, and polished black shoes. Over it all, he slipped on a black trench coat with a distinctive zipper, claiming it as his own. To complete his ensemble, he donned his custom-made mechanical goggles, which had a futuristic design and were perfect for multiple uses during the mission. The new look made him feel more like the villain he was determined to become, blending sophistication and menace, a far cry from his old-school uniform. With a satisfied nod, Izuku completed his transformation and prepared to lead his minions on their mission. Outside, in the dimly lit alleyway, the roar of engines filled the air as headlights pierced the darkness. Izuku's sleek motorbike stood ready, alongside 3 mini versions of his own motorbike, each ridden by a pair of his minions, with Kevin sitting beside him. The trio of small bikes looked almost comically oversized in contrast to their riders, but they were functional and fit the minions perfectly. His minions revved their engines in unison, their excitement palpable. The night was young, and with a final glance back at his base, Izuku led the charge. The plan was in motion, and the darkness of the night seemed to whisper of the chaos to come. He called over the roar of the engines, his voice sharp and authoritative, urging his minions to get the job done. They responded with enthusiastic cheers, their energy infectious. With a final rev of their engines, Izuku and his squad raced into the night, the dark alleyway quickly disappearing behind them. Their mission was set, and the thrill of impending chaos filled the air as they sped toward 𝐒𝐬𝐬 Junior High, ready to set their plan into motion. However, they didn't speed through the streets recklessly. They maneuvered through quiet backstreets and narrow alleyways, carefully avoiding the gaze of any passers-by or potential pro-heroes. Each turn and route was calculated to keep them out of sight, ensuring their approach would be as discreet as possible. Eventually, they arrived at the school and parked in the same alleyway Izuku had used earlier. Dismounting, they approached the entrance of the empty school, the building looming ominously in the moonlight. Izuku turned to his squad, a dangerous glint in his eyes, and announced their arrival. He gazed at the school with a mix of disdain and satisfaction, expressing his thoughts on the place. Now that he was a villain, he felt free to let loose. He declared that they were going to blow the place sky high. The minions quietly cheered in response, their excitement matching Izuku's own. Their eager voices and bursts of energy contrasted sharply with the seriousness of their task. Izuku's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he surveyed his squad's impressive arsenal. He looked down at his minions, a smirk tugging at his lips, and asked if they had everything they needed. The minions nodded enthusiastically, eager to show off their impressive collection. Larry and Jerry hefted bags brimming with explosives, while Mark carried a flamethrower with pride. Phil expertly juggled a bundle of grenades, Kevin held a gallon of gasoline, and Stuart brandished dual-silenced pistols. Tim even had a bazooka. It was clear that everyone was loaded. Izuku nodded approvingly, stating that they were ready for the big show. He reminded them that the goal was to ensure the place went up in flames, leaving nothing behind. The minions' eyes sparkled with excitement and mischief as they approached the building, their gear ready for action. Meanwhile, Izuku took a moment to set the scene. He pulled out his phone and slipped on his earphones, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He intended to destroy the school but wanted to have fun while doing it, adding style to the chaos. With the song playing in his earphones, Izuku followed his minions as they diligently set up explosives around the school. He bobbed his head to the beat, savoring every moment of his grand spectacle. With the security down, he felt free to do whatever he wanted. He snapped his fingers to the beat, his eyes gleaming with a mix of excitement and mischief as he watched his minions work diligently, their movements punctuated by the occasional clatter of explosives being set in place. As he made his way through the entrance, his steps synced with the infectious groove of the song. He tossed a few of his own explosives into classrooms with flair, his movements as flamboyant as they were calculated. Inside, his minions were already busy planting explosives. As he turned a corner, a sudden explosion echoed through the building. Phil had accidentally pulled the pin from a grenade while juggling them, causing a shoe locker to erupt in a shower of metal and debris. The unexpected blast made Izuku burst into laughter. He continued his flamboyant dance down the hallway, tossing bombs and grenades into each classroom with dramatic flair. His movements were exaggerated, every throw accompanied by a flourish, making the whole scene feel like a twisted, high-energy performance. The school was now a stage for his grand performance, and Izuku was determined to leave it in ruins, all while grooving to his favorite song. The minions, equally caught up in the excitement, continued their work, the night's events unfolding with explosive flair. He was destroying his school while dancing, reveling in the chaos, his movements synchronized with the beat. As he tossed another bomb into a classroom, he couldn't help but smile at the irony. He was dismantling the institution that had once tormented him, all while dancing to a song that embodied his newfound sense of freedom and rebellion. The night was his, and he intended to make it unforgettable. As he continued to dance, Kevin followed behind him, throwing his own grenades inside the classrooms with a manic grin and wild laughter, trying to mimic his leader's dance moves. The minions worked in sync, setting up more charges and adding to the spectacle of destruction. When the chorus of the song hit its peak, Izuku struck a pose just as the grenades exploded in unison, the blasts lighting up the darkened school in a synchronized show of chaos. With the second verse reaching his ears, Izuku made his way to the security room. He kicked the door open with a flourish, the forceful entrance befitting the villain he had become. Inside, the room was dimly lit, the control panels casting an eerie glow on the walls. Izuku called out to his minions, commanding them to retrieve all the weapons from the storage room. Kevin and Stuart dashed off eagerly, returning moments later with an assortment of weapons in their backpacks, their mischievous grins evident. As the two minions exited the room, their backpacks laden with the confiscated weapons, Izuku extended his hand toward Larry, who promptly handed him a grenade. Izuku's lips curled into a wicked smirk as he pulled the pin without hesitation. With a casual toss, he hurled the grenade into the security room, indifferent to the fate of the guard inside. The door clicked shut just as the explosion erupted behind him, the blast sending shockwaves through the hallway. But Izuku didn't flinch. Instead, he resumed his dance walking, the rhythm of the song still pulsing in his ears as he made his way toward the principal's office. Upon arriving, he kicked open the office door with a loud crash, standing in the doorway, silhouetted by the flickering lights and the distant glow of the fires consuming parts of the school. The principal's office, once a place of authority and intimidation, now felt small and insignificant under his gaze. Stepping inside, Izuku scanned the room, taking in the desk cluttered with papers, the shelves lined with books and awards, and the principal's chair, empty and devoid of power. The irony wasn't lost on him. This was the same office where he had been reprimanded and belittled. But not tonight. Tonight, he was in control. Izuku activated the X-ray vision on his goggles, narrowing his eyes with interest when he spotted a hidden safe tucked behind the principal's desk. Without hesitation, he barked out orders, commanding Larry and Tim to haul the safe out of the room. The two minions sprang into action, scrambling to begin the heavy lifting. He instructed Jerry to plant more bombs around the room, wanting it in ruins, and directed Kevin to lay down a trail of gasoline from the office to the school entrance, ensuring the place would light up like a fireworks show. Izuku watched his minions work, satisfied with their efficiency. The safe would be a nice bonus to this operation, a small reward for the chaos he was about to unleash. As he glanced down at the papers scattered across the principal's desk, his curiosity got the better of him. He shuffled through the documents, quickly skimming the contents. There were reports and evaluations, most praising Bakugo's raw potential and powerful quirk, accompanied by comments about his explosive temper. Izuku rolled his eyes but felt his smirk fade when he found a file with his own name on it. The words were harsh and dismissive, quirkless. Unremarkable. No future prospects. It was clear the school had written him off as a failure, a nobody destined to amount to nothing. A bitter laugh escaped his lips. All that praise for someone like Bakugo and nothing but disdain for him. He crumpled the papers in his hand, feeling a mix of anger and satisfaction. With a determined expression, he tossed the papers aside and continued overseeing the preparations for the destruction of the school. After his minions were out of the room, Izuku followed suit but not before taking one last look around. The principal's office, once a symbol of authority, was now a ticking time bomb. Once everything was set, the group rendezvoused back at the entrance, just as Kevin finished spilling the last of the gasoline. Izuku smirked, the thrill of impending chaos coursing through him. Stewart ignited the gasoline trail with a grin, the flames roaring to life. Izuku watched as the fire spread, his gaze landing on the school's board near the entrance. An audacious idea struck him, and he wrestled with the thought of leaving a mark on his villainous debut, despite his efforts to cover his tracks. After a moment of internal debate, he decided to go for it. He grabbed a can of spray paint and approached the board, boldly scrawling, "The rise of Deku is here." Stepping back, he admired his work as the flames flickered in his eyes. He turned to his minions and ordered them to leave. Adrenaline surged through him as they dashed to the alley where their motorbikes were parked. Izuku nodded to Larry, signaling him to press the detonator. Everyone braced themselves, expecting the explosions, but when Larry pressed the button, nothing happened. Confusion spread among the group as Jerry muttered about the failure. Tim pointed an accusing finger at Larry, suspecting he had broken the detonator. Larry defended himself, insisting he hadn't done anything wrong. Their playful argument escalated, but Izuku's patience wore thin until, suddenly, the explosions erupted, shaking the ground beneath them. The school was engulfed in a series of massive blasts, debris flying as fire consumed the building. Izuku couldn't help but laugh, the tension dissipating as he watched the school collapse in flames. He remarked to himself that it seemed to need just a little more time. With a smirk, he called for his crew to hurry to their motorbikes. As they sped away, the roar of their engines echoed through the night, and Izuku caught the distant sound of sirens. A smug smile crept across his face. He had made his mark, and now more people would know the name Deku. As the flames of his former school faded into the distance, Izuku felt exhilarated. He wasn't just fleeing, he was racing toward a future he had shaped with his own hands. Driving through the night, the full moon illuminated the road ahead. He took a moment to glance up at it, a satisfied smile on his lips. This was what it felt like to be a villain, and it wasn't too bad. His first act of villainy had been a success, and the moon seemed to shine in approval. Izuku felt a rush of accomplishment. This was just the beginning of his reign, and the night sky was the perfect backdrop for his newfound journey. The next morning, Katsuki Bakugo awoke grumpy as usual. His eyes snapped open, and he scowled as the morning light filtered through the curtains. He heard his mother call out from the kitchen, urging him to wake up. Katsuki snapped back, already annoyed. His mother insisted he come downstairs to see something important. Confused and irritated, he dragged himself out of bed, dreading whatever news awaited him. As he stomped down the stairs, he grumbled under his breath, questioning what the fuss was about. Upon entering the kitchen, he found his parents glued to the television, their faces a mix of worry and disbelief. Katsuki grabbed a bottle of water and approached them, eager to understand the commotion. His mother pointed at the news, exclaiming that there had been a huge explosion at his school the previous night, describing it as an attack. The headlines read that 𝐒𝐬𝐬 Junior High had burned down, and the culprit was still at large. Katsuki's eyes widened in shock. He had never been more captivated by the news. This was not what he expected to see upon waking. In disbelief, he stuttered as he tried to comprehend who was responsible. The news anchor revealed that the only casualty was a security guard, which saddened his parents, but Katsuki was more focused on uncovering the identity of the villain behind the chaos. The anchor mentioned that the villain called himself Deku, and pro-heroes were searching for any information on him. Katsuki choked on his drink, stunned by the revelation. Meanwhile, Izuku spent the night in his temporary base, aware that his time there was limited after his explosive act of villainy. Surrounded by the glow of computer screens and remnants of his celebration, he contemplated his next move, knowing he had to be smart. He had to stay one step ahead. That was his plan for the day: find or create a large, secret base for himself and his minions. Somewhere they could operate without the fear of being discovered easily. The problem now was transportation. After the destruction of the school, Izuku knew he couldn't use his motorbike to speed through secluded areas and alleyways anymore. The pro-heroes would be on high alert, their eyes sharp and patrols more frequent. He couldn't risk encountering an underground hero or, worse, getting trapped by one. It was a frustrating challenge, and he wished he could fly. The thought lingered, and a small smile crept onto his face. Maybe that should be his next invention. A jetpack or some form of transportation that allowed him to take to the skies. With that, he could evade ground-based detection entirely, adding another layer of unpredictability to his movements. He mused aloud, already envisioning the designs in his mind. That could work. But before he could get started on that, he needed to secure a new base of operations. The abandoned factory he had in mind wasn't too far, but getting there unnoticed would be tricky. He needed to move fast and smart. Suddenly, he sighed, hanging his head low in dejection as he remembered one last thing he needed to do. As much as he hated the thought of seeing his mother again, especially after their huge argument and the heart-wrenching words exchanged, he had to go home one last time. There were still a few of his inventions lurking in his room, items he couldn't afford to leave behind. And there were a few things he needed to say to her. Words that had been stuck in his throat ever since their fight. Words he had wanted to say after almost a decade of pent-up emotions due to her emotional neglect. He clenched his fists, steeling himself for what he knew would be a difficult and emotional encounter. But it was necessary. This was part of the final break from his old life, from everything that had held him back. If he was going to fully embrace his new identity as a villain, he needed to sever all ties, including the ones that still tugged at his heart, to finally be free of his past. Deku eventually exited the room to see his minions buzzing with activity, both productive and non-productive. He called out to them, his voice echoing through the room. He was still new to speaking to this crowd and giving orders, but he was starting to get used to it. They were going to be moving out, he declared, his voice growing more confident. They needed to pack everything up and be out as soon as possible. He had been scouting potential new bases, but until he secured one, they would be on the move. He instructed them to lay low, avoid unnecessary noise, and not draw attention. The minions nodded enthusiastically, their chatter quickly turning to focused activity as they began packing up the various gadgets, weapons, and supplies scattered around the base. Izuku watched them work, his mind racing ahead to the next steps. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. The heroes would be on high alert after the school incident, and he knew it was only a matter of time before they started closing in. Now, he needed to find suitable and inconspicuous transportation. He decided to use a company van that belonged to the building he had seen before the minions came and redecorated it. It would be perfect. Once he reached the van, he noticed a couple of minions making final touches to it. They worked diligently, polishing the exterior, checking the engine, and ensuring the van looked as ordinary as possible. When they were done, Izuku took a step back to admire their handiwork. The company van looked clean, unremarkable, and in perfect working condition, a stark contrast to its previous dilapidated state. His lips curled into an impressed smirk. His minions worked quickly, and their efficiency was becoming one of their greatest assets. The minions beamed with pride at the praise, some even giving little salutes or bowing theatrically. It was clear they were eager to impress their leader, and Izuku felt a swell of pride in his odd but loyal team. While the rest of the minions were busy preparing and packing up the base, Izuku decided to take a pair of the minions, the ones who had cleaned the van, with him to begin the drive. Time was limited, and they needed to move quickly. As they settled into the van, Izuku's mind drifted to the inevitable confrontation with his mother. The thought of going back home, even for a brief moment, brought a bitter taste to his mouth. But he pushed those feelings aside. There was no room for hesitation or second-guessing now. He muttered to himself, gripping the steering wheel a little tighter, that the next stop would be home. He tried to hide the bitterness inside as he began to drive. The minions in the back remained cheerful and oblivious to the storm of emotions swirling within him. Their excitement was almost contagious, but Izuku kept his focus on the road ahead. The bitterness lingered, but he buried it deep, knowing that this was something he had to do. There were still things he needed from home: tools, inventions, and most importantly, closure. As they drove through the busy streets, remaining inconspicuous, Izuku couldn't help but think about the last conversation he had with his mother, the harsh words exchanged, and the hurt that still lingered. But this time, he wasn't going back as the same Izuku Midoriya. He was going back as Deku, the villain who would soon make the world remember his name. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 Midoriya knew that she was not a good person. Ever since her husband left and the day that Izuku was diagnosed as quirkless, life had taken a sharp downward turn. The once bright and hopeful future she had envisioned for her family had crumbled, leaving her feeling trapped and overwhelmed. The stress of her job had become unbearable, and she found herself taking refuge in increasingly frequent conversations with her old friend Mitsuki. But even those conversations offered little solace, especially when her son's hopeless obsession with becoming a hero, a dream that seemed impossible without a quirk, was thrown into the mix. The school reports only added to her despair. They painted a picture of a boy who was not just quirkless but also a troublemaker, constantly causing problems and drawing negative attention. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 couldn't reconcile this image with the son she had once adored. It felt as if the world was mocking 𝐒𝐮𝐬, presenting her with a child she believed could never amount to anything. She struggled to accept that she had given 𝐅𝐚𝐬 to someone she perceived as worthless. Over time, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 began to withdraw, the weight of her disappointments and regrets becoming too heavy to bear. She turned to alcohol as a means to numb the pain, using it as a crutch to escape the reality she was unwilling to face. The more she drank, the more she distanced herself from Izuku, unable to bear the sight of him, which served as a constant reminder of all she had lost. Ignoring him became increasingly easy, and she convinced herself it was better this way. If she didn't acknowledge him, perhaps the pain would lessen, and she could forget the life that could have been. Yet, deep down she knew the truth: she was failing him and herself. On this particular day, however, concern for her son crept into her heart for the first time. News had spread quickly. His school had been reduced to rubble, engulfed in flames and destruction. Despite her resentment, the thought of losing him sent a chill down her spine. She might have hated him, but she didn't want him dead. The haunting words she had once uttered echoed in her mind. She wished he had never been born. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 froze, her heart sinking as the memory of that night resurfaced. The look on his face, the shock, the hurt, it all rushed back, and she felt a pang of guilt that nearly brought her to her knees. She growled softly as she recomposed herself. Was this the universe sending her a sign? The throbbing in 𝐒𝐮𝐬's head intensified, a painful reminder of her recent indulgences. She sighed, pushing the half-empty bottle of sake away. Perhaps it was time to lay off the alcohol and face the reality she had been avoiding, her son. Startled, she realized she hadn't seen Izuku since their explosive argument. An entire day had passed, and she had assumed he was off doing whatever he did to escape reality. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 recognized that she had never truly understood what her son did in his free time, beyond his relentless pursuit of a hero dream that seemed more like a delusion to her. But now, with the news of the school's destruction flashing across the television screen, a deep worry began to creep into her heart. What if something had happened to him? What if he had been at the school during the attack? She knew he would be living at home for a while until they rebuilt it or found a new school. Sighing, she considered that perhaps this was indeed the universe's way of urging her to regain some semblance of their relationship or at least try. Suddenly, the door to her apartment swung open, making 𝐒𝐮𝐬 realize she must have forgotten to lock it. The familiar face of her son entered the room, and she thought to herself that it was just as well. However, when she finally met him face to face, her eyes widened at how different he looked. Gone was the boy she remembered in his school uniform. Standing before her was someone entirely different, draped in black from head to toe. His polished shoes, zipped-up black trench coat, striped scarf, and support goggles contributed to a menacing aura that filled the room. But it wasn't just his clothes that had changed. It was his eyes, dark and filled with an unbearable amount of hatred and disdain, all directed at her. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 had never seen her son look at her in such a way. Her breath caught in her throat as she met his gaze, the bitterness between them now palpable. She gulped, finally regaining her voice, and whispered his name, asking what had happened to him, desperately trying to bridge the chasm that had grown between them. Yet, her son didn't acknowledge her. Without so much as a glance in her direction, he walked past her, his steps purposeful and cold. She turned to watch him as he moved through the apartment toward his room, searching for something. The realization that he wasn't there to talk or even see her struck her with painful clarity. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 paid closer attention to what he was carrying and wearing. Her heart pounded as she watched her son move with a cold determination she had never seen before. The large duffel bag slung over his shoulder, the gloves on his hands, and the dark, ominous outfit all screamed danger. Panic rose in her throat as the news of the school's destruction replayed in her mind like a nightmare. The pieces began to fit together in a way that terrified her. Izuku had something to do with the school attack. The realization hit her like a slap to the face, leaving her stunned and breathless. She called out to him, her voice trembling with fear and desperation, asking what he was doing. But he didn't stop, didn't even hesitate as he continued toward his room, as if her words were nothing more than background noise. 𝐒𝐮𝐬, still paralyzed by shock, struggled with whether she should follow him or not. Her heart raced, the reality of the situation sinking in. Inside his room, Izuku moved swiftly and methodically. He rifled through his closet, dug under his bed, and searched every secret spot he had used to hide his inventions. He glanced around at the room that had been his home for his whole life for one final time, glaring at the all-might figurines. His room was now a stark reminder of a life he was leaving behind, and the mementos of his past felt almost alien to him. After what felt like an eternity, Izuku emerged from his room with a duffel bag visibly stuffed with his belongings. His expression was resolute and unfeeling as he made his way to the front door. Overwhelmed by a mix of fear and regret, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 reached out and grabbed his sleeve, her voice trembling as she struggled to speak. She pleaded with him to talk to her, expressing her longing to help him. But Izuku's response was swift and harsh. Without a second glance, he turned and brushed her hand away with a force that left her reeling. The look in his eyes was cold and unyielding, as if she were nothing more than an obstacle in his path. His disdain deepened, and his rage boiled over. He felt betrayed and outraged that now, after everything she had said and done, she thought she could just waltz in and fix things. Izuku's fists clenched and his teeth gritted as he finally decided to unleash the pent-up emotions he had been harboring for almost a decade. His voice was low but seething with emotion as he spoke the words he had long kept buried. Izuku expressed his deep resentment, each word filled with the pain he had been forced to suppress for years. His eyes, filled with unshed tears, bore into his mother's as he unleashed the torrent of feelings he had long concealed. He declared that she didn't get to care about him now, not after the hurtful words she had spoken the other night and years of neglect. He took a step closer, his anger intensifying with each passing moment. He questioned where she had been when he faced bullying at school, when his life had become unbearable. He pointed out that she hadn't noticed the signs of his suffering, the bruises and cuts he had endured. His voice rose as he continued, lamenting how she had been too consumed by her own struggles to see how much he was hurting. He called her pathetic, his words filled with raw emotion as he demanded to know where she had been when he needed support and validation. As his words echoed in the room, the weight of his pain hung heavily in the air. Tears streamed down his face, each drop a testament to the years of neglect and hurt he had endured. His chest heaved with heavy breaths, the intensity of his emotions almost overwhelming. Inko, paralyzed by the fury in her son's voice, could only watch in stunned silence. Each word cut through her, the reality of her failures as a mother hitting her hard. She had never realized just how deeply she had wounded him until this moment. Izuku's breathing was ragged as he glared at her one last time, his eyes filled with a mix of emotions. He expressed that all he ever wanted was for her to care, to show that she valued him. But she had been too lost in her own misery to notice him. The room was silent except for the sound of his heavy breathing. He took a moment to regain control over his emotions, and when he spoke again, his voice was filled with finality. He declared that he was done with her and the place they shared. He was determined to make a name for himself without her approval, expressing his deep resentment before turning to leave. Without waiting for a response, Izuku stormed out of the apartment, the sound of the door slamming shut echoing through the silent space. Inko was left standing there, the emptiness of the apartment mirroring the emptiness in her heart as the reality of what she had lost finally set in. Inko collapsed to the floor, her knees giving way under the weight of her son's words. The tears she had held back for so long finally broke free, streaming down her face in a torrent of anguish. Her body trembled with sobs as the reality of the situation hit her hard. She realized this was her consequence for taking her son's life for granted and neglecting him since his diagnosis. While she might not have faced any legal repercussions, the pain, sorrow, and guilt she felt were excruciating, and she knew she deserved every bit of it. Izuku walked away from the apartment, his heart feeling lighter than it had in years. The burden of unspoken words and pent-up emotions had finally been lifted. He had said what he needed to say and severed the last tie that held him back. There was no going back now, and he didn't want to. As he stepped out into the cool morning air, he took a deep breath, letting the sensation of freedom wash over him. It felt surreal that he had finally cut himself loose from the pain and neglect that had defined his life for so long. The world ahead was vast and uncertain, but for the first time, he felt ready to face it on his own terms. His thoughts raced as he considered the possibilities before him. He contemplated his next move and how he would build his reputation. The path ahead was uncertain, but that didn't deter him. It fueled his determination. Izuku had always been driven, and now that drive was focused on his new goal of becoming the world's best supervillain. He knew it wouldn't be easy. The world of villains was filled with dangers he had only begun to understand. But just like with his inventions, Izuku was ready to put in the work to succeed. He would take on whatever challenges came his way, learning and adapting as he went. Izuku's steps quickened as he approached the van where his companions were waiting. He felt a surge of energy, a fire burning inside him that hadn't been there before. There was no turning back now, and that was just how he wanted it. As he climbed into the van, the sound of the door closing felt like the final seal on his old life. The engine roared to life, and as they drove away from the apartment complex, Izuku didn't look back. Everything he needed was ahead of him, and he was ready to claim it. With each passing moment, Izuku grew more certain of one thing. He was ready to conquer whatever came his way, and nothing would stand in his path. The morning after the explosion at 𝐒𝐬𝐬 Junior High, the once bustling school was nothing more than a smoldering ruin. The site was cordoned off, police tape fluttering in the breeze as investigators and pro-heroes arrived at the scene. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burnt debris, and the sight of the collapsed building was sobering. Underground pro-hero Eraserhead stood at the forefront of the investigation team. His eyes narrowed as he surveyed the destruction. His usually calm demeanor showed hints of concern. This wasn't just any incident, but a deliberate attack that had targeted a school full of innocent students. Whoever was responsible had crossed a line that should never be crossed. Beside him, Detective Naomasa Tsukachi was busy coordinating with the police force. He was a seasoned detective, known for his ability to extract the truth from even the most complicated situations. His quirk, lie detector, allowed him to sense when someone was being dishonest, making him a valuable asset in this investigation. The initial reports suggested that this was a deliberate act. The explosion wasn't caused by a malfunction or accident, it was planned. Eraserhead nodded grimly, his dark eyes scanning the wreckage. He recalled the menacing message left on the school board and asked if there were any leads on who this Deku might be. Tsukachi confirmed that, according to the students, Deku was a nickname for a student at the school, Izuku Midoriya. They mentioned he had been bullied for years, primarily by another student named Katsuki Bakugo. Eraserhead felt a sense of satisfaction that they had already zeroed in on the identity of the culprit. His eyes narrowed as he considered the implications. Were they looking at a case of revenge? A student pushed too far. Tsukachi replied that, since no other factors had been discovered, it seemed likely. If this was an act of retaliation, it could mean Midoriya had crossed a line. They needed to find and talk to him before he committed further acts like this. Eraserhead's expression remained stoic, but there was an underlying urgency in his voice as he inquired about the reasons behind the bullying. Tsukachi explained that Midoriya was bullied because he was quirkless. Eraserhead's eyes widened in rare surprise at that revelation. A quirkless teenager, someone considered powerless by societal standards, had caused this level of destruction. It was almost unimaginable. If a quirkless person could do this, it meant Midoriya had found a way to level the playing field, or worse, to tip it entirely in his favor. They couldn't underestimate him. This wasn't just a case of revenge, it was a declaration. They needed to stop him before he went any further. Tsukachi nodded seriously and pulled up a file on his tablet that displayed a profile of Inko Midoriya, Izuku's mother. Their first step should be to question the person closest to him. If anyone knew where he might be or what he was planning next, it was her. Meanwhile, Deku sighed, feeling the weight of the day's failures pressing down on him. The shady underworld he had tried to infiltrate was proving more resistant than he had anticipated. No one took him seriously, and every lead seemed to end in mockery and laughter. However, one person seemed to take an interest in him. Jiren, he believed his name was. He recalled the conversation he had with the man, who had offered to lend him some help in exchange for a few favors. Jiren had even given Deku his business card, which he was currently holding in his hand before putting it back in his pocket. Izuku felt a mix of bad and suspicious energy from Jiren, which he had expected since he had been going around shady places and meeting shady people. Yet, Jiren felt different. Deku sensed that he was bad company and decided he shouldn't get too involved with him. Still, he kept the card just in case things became desperate. Parking his van in an alleyway, he leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes in frustration. Things were not going as smoothly as he had hoped. After a moment, he opened his eyes and glanced into the rearview mirror. The two minions he had brought along were engrossed in a card game, their casual demeanor a stark contrast to the stress Deku felt. He sighed before asking them their names. The minions looked up from their game, surprised by the sudden question. One introduced himself as Joey, and the other as Tony. Deku inquired if they had any ideas about their next move. After a long, exaggerated contemplation, they both shrugged and blew a raspberry. Deku let out a dry chuckle, realizing he should have known that these little guys were not the sharpest tools in the shed. Needing to clear his mind and curious about the aftermath of his actions, Deku reached over and turned on the van's radio. Static filled the air for a moment before it settled on a news station, the announcer's voice cutting through the noise. Authorities were still investigating the devastating explosion at 𝐒𝐬𝐬 Junior High School. Early reports suggested that the incident was no accident, but a calculated act of destruction. Several eyewitnesses claimed to have seen a figure in black fleeing the scene shortly before the blast occurred. The figure left behind a chilling message: "The rise of Deku is here." Deku's grip tightened on the steering wheel as he listened, a mix of satisfaction and anxiety brewing inside him. His message had been received, and now people would know the name Deku. The announcer continued, stating that authorities had identified the young man named Izuku Midoriya as being responsible for this crime. Questions arose about why he had done such a thing, especially for someone so young. After further investigation, authorities concluded that this was a case of bullying gone too far. The news then cut to interviews with the people of 𝐒𝐬𝐬. Deku felt a mix of intrigue and caution as he listened to the comments from his former schoolmates and teachers. One student remarked that he had always been such a nice person. Another expressed disbelief, stating that he had always wanted to be a hero. His homeroom teacher's voice echoed in the background, further fueling his anger. As more similar comments were made, Deku's hands trembled with rage, feeling the weight of their misunderstanding and judgment. Each word felt like a slap in the face, a twisted reminder of the falsehoods and hypocrisy that had surrounded him his entire life. The phrases about him being a good person and wanting to be a hero echoed in his mind, their patronizing tone gnawing at him. How dare they pretend to care now? Where was this so-called concern when he was suffering, when he was being tormented and ridiculed every single day? They had turned a blind eye to his pain, dismissing him as nothing more than a quirkless nobody. And now they acted surprised, shocked that he had finally snapped. Eventually, Izuku had enough and shut the radio off, feeling the audacity of these people weigh heavily on him. His mood worsened, and he slumped back in his seat, blowing a raspberry in frustration. He desperately needed a break, something to take his mind off the mess he was in. As he glanced down at the door pocket, an old magazine caught his eye. Curious and needing a distraction, he picked it up and began flipping through the pages. After skimming past a few ads and articles, a picture of a beach caught his attention. It was Takoba Beach, described in the magazine as a serene paradise, a place where people could escape the stress of daily life and find peace. The vibrant image of the sandy shores and gentle waves seemed to promise a respite from everything that was weighing him down. Deku's eyes sparkled with a hint of intrigue. A peaceful walk on the beach sounded like exactly what he needed to clear his mind and sort out his thoughts. Maybe, just maybe, it would help him come up with a good plan, a way to move forward and achieve his goals. He felt a small sense of resolve building within him as he decided to take a break. He started the van and directed himself and his companions to Takoba Beach. As they drove, Deku felt a sliver of hope that this brief escape would give him the clarity he needed. Perhaps a peaceful moment by the ocean would be just the thing to calm his turbulent mind and inspire his next move. Sure, this may have been a reckless move now that authorities were keeping their eyes peeled for him and the public had been informed of what he looked like, but it was just for a short while. He needed this. However, as he arrived, Deku's brow twitched at the sight of the beach, or rather, what was left of it. His eyes scanned the area, filled with all kinds of trash. It resembled a junkyard more than a beach. Deku muttered to himself, feeling disappointment wash over him. He had hoped this trip would provide a moment of clarity, a brief reprieve from the chaos of his life. Instead, he faced yet another obstacle, a literal garbage dump standing between him and any sense of peace. His companions, Joey and Tony, peeked out from the van, looking equally dismayed at the sight of the trashed beach. Joey expressed his disgust, while Tony covered his mouth, both clearly sharing Deku's feelings. Deku couldn't help but agree. This was a far cry from the idyllic spot he had imagined. But then, as he stood there, staring at the heaps of garbage, a thought crossed his mind. Maybe this beach, in its current state, wasn't entirely useless. Perhaps there was something he could do here that would help him in the long run. Deku's mind started to shift gears. He acknowledged the beach's condition but felt determined to make something out of it. He suggested cleaning it up and using the materials to create their own base and perhaps more. Ideas of designs for a base, inventions, and even vehicles began to form in his mind. However, the reality sank in. Building an entire secret base, even with his companions, would take a long time, and with the pro-heroes on his tail, time was not something Izuku had in abundance. He would need another temporary base, big enough to accommodate him and all his companions while laying low until his base was built. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the business card that 𝐼𝐼𝐬 had given him. He knew dealing with someone like 𝐼𝐼𝐬 was risky. The man had a shady aura that made Izuku's instincts scream to stay away. But with the heroes closing in and his options running out, he felt he had no choice. With a deep sigh, Izuku slipped the card back into his pocket, feeling the weight of the decision settle in his gut. He muttered to himself, hoping he wouldn't regret this. He pulled out his phone and dialed the number on the card. The phone rang twice before a familiar, smooth voice answered on the other end. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 greeted him with amusement, asking what brought him to call. Izuku took a deep breath, pushing aside his unease. He stated that he needed a place, something big enough for him and his associates, secure, off the radar, and available immediately. There was a brief pause before 𝐼𝐼𝐬 chuckled, indicating he had just the place in mind but reminded Izuku that favors like this don't come cheap. Izuku acknowledged this, tightening his grip on the phone as he insisted they would work out the details later. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 provided him with an address on the outskirts of the city through an anonymous email, cautioning him to be careful as the heroes were getting smarter and watching closely. Before hanging up, Izuku asked why 𝐼𝐼𝐬 was willing to work with him, his suspicion barely concealed. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 laughed softly, leaving Izuku with a sense of uncertainty about what lay ahead. Izuku narrowed his eyes, realizing the man on the other end of the line was well informed. The man chuckled, an unsettling sound that sent a chill down Izuku's spine. He revealed that he had connections within the police, and he was aware of Izuku's involvement in the recent explosion before the news had even reported it. This revelation made Izuku's mind race. The news had not mentioned anything about his associates, indicating that this man, 𝐼𝐼𝐬, was more connected than he had anticipated. The quickness with which 𝐼𝐼𝐬 had learned about the explosion deepened Izuku's mistrust, but it also suggested that 𝐼𝐼𝐬 could be a valuable ally, at least for the time being. Izuku pressed for answers, his tone serious. He needed to know why 𝐼𝐼𝐬 was offering his help. 𝐼𝐼𝐬's tone shifted, becoming slightly more serious yet still laced with amusement. He expressed that he had a knack for spotting talent and saw potential in Izuku, ambition, intelligence, and the courage to carry out such an act. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 respected that and saw an opportunity for both of them. Izuku could get what he needed, and in return, 𝐼𝐼𝐬 would have a front-row seat to Izuku's rise. However, 𝐼𝐼𝐬 made it clear that this was not charity. Izuku would owe him a favor. Izuku frowned, the weight of the deal settling in. He was uncomfortable with the idea of being indebted to someone like 𝐼𝐼𝐬, but he recognized his limited options. If he wanted to pursue his plans, he needed the resources 𝐼𝐼𝐬 could provide. After a long pause, he agreed, but made it clear that he did not trust 𝐼𝐼𝐬. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 laughed, unfazed by Izuku's skepticism. He acknowledged that trust was rare in their world and advised Izuku to focus on his goals while leaving the rest to him. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 provided Izuku with an address and instructed him to lay low. Then he revealed the price for his assistance. Izuku tightened his grip on the phone, bracing himself for 𝐼𝐼𝐬's request. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 explained that there was a place that would serve two purposes. It was where Izuku would begin repaying his favor and where he could find something of interest. It was called the Bank of Evil. Izuku's curiosity mixed with caution as he processed the name, which sounded almost like something from a comic book. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 assured him that it was not just a catchy title, it was a place where the worst kept their secrets and where Izuku could negotiate for illegal weapons and materials. It was also where he would make his first significant mark in the world. Izuku's mind raced as he tried to understand what he was supposed to do there. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 explained that Izuku was to make a 𝐒𝐬, a package that was important but not too large. He was to take it to the Bank of Evil and hand it off to one of the insiders. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 provided details about the location and instructions, including a meeting with a man named Mr. Perkins. Izuku listened intently, mentally noting the details. He had to make a 𝐒𝐬 to the Bank of Evil and meet Mr. Perkins. However, he needed to clarify one more thing. He asked about the catch, and 𝐼𝐼𝐬 outlined the terms. Do not open the package, do not ask questions, and ensure it reaches the right hands. If he succeeded, their partnership would remain friendly. If he failed, there would be consequences. Feeling anxious yet determined, Izuku acknowledged the seriousness of the task. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 reminded him that this was not a game and that success would lead him into a much larger world. Izuku affirmed his commitment to completing the task. As the call ended, Izuku pocketed his phone and started the van, the gravity of his new mission settling in. The Bank of Evil was his first real test in the world of villains. It was risky, but if he wanted to be taken seriously, he had to start somewhere. He took a deep breath, ready to face whatever awaited him. Katsuki Bakugo was not enjoying his new homeschooling situation. It was only the first day, and he felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his frustration. However, considering that his school had just been destroyed, he knew that might not be the best idea. The adults around him treated him as if he might explode at any moment, and he could see the suspicion in their eyes, which only fueled his anger. As he paced around his room, his thoughts returned to that morning when he learned that 𝐼𝐬𝐬 Junior High had been reduced to rubble. His mind fixated on Izuku Midoriya, the kid he had bullied for years. Katsuki had sensed something unusual about him recently. The quirkless loser had somehow gained the audacity, and apparently the power, to cause such destruction. Now, Deku had vanished, leaving Katsuki seething. With frustration, Katsuki clenched his fists, sparks dancing at his fingertips as he muttered to himself about Deku's audacity. Alongside his anger, a nagging guilt began to creep in. He shook his head, trying to dismiss the unsettling feeling that he might be partially responsible for the chaos. But how could that be? He was Katsuki Bakugo, destined to be the greatest hero, surpassing even All Might himself. He wasn't supposed to feel guilty, especially not over someone like Deku, that quirkless underdog who never knew when to give up. But the memory of that morning, when he had seen the smoldering remains of 𝐼𝐬𝐬 on the news, wouldn't leave him. Neither would the memory of how Deku looked the last time they had spoken. There had been something different in his eyes, something dark and determined. Katsuki had brushed it off at the time, but now he couldn't shake the feeling that he should have seen it coming. Katsuki wrestled with his emotions, questioning why he felt this way. He tried to convince himself that he shouldn't feel bad, that Deku was the one who had gone off the rails. But the words felt hollow, and the gnawing feeling inside him only grew heavier. He muttered about Deku again as he lay on his bed, though this time the words lacked their usual venom. He slumped down, overwhelmed by frustration and confusion. He wasn't used to feeling this way, so conflicted, so unsure, so powerless. It was a sensation he never thought he would experience, and he absolutely hated it. Meanwhile, Izuku navigated the quiet streets, his grip tightening on the steering wheel as he kept a low profile, trying to avoid drawing too much attention to himself. His destination was an aquarium, a strange choice for a shady exchange, but he wasn't in a position to question it. He parked the van a short distance away, the silence of the early morning pressing down on him as he considered his next move. Glancing around the van, Izuku realized he needed something to disguise himself, at least enough to avoid recognition. Just as he was about to search for something, Joey, one of his resourceful companions, handed him a top hat and a pair of shades. Izuku paused, surprise flickering across his face. He thanked Joey as he took the hat and glasses, still amazed at how his friends always seemed to have exactly what he needed at the most convenient times. There was no time to question these small miracles. They were part of the strange new reality he was stepping into. Adjusting the top hat and shades, Izuku caught a glimpse of himself in the rearview mirror. The disguise was simple, almost absurd, but it would have to do. He instructed Joey and Tony to stay with the van and watch over it, his tone firm but laced with underlying anxiety. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a small walkie-talkie, and handed it to Tony, who took it with a wide grin. Izuku made sure they understood the importance of their task, and both minions nodded enthusiastically, ready to support him. With a small smile and nod of approval, Izuku turned away from the van, taking a deep breath to steel himself for what lay ahead. The aquarium loomed in front of him, its glass doors reflecting the bright daylight. As he stepped towards them, he felt the weight of the mission pressing down on him. This was more than just a simple DLVRY. It was his first real step into the world he had chosen, a world that was dark, dangerous, and far removed from the hero's path he once dreamed of. The door slid open with a quiet hiss, and Izuku entered, the cool, dimly lit interior contrasting sharply with the bright, sunny world outside. He approached the entrance cautiously, scanning the area for any signs of danger. The place seemed deserted, save for a few stray tourists who paid him no mind. Still, he had to keep his guard up. The air was thick with the scent of salt water and the faint hum of machinery. As he ventured further into the aquarium, the faint sounds of bubbling water added to the surreal atmosphere. He moved cautiously, his eyes darting around, taking in every detail. The dim lighting cast long shadows across the floor, and the flickering glow of the tanks illuminated the path ahead. Walking past various exhibits, the vibrant colors of exotic fish and marine life swirled behind the glass, but Izuku barely noticed them. His mind was focused, replaying the instructions 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had given him over and over again. The suitcase was in a storage room somewhere in the back. All he had to do was find it, make the exchange, and get out without drawing any unwanted attention. Izuku found the storage room at the end of a narrow hallway, its door slightly ajar. He took a quick glance around, ensuring no one was nearby, then slipped inside. The room was cluttered with various supplies, cleaning equipment, spare parts for the tanks, and other odds and ends. In the corner, partially hidden beneath a pile of old blankets, was the suitcase he had been sent to retrieve. He quickly made his way over and tugged it out, feeling a sense of accomplishment. The suitcase wasn't particularly large, but it was heavier than he expected. Just as he turned to leave, a loud thud resonated through the room. Startled, Izuku jumped, almost dropping the suitcase. His heart raced as he looked around, only to see a massive shark slam against the glass of the tank right next to him. Relieved, he let out a sigh. He tried to regain his composure, muttering to the shark about his important mission. The shark responded by slamming into the glass again, causing Izuku to flinch. He hurriedly turned to leave, shaking his head at the absurdity of talking to a shark. As he made his way back to the exit through the hallway, he flinched slightly as he heard his earpiece screech and come to life. Izuku's brow twitched in annoyance as he groaned loudly, pressing into his earpiece and lowering his voice. He expressed his frustration about being called when it wasn't important. His subordinate, Tony, had called him because he was hungry, which only irritated Izuku further. He paused, noticing a family passing by who gave him odd looks. Realizing he was speaking too loudly for someone trying to remain incognito, he froze. The family whispered among themselves, clearly taken aback by the sight of a young man seemingly arguing with himself. Izuku forced an awkward smile, waving his hand dismissively as he tried to play it off. He claimed it was a Bluetooth issue, tapping his ear as if adjusting an earpiece, and added a nervous laugh. The family exchanged confused glances but hurried along, giving him a wide berth. Sighing in relief, Izuku felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment and quickly turned his attention back to the hallway, picking up his pace. He muttered under his breath about how they must think he was some kind of lunatic. Pressing the earpiece again, he spoke more calmly, reminding Tony and Joey to hold off on eating until he returned. A garbled response came through, and Izuku shook his head in exasperation, urging them to keep it together until he got back. Finally reaching the exit, he climbed into the van and immediately spotted Tony and Joey in the middle of a heated tug-of-war over the radio dial. The two minions were arguing in their usual gibberish, neither willing to let go. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration, reminding them that they had bigger things to worry about than music. Tony and Joey paused, turning to look at him with wide, innocent eyes. After a moment of silence, Joey suddenly let go, sending Tony crashing into the dashboard, which caused the radio to crackle to life with static. Izuku shook his head, suppressing a chuckle despite himself. He instructed them to sit tight, emphasizing that they had a job to do. The minions quickly settled down, nodding obediently as they took their seats. Starting the van, Izuku glanced at the suitcase securely beside him. This was just the beginning, and despite the chaos, he felt a strange sense of purpose settling in. He told himself it was time to get moving and set the GPS for their next stop, the Bank of Evil. Detective 𝐒𝐿𝐬 and Eraserhead stood outside a modest apartment, the weight of the situation pressing down on them. As 𝐒𝐿𝐬 gently knocked, the door creaked open slowly, revealing 𝐒𝐮𝐬 Midoriya, her face pale and eyes swollen from tears. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 greeted her softly, trying to offer comfort. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 nodded weakly and stepped aside to let them in, her mind too clouded to question why the police were at her house. The small but tidy apartment felt heavy with a lingering sadness. They followed her into the living room, where she gestured for them to sit on the worn couch. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 apologized for the mess, her voice trembling slightly as she sat opposite them, clutching a tissue. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 offered a sympathetic nod, understanding the difficulty of the moment, and explained that they needed to ask her some questions about her son, Izuku. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 flinched at his name but nodded, bracing herself. She revealed that he had left her just a few hours ago, which surprised 𝐒𝐿𝐬. He speculated about why Izuku would go home after such a significant event, knowing it would be the first place the police would search. Eraserhead, who had been quietly observing, leaned forward slightly and reassured 𝐒𝐮𝐬 that they were not there to accuse her of anything. They simply wanted to understand what might have led to Izuku's actions. 𝐒𝐮𝐬's hands trembled as she clenched her fists, her eyes downcast. The room fell silent, the weight of her guilt hanging heavily in the air. Finally she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper, filled with sorrow. She believed Izuku had acted out because of her. Both 𝐒𝐿𝐬 and Eraserhead were taken aback by her words. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 leaned in, concern etched on his face, urging her to explain further. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 expressed her regret, feeling that had she been a better parent and not neglected him due to his quirklessness, perhaps things would have been different. Tears welled up in her eyes as she struggled to articulate her feelings of failure as a mother. She lamented that if she had been more supportive, Izuku might not have gone down the path he did. The room was thick with the weight of 𝐒𝐮𝐬's confession, her words hanging in the air like a dark cloud. 𝐒𝐿𝐬's expression softened as he began to understand the depth of the situation. Izuku Midoriya was not merely a villain who had snapped. He was a boy who had been slowly driven to the edge by a society that had failed him. Eraserhead, too, connected the dots, realizing the tragic story of a quirkless boy with dreams too big for the world he lived in, abandoned by those who should have supported him. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 shook her head, tears streaming down her face as she recalled the pain in Izuku's eyes whenever he was reminded of his limitations. She recognized that she had let him believe he wasn't enough, that he wasn't worth as much because he didn't have a quirk. She finally admitted it and accepted the fact that she had failed her son at every turn. Eraserhead's eyes softened as he listened, his usual stern demeanor replaced by deep empathy. He acknowledged that Izuku was hurting and that pain was real. However, he reassured her that it wasn't her fault. The world they lived in was harsh, especially for someone like him, but they had to believe there was still a way to help him find his way back. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 nodded in agreement, expressing their commitment to do everything they could to bring him back safely. He emphasized the need for her help to understand him better. Any details she could provide about his past, his dreams, or even the smallest memories could make a difference. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 nodded weakly, her shoulders trembling as she wiped her tears. She resolved to do whatever she could to help, pleading for them to bring him back so she could properly tell him that she was sorry. Eraserhead placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, promising that they would do everything in their power to bring him back. Izuku parked the van a short distance away from the building, taking a moment to observe the area. Just as 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had described, the Bank of Evil looked completely unremarkable from the outside. An ordinary bank with a plain facade and a modest sign. It was hard to believe that something so sinister could be lurking behind those unassuming walls. But this was the place, no doubt about it. He adjusted his disguise, ensuring the top hat and shades were still in place before stepping out of the van. His heart raced with a mix of anticipation and nerves as he approached the entrance. This was a crucial step in his journey, and he couldn't afford to slip up. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself of 𝐼𝐼𝐬𝐷's instructions and the importance of this mission. The package was secure in his hand, and all he had to do was deliver it to Mr. Perkins. He ordered his 2 minions to stay put and keep watch, warning them not to call him about anything unimportant again, recalling an embarrassing moment from earlier. His 2 minions nodded obediently. Reaching into one of his pockets, he pulled out a pair of bananas, his minions' favorite food. He handed the bananas to Joey and Tony, watching as their eyes lit up with excitement. He reminded them sternly to only call him if it was an emergency and to stay out of sight and trouble. The 2 minions nodded enthusiastically, already peeling their bananas and chattering happily among themselves. Izuku sighed, feeling a mix of exasperation and fondness. He straightened his top hat and adjusted his shades, muttering to himself that it was time to get this done. With one last glance at his minions, who were absorbed in their snack, he squared his shoulders and headed toward the bank. The exterior of the supposed Bank of Evil was as ordinary as any other financial institution, which only heightened the contrast with what lay within. Upon entering, Izuku was greeted by the typical bank lobby, sleek marble floors, polished counters, and the soft hum of fluorescent lighting. It was almost too normal. Keeping his cool, he made his way to the restroom as instructed. Inside, he cautiously inspected the stalls and sinks, searching for any signs of the hidden entrance. 𝐼𝐼𝐬𝐷's instructions had been clear. The Bank of Evil was accessed through a secret eye scanner embedded in one of the urinals. After a few moments of searching, Izuku's eyes landed on a slightly out-of-place panel in the wall of one of the urinals. He hesitated only for a moment before pressing the hidden button beside it. A soft whirring sound filled the room as a red light scanned over Izuku's green pupils. To his surprise, the wall in front of him began to tremble and then slid open, revealing a grand entrance bathed in an ominous red glow. Above the door at the end of the hallway, the sign read, "The Bank of Evil," confirming that he had arrived at his destination. The transition was startling. One moment he was in a mundane restroom, and the next he was facing a hidden, high-tech entrance. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the entrance, trying to steel himself for what lay ahead. This was the moment where everything could change, where he would prove to himself that he belonged in this new world of villainy. As he walked down the long hallway, flanked by imposing marble columns, Izuku's eyes were drawn to a series of statues lining the corridor. Each statue depicted All Might in various stages of distress, the exaggerated expressions of struggle etched into the marble. The statues showed the symbol of peace desperately trying to hold up the pillars, his muscles straining against the weight. The final column bore a statue of All Might appearing overwhelmed. Even Izuku couldn't help but feel disturbed by what these statues represented. As the doors slid open automatically, Izuku was greeted by the sight of a lavish yet eerily empty lobby. The room was adorned with dark, polished surfaces and extravagant decor that spoke of wealth and power. Approaching the receptionist desk, he did his best to quell the flutter of nerves in his stomach. Clearing his throat and adjusting his top hat, he aimed to project a semblance of confidence despite the unease gnawing at him. He introduced himself using his villain name for the first time, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation. The receptionist's sharp eyes briefly scanned his disguise as well as the suitcase in his hand before she offered a practiced, reassuring smile. She confirmed his identity and informed him that Mr. Perkins would be with him shortly, gesturing toward a row of plush chairs in the lobby. As he made his way to the seating area, he tried to ignore the way his nerves seemed to tighten with each step. He sank into one of the comfortable chairs, the soft fabric feeling oddly comforting against the tension in his muscles. While waiting, he attempted to distract himself by surveying the lobby. The windowless room was a stark contrast to the grandeur of the lobby. It was meticulously clean and organized, the air cool and dry from the air conditioning. Despite the pristine environment, Izuku felt a mounting sense of unease. The transition from the stark, foreboding hallway to this lavish, serene space did nothing to soothe his anxiety. He tightened his grip on the suitcase, trying to steady his nerves. In an attempt to ground himself, he reached into one of his pockets and pulled out the charred remnants of his old notebook. It was the notebook Bakugo had exploded, now bearing a new label, Villain Notebook. He had crossed out the previous title and scrawled the new one with bold strokes. This notebook was more than just a symbol of his past. It was a repository of his new life, filled with plans, concepts, and designs for his villainous endeavors. As Izuku flipped through the pages, the familiar scribbles and sketches offered a rare moment of solace. But then, his mind took an unexpected detour down memory lane, making his mood shift dramatically. A young, bright-eyed Izuku Midoriya, only 5 years old, burst into the kitchen with unrestrained excitement, his tiny hands clutching an all-might action figure. He declared his dream of becoming a hero one day, his voice brimming with enthusiasm as he recounted the latest heroic feats of his favorite hero from a video he'd watched. Inko Midoriya, busy at the stove, barely glanced at her son. Her voice was cold and dismissive, tinged with unspoken bitterness. She told him he wasn't cut out for that hero schools couldn't accept anyone so useless. The young boy's face fell, his excitement evaporating. He looked down at his all-might action figure, the dream of heroism overshadowed by his mother's harsh words. The vibrant gleam in his eyes dulled, replaced by disappointment and hurt. Izuku set his notebook down, hurt visible in his eyes as nostalgia and sadness washed over him. He wondered why he remembered that moment just now, but it left him feeling unsettled. He rubbed his eyes, trying to shake off the unexpected emotional wave. He was snapped out of it when the receptionist called out to him, announcing that Mr. Perkins was ready to see him. Izuku blinked, refocusing as the receptionist's voice broke through his reverie. He quickly tucked his villain notebook back into his pocket along with his top hat and shades, realizing he probably wouldn't need them now. With a deep breath to steady himself, he rose from his seat and walked toward the indicated direction. The door to Mr. Perkins' office opened with a soft click, and Izuku stepped inside. He was met with the sight of a large man wearing a formal blue business suit, definitely the person he was supposed to meet. Mr. Perkins was seated behind a large mahogany desk, his expression calm and professional. He greeted Izuku, looking up from a stack of papers, his tone polite but carrying an air of authority. Izuku introduced himself, trying to sound confident despite his residual unease. He approached the desk and placed the suitcase down with deliberate care, mentioning he had a package for Mr. Perkins as instructed. Mr. Perkins nodded and gestured for Izuku to place the suitcase on the desk, thanking him for the deal. As Izuku placed the suitcase on the desk, Mr. Perkins' comment caught him off guard. He remarked that Izuku was a lot younger than he expected. Izuku tensed for a moment, unsure how to respond, but eventually acknowledged it. A tense silence filled the room before Mr. Perkins broke it with a heavy sigh, stating that his business was dying. He explained that with the rise of the pro-heroes that society worshipped, villains today lacked the same spark, losing their edge and drive. When villains were on the losing end, businesses like his suffered. The Bank of Evil thrived on chaos and power struggles that had become less frequent, with great villains either defeated or in hiding. Izuku listened intently, absorbing the gravity of the situation. However, one crucial detail puzzled him. He asked what exactly the Bank of Evil did, genuinely curious. Mr. Perkins leaned back in his chair, a knowing smile crossing his face. He clarified that the Bank of Evil wasn't just a name. They provided resources, information, and support to aspiring villains. In exchange for certain deeds performed, they offered financial backing, cutting-edge technology, and strategic guidance, aiming to help individuals make their mark and cause chaos that would turn the tide against the heroes. Izuku's eyes widened with interest. The idea of having access to more resources and support was exactly what he needed, especially given his current situation. Mr. Perkins cleared his throat before continuing, expressing his passion for the business and the decline it faced due to the lack of capable individuals to support. He leaned forward, studying Izuku closely, and noted that he saw something different in him, a hunger that hadn't been seen in a long time. Izuku felt a shiver run down his spine, the man's intense gaze making him feel both excited and nervous. Mr. Perkins leaned back slightly, a calculating look on his face, and revealed that he wanted to make Izuku an offer. He expressed his longing to help him, providing the resources, connections, and backing needed to rise above the rest. If Izuku succeeded and became the villain Mr. Perkins believed he could be, then his business would thrive once more. It was a gamble, but one he was willing to take. Izuku's heart raced as he realized the gravity of the offer. He cautiously asked what Mr. Perkins wanted in return. Mr. Perkins smiled, a dangerous glint in his eyes, stating that he only wanted Izuku to keep that fire burning, to keep pushing, challenging the heroes, and not settling for anything less than greatness. If he did that, the Bank of Evil would support him every step of the way. Izuku hesitated, the weight of Mr. Perkins' words pressing down on him. He finally asked why he was chosen for this opportunity, expressing his doubts. Mr. Perkins raised an eyebrow, a bit taken aback by the question. He reiterated that he saw fiery determination in Izuku's eyes, a hunger to prove himself. Izuku pressed further, voicing his insecurities about being overlooked and undervalued for so long. To him, being chosen for something this significant felt almost surreal. Mr. Perkins assured him that it wasn't just about what he saw in Izuku's eyes. It was a gut feeling that told him Izuku had what it took to be more than just another villain. He had the potential to be extraordinary and change the game. And that was something Izuku rarely encountered. His eyes widened in surprise as he processed Mr. Perkins' words. The older man nodded thoughtfully, explaining that Jiren, one of his trusted associates, had mentioned Izuku to him. He had heard about the impressive work Izuku did during the middle school incident and was convinced that Izuku was different, special. Izuku absorbed this new information, realizing that Jiren's endorsement, along with Perkins' instincts, had brought him to this moment. Mr. Perkins continued, emphasizing that there was no one else with the longing or potential to become a great supervillain. Perkins leaned forward, his expression serious. He reminded Izuku that this was not just about them. It was about shaking up a world that had become too complacent. He believed Izuku could be the one to do it. Standing up, he extended his hand toward the young aspiring villain, welcoming him to the world of villains and offering the support of the Bank of Evil. Izuku smiled, pride and determination swelling in his chest as he shook Mr. Perkins' hand, promising not to let him down. He felt a sense of belonging and acceptance at last. After the formalities, Mr. Perkins sat back down and unlocked the suitcase Izuku had delivered. Inside was an intriguing weapon that immediately caught Izuku's eye, a sleek, all-white blaster with a yellow handle and trigger. The design was both futuristic and whimsical. As Mr. Perkins lifted the weapon, a wistful expression crossed his face. He reminisced about the squid launcher, which had belonged to his son. Izuku's curiosity piqued, and he leaned in eager to learn more. Mr. Perkins revealed that his son, Victor, had preferred his villain name, Vector. When Izuku asked where Victor was now, Perkins' expression darkened, and he quietly explained that Victor had passed away. Izuku's heart sank, and he expressed his condolences. After a moment, he hesitantly inquired how Victor had died, apologizing if it was too personal. Perkins sighed, his eyes clouded with distant memories, and shared that Victor had died on the moon. Izuku blinked, struggling to process the bizarre nature of the story. He had expected a tale of confrontation or betrayal, but this revelation left him with more questions than answers. Still reeling from the unexpected revelation, Izuku quickly straightened up and forced a polite smile, expressing his eagerness to do business with Mr. Perkins. The older man offered a small, understanding smile, confident that their partnership would be fruitful. With that, Izuku exited the Bank of Evil, feeling a surge of accomplishment and excitement. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow over the city as twilight settled in. He made his way back to the van, his thoughts buzzing with the day's events and the promise of new beginnings. As he opened the van door, he was greeted by the familiar sight of Joey and Tony bickering over the radio, their animated gestures adding a touch of chaos to the calm evening. Izuku rolled his eyes with a fond smile, shaking his head at their antics. He called out to them, urging them to quiet down as they had places to be. With his minions reluctantly settling down, Izuku took his place in the driver's seat. As the van rumbled to life, he glanced at the setting sun and then at the road ahead, steeling himself for the next phase of his journey. It was time to head to the location of his new base that 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬 had found for him. Whatever awaited him there, he was ready to face it with determination and a sense of belonging. Upon arriving at the new base, Izuku was greeted by 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬, who stood at the entrance of an old, abandoned apartment complex. The building was weathered and crumbling, a stark contrast to the sleek facilities of the Bank of Evil. 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬's eyes lit up with approval and amusement as he saw Izuku approach, expressing his admiration for how well Izuku had handled the day. Izuku accepted the keys with a mix of excitement and nervousness, eager to learn more about the place. 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬 explained that this was Izuku's new base, an underground hideout beneath the old apartment complex. It had everything he needed: hidden rooms, secure storage, and plenty of space to make it his own. 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬 gestured toward the entrance, leading to a set of stairs descending into darkness, encouraging Izuku to explore. Taking a deep breath, Izuku felt the weight of the day's events settle on his shoulders, but his resolve remained unwavering. He descended the stairs, the air growing cooler as the sound of his footsteps echoed off the concrete walls. The space was large and empty but held the potential to become a formidable base. Izuku's imagination began to run wild with the possibilities of transformation. After a thorough tour of the new base, 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬 clapped Izuku on the shoulder, as if they were old friends. He mentioned that Izuku had a lot of work ahead of him but needed to attend to other matters. Izuku nodded in understanding, ready to embrace the challenges that lay ahead. With that, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 turned and made his way out of the base, leaving Izuku alone in his new headquarters. The door closed softly behind him, and Izuku was left in the dim light of the underground hideout. The silence of the space was both calming and invigorating. As he stood there, taking in the enormity of what lay before him, a sense of purpose settled over him. The path to becoming a great villain was now laid out before him, and Izuku was ready to make it his own. He pulled out his phone to call Mel, the minion he had put in charge of his old base. He expressed his excitement about finding their next home and instructed Mel to prepare everyone for the move. Mel's voice crackled through the line, sounding a bit flustered. He struggled to explain the situation, his words rushed and unclear. Suddenly, loud, chaotic noise filled the background, accompanied by boisterous laughter and music. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized what was happening. Back with the minions, they were caught up in a lively celebration, singing a song they had made up and dancing with carefree abandon. Mel, now visibly more serious and slightly frazzled, took charge of the situation. He shouted over the noise, waving his arms to get their attention. His authoritative tone cut through the clamor, and the minions began to quiet down. The sudden silence fell upon the room as they looked at Mel expectantly. He firmly reminded them of their boss's orders, emphasizing the importance of focusing on the upcoming move. The minions groaned in unison but quickly redirected their enthusiasm towards organizing and packing. Mel moved among them with purpose, directing the efforts with practiced ease. He barked out orders, ensuring that everyone was working efficiently. Within a short span of time, the raucous party had transformed into a well-organized packing operation. Mel stood back and surveyed the progress with a satisfied nod, congratulating them for their swift work. A few moments later, Izuku finally arrived, his expression bright with excitement. The minions perked up at the sight of their boss, their exhaustion turning into eager attention. Izuku announced that they had secured their new base, an amazing underground facility with plenty of potential. However, he reminded them that they had work ahead of them to clean up, organize, and set everything up before they could move in. The minions exchanged glances, their faces falling at the prospect of hard work. Sensing their reluctance, Izuku decided to shift the mood. He spoke with fervor, reminding them that this was about starting their chapter in their villainous journey. He inspired them with visions of daring heists and chaos, emphasizing that it was their time to shake things up. His confidence ignited their spirits, and they cheered among themselves, excited about the villainous adventures that lay ahead. Izuku smiled, satisfied with their renewed enthusiasm. He encouraged them to get to work, emphasizing that together they would create their own base of operations and show the world what the name Deku meant. The minions cheered once again, their spirits lifted by Izuku's motivational speech. They set to work with newfound energy, eager to begin their new chapter and support their boss in his quest to become the world's ultimate villain. 2 months later, the atmosphere at the police station was tense as Detective 𝐒𝐮𝐬 stood before a group of fellow officers and pro-heroes. On a large whiteboard hung a detailed timeline of the last 2 months of sightings, crimes, and all sorts of despicable deeds tied to one name, Deku. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 tapped the board with his pen, frustration evident across his face. He emphasized the urgency of finding Deku, and fast. This kid had been causing chaos, and each day he grew bolder. They had let him slip through their fingers more than once, and the city was starting to lose confidence in them. One of the officers leaned back against a wall, arms crossed, pondering the situation. The plan was unclear. The kid had already targeted major locations, museums, armories, underground facilities, and even attempted to infiltrate hero agencies. The question lingered, where would he strike next? Before 𝐒𝐮𝐬 could respond, an officer burst into the room, breathing and holding a phone to his ear. An urgent report had come in. Deku was on the move again, in the middle of robbing the largest bank in Mizudafu. The room sprang into action as chairs scraped against the floor, heroes and officers scrambling to suit up. Amid the chaos, the television flickered to life, broadcasting a breaking news report. The news anchor's calm voice contrasted with the tension evident in her eyes. Good afternoon, viewers. In the last 2 months, the villain known as Izuku Midoriya, also referred to as Deku, has made quite a name for himself. Authorities have been unable to apprehend him, and his growing infamy has put the entire city on edge. Sources indicate he has targeted yet another major institution, this time, the largest bank in Mizudafu. The screen cut to helicopter footage of the bank, surrounded by law enforcement vehicles. Sirens blared in the distance, and pro-heroes were already on site. The young villain was currently surrounded by law enforcement and pro-heroes inside the bank. 𝐒𝐮𝐬's grip tightened around his phone. This time they would catch him. Inside the bank, Deku stood amidst the chaos he had orchestrated, directing a squad of minions who were hauling away everything they could steal. The bank vault had already been emptied, and now they were moving the last of the cash and valuables through the back entrance. Several security guards lay unconscious on the floor, their radios crackling with static from failed attempts to call for backup. Izuku's green eyes scanned the scene, calculating, ensuring nothing was left to chance. This heist had been weeks in the making, with every second accounted for and every guard, patrol, and shift change timed perfectly. He had mapped out the escape route down to the last detail. The police and pro-heroes might have just arrived, but it would be too late for them to stop him. He commanded his minions to move faster, his voice sharp yet calm. The minions, dressed in matching dark jumpsuits, hustled with stacks of cash, precious metals, and jewelry, funneling through the dimly lit corridor toward a secluded alleyway behind the bank where their getaway vehicle, a heavily modified armored van, waited, engine running and ready to speed off at a moment's notice. One of the minions, Mel, reported enthusiastically from the co-driver's seat, confirming they were almost done. Deku nodded in approval, glancing at the ticking clock on his wrist. Time was running out. He barked orders for everyone to get into the van, his tone sharp as he clapped his hands to signal urgency. The squad of minions scrambled to their feet, clutching bags of stolen goods as they rushed toward the getaway vehicle. They climbed inside, their movements swift and practiced, except for Tim, who tripped over his own feet and fell, bags flying out of his hands. Deku shouted in exasperation, rolling his eyes as he rushed over to help Tim to his feet and tossed him into the van, urging him to get it together. With all the minions loaded into the vehicle, Deku shut the door behind them and glanced back at the bank, a smirk curling onto his lips as a wild idea sprang to mind. Without a second thought, he rushed back into the bank. The minions blinked in confusion as he disappeared inside. Inside, Deku sprinted toward the lobby, weaving through the sea of unconscious guards and scattered debris. His heart raced with adrenaline as he reached the center of the grand foyer near the entrance. Crouching down, he placed a small device on the ground. With a press, it activated, projecting a glowing hologram of Deku standing tall with its back turned to the entrance, arms raised in surrender, a perfect decoy. Satisfied with his trick, Deku smirked, thinking it would buy them a few extra minutes. With one last glance at his holographic double, he bolted back toward the alleyway where the escape van waited. As Deku slipped out of the building and into the alleyway, the sound of screeching tires and heavy boots filled the air. Within seconds, the pro-heroes and police stormed into the bank, weapons drawn and ready. An officer shouted for everyone to put their hands up, their aim directed at the hologram, unaware it was a decoy. The holographic Deku stood still, arms raised as if in surrender, while the officers inched closer. One of the pro-heroes stepped forward cautiously, sensing something was off. As his hand passed through the holographic Deku, his expression shifted to one of dread. He shouted that it was a decoy, urgency rippling through the room as the small device on the floor began to beep more frantically. Panic ensued as an officer yelled for everyone to fall back, scrambling for cover. The explosion that followed was not massive, but it rattled the building, filling the air with dust and debris. The officers and heroes managed to shield themselves just in time, one of them wiping sweat from his brow in relief. Suddenly, the front wall of the bank burst outward. Concrete and steel crumbling into chaos. Through the haze of dust and falling debris, Deku's van roared into view, speeding through the newly created gap. An officer shouted his name as he dove out of the way, while a hero yelled for everyone to move as the van sped past them. Officers scrambled, barely managing to avoid being run down as Deku made his daring escape. The armored van crashed through the bank entrance, shattering glass and debris everywhere. With a loud crunch, it plowed into several police cars parked outside, sending them skidding across the street like toys. Deku gripped the wheel tightly, adrenaline coursing through his veins as the van tore down the streets of Mizudafu. Behind him, the wail of sirens grew louder, but a wild grin spread across his face as he quickly glanced at his minions in the rearview mirror, who cheered at their successful getaway. Deku felt a rush of excitement as he urged his companions to hold on tight, knowing they were not out of danger yet. Above, a news helicopter hovered over the chaotic scene, its camera zooming in on the speeding van as it raced through the city streets. The news anchor's voice crackled over the broadcast, announcing the daring escape of the young villain known as Deku, who was skillfully weaving through traffic while law enforcement pursued him. Despite the police cars and pro-heroes chasing after him, Deku showed no signs of slowing down. Glancing in his rearview mirror, Izuku's eyes narrowed as he noticed the police and pro-heroes gaining ground. He ordered his minions to try to shake them off. Without hesitation, Mel popped open a side hatch, rummaging through a compartment filled with gadgets. He held up a strange, spherical device and rolled down his window, tossing it out of the van. A thick cloud of smoke erupted, blanketing the road behind them. Patrol cars screeched to a halt, colliding with each other as they struggled to navigate the now impenetrable smog. Izuku's smirk widened as he pressed down on the throttle, the van roaring to life as it picked up speed. The wind whipped through the open windows as they sped down the streets, weaving through traffic. He felt the thrill of their near escape, confident that the smoke bombs were working and leaving the police in disarray. Suddenly, a loud thud landed on the windshield, startling Izuku. A pro-hero had jumped onto the van, glaring down at him and demanding his surrender. With a scowl, Izuku quickly reached for a hidden button near the radio, growling that it was not the day for surrender. He pressed it, and a shockwave rippled outward from the van, jolting the pro-hero. The hero grunted as he lost his grip and tumbled off the vehicle, disappearing into the cloud of smoke behind them. Izuku groaned in annoyance, his eyes flicking to the helicopter above, which was tracking his every move. Then he noticed a bridge looming ahead on the highway, casting a shadow over the road. A smirk tugged at his lips as he spotted a nearby construction tunnel beside it. This was the perfect opportunity for cover and escape. He urged his minions to hold on tight again, swerving the van sharply toward the tunnel's entrance just as the helicopter began to lose visual contact. The police cars followed closely, their sirens blaring as they closed in on the van speeding into the tunnel. Detective Tsukachi watched intently from his patrol car, convinced they had finally cornered Deku. But as the lead vehicles blocked off the exit and officers surrounded the van, something felt off. Tsukachi's eyes widened in realization as the van shimmered and flickered away. It was a hologram decoy. Frustrated, he began barking orders to spread out and check every perimeter, determined not to let Deku escape. Unfortunately for him, Deku was already long gone. On the highway, Deku smirked, casually cruising in a van that now appeared as an ordinary vehicle blending in with the rest of the traffic. He had activated his camouflage mode, leaving the authorities scrambling for answers while he escaped, hidden in plain sight. Meanwhile, the news helicopter continued circling the area, reporting on the dramatic pursuit. The anchor relayed that what appeared to be the police cornering Deku had resulted in his van disappearing. Authorities were now combing the area, but so far, there was no sign of the young villain. The broadcast continued, with the anchor's serious tone discussing Deku's increasing boldness and cunning in recent months. Citizens were advised to stay vigilant, as Deku's influence was growing rapidly, making him one of the most notorious villains in the city. The helicopter hovered above the highway, searching for clues, completely unaware that Deku's van was right beneath them, blending in perfectly with the traffic. With the news helicopter leaving the scene, Deku grinned victoriously, weaving through the traffic without a care. Today's daring heist was yet another success, and it was their biggest one yet. Deku drove the disguised van through the city streets, seamlessly blending in with regular traffic. After a short while, he reached a seemingly ordinary post office tucked away in a quiet part of town. To any outsider, it was just another mundane building, but to Deku and his minions, it was the perfect cover. He turned into a secluded alleyway beside the building, and as the van came to a stop, the ground below began to shift. The entire floor slowly opened up, revealing a hidden elevator platform. With a soft hum, the van was lowered underground into the heart of Deku's secret base. As the van settled into the underground base, Izuku stepped out and stretched, feeling the thrill of their successful heist still coursing through him. His squad of minions eagerly hopped out after him, some already carrying bags of loot and stolen goods, while others celebrated their narrow escape. Izuku congratulated his heist squad, feeling a mixture of pride and amusement as his minions bustled around him, all humming to the tune of a familiar song. The base was still under construction, but progress was steady, and the atmosphere was filled with excitement and camaraderie. Chaos ruled the day, but Izuku couldn't deny that his team was getting the job done in their own quirky way. He noticed Terry, a minion hammering down nails, and complimented him on his new haircut. Terry glanced up, gave a thumbs up, and returned to his work, slightly offbeat with the rhythm of the song. In a playful moment, he accidentally hit another minion in the head with his hammer while teasing him by moving the nail just before he struck it. Izuku then cheered for Joe, who was calmly withstanding a flamethrower blast to the face, unfazed by the heat. Izuku shook his head with a grin and turned to Ryan, who was operating a construction jumping jack machine, vibrating violently with its rhythm. He shouted encouragement to Ryan, who looked up, shaking uncontrollably, and repeated his praise louder. Izuku sighed fondly and moved on, leaving Ryan to continue vibrating. As he walked further, he spotted Mel supervising a group of minions organizing their newly acquired loot and called out to him. Mel confirmed their steady progress, looking serious as he held a clipboard. Izuku's grin widened as he appreciated Mel's dedication, confident that the Bank of Evil would be pleased with their efforts this week. Over the past 2 months, he had started to genuinely connect with his minions. While he couldn't speak their bizarre language fluently, he was beginning to understand it better, reminiscent of how a dog owner understands their pet, not through words, but through shared experiences and unspoken communication. He felt a surprisingly strong bond with them, and despite their goofy antics, they always got the job done. The minions' antics were chaotic, but beneath it all, they were loyal and reliable. No matter how wild things got, they managed to complete their tasks, often in unexpected ways. It was a strange dynamic, but it worked. Izuku clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention, his voice booming with excitement. The chatter and laughter among the minions faded as they turned to face their leader, curious about what he had to say. Clearing his throat, Izuku announced that their heist had been a massive success, igniting a wave of cheers and jubilant shouts from the minions. He continued, sharing that they were back in the news, talking about their daring exploits and how they were shaking things up in Mizudafu. This was just the beginning, he declared, and the minions erupted into cheers, clapping and dancing in place. Izuku expressed his gratitude for their hard work and dedication, reminding them that this was only the first step. He encouraged them to keep pushing forward and asked if anyone had ideas for their next big hit. Suddenly, a rounder, taller minion stepped forward, his wide eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Izuku recognized him as Otto, the chattiest of his minions, and braced himself for what was to come. Otto launched into an energetic monologue filled with a flurry of words, but Izuku struggled to keep up. In the back of the crowd, Kevin rolled his eyes in exasperation, muttering under his breath. Izuku's brow twitched in annoyance as he tried to interject, finally managing to silence Otto and promising to consider his ideas. He knew that understanding Otto was a different challenge altogether. Recomposing himself, Izuku decided to give everyone time to think about their next move. He mentioned that he had a meeting with someone important and instructed Mel to take charge in his absence. Mel snapped a salute, determination shining in his eyes, and Izuku smiled as he stepped away from the commotion, appreciating the unique dynamic he had cultivated with his minions. As he exited the base, Izuku became serious. Jiren wanted to see him. Meanwhile, Katsuki Bakugo clenched his fist as he watched the news. The screen displayed a live report on the latest exploits of the young villain known as Deku, who had pulled off a daring heist at the largest bank in Mizudafu. Clips of the chaotic escape flashed across the screen, showing Deku in his armored van, weaving through traffic while police and pro-heroes struggled to keep up. Once the news reported Deku's latest escape, Bakugo turned off the TV and hung his head low, frustration bubbling within him. He felt a mix of anger and guilt, not just towards Deku but also towards himself. He realized he played a significant role in why Deku had become the villain he was today. When it was revealed that Deku was actually Izuku Midoriya, Bakugo's parents had not taken the news well. Their disappointment was palpable, especially when he admitted to all the torment he had subjected Izuku to since they were 4 years old. As a consequence, Bakugo faced grounding for the entire year, experiencing the repercussions of his actions for perhaps the first time in his life. He had never seen his father so angry before. So that was how he found himself in this situation. No more training, no more hero work, no more you. Just the empty walls of his room and the haunting thought that he had played a part in pushing Izuku down a dark path. He despised the way everyone treated him like a ticking time bomb, as if he might explode in anger at any moment. The whispers behind his back and the wary glances from his classmates gnawed at him, amplifying the fury and guilt he already felt. He loathed that he had gotten himself into this predicament. Every punch he threw, every taunt he uttered, echoed back at him now, reminding him of how much he had pushed Izuku down. The idea of someone like Izuku, once a friend, now making a name for himself as a criminal, left a bitter taste in Bakugo's mouth. Most of all, he hated that there was no one else to blame but himself. Bakugo sighed as he slumped in his bed. In the past 2 months, his parents had urged him to reflect on his actions. Though he had rolled his eyes at the time, he found himself doing just that. In the solitude of his room, surrounded by a silence that felt almost suffocating, he replayed memories of Izuku over and over in his mind. He recalled the way he had bullied Izuku, the cruel laughter he had unleashed on his dreams, and the countless moments he had dismissed him as worthless. Each memory cut deeper, reminding him of the times he had used his quirk on Izuku simply because he lacked one. The harsh taunts, especially when he had told Izuku to harm himself, echoed in his ears, heavy with regret. Bakugo realized that his actions were far from those of a hero. He had betrayed everything he believed a hero stood for, especially the ideals embodied by All Might, the symbol he had always admired and aspired to surpass. To Bakugo, All Might represented strength, unwavering resolve, and the embodiment of a hero who always prevails in the end. It was then that Bakugo understood he had completely misunderstood what made All Might All Might. His hands suddenly sparked with energy. Sure, he may be grounded, but he couldn't just sit idly by. He had to act and talk to Izuku at least one more time. Just then, his mother barged into his room, her expression a mix of determination, strictness, and concern. She informed him that they were going to visit 𝐒𝐮𝐬. Bakugo, annoyed, questioned why they needed to go. His mother replied firmly, stating that he needed to start taking responsibility for his actions. But Kogu clenched his fists, feeling conflicted. He muttered his reluctant agreement, and his mother instructed him to hurry downstairs. Meanwhile, Izuku arrived at the location where his meeting with 𝐼𝐼𝐬 was supposed to take place. It was a rundown, shady bar tucked away in the back alleys of the city. He stepped out of the van, adjusting his outfit as he scanned the area to ensure no pro-hero saw him. Upon entering, the bar was as desolate as it appeared from the outside, with only one figure seated at a table in the corner. 𝐼𝐼𝐬, leaning back with his usual smug grin, motioned for Izuku to join him. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 remarked on Izuku's arrival, taking a drag from his cigarette. Izuku glanced around once more, ensuring they were truly alone, before striding over and sitting across from 𝐼𝐼𝐬. He expressed his longing to get straight to business. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 chuckled, flicking the ash off his cigarette, and slid a small folder across the table. He explained that he had a favor to ask. Izuku raised an eyebrow, inquiring about what was in it for him. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 grinned, clearly amused by Izuku's negotiation. Izuku casually stated that one should never do something for free if they were good at it. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 acknowledged the wisdom in that and proceeded to outline the favor. If Izuku completed the task, he would receive valuable information, specifically the layout of Gang Orca's agency building. Izuku's interest piqued. Gang Orca was a high-ranking pro-hero, and hitting his agency had been on his mind for a while. Previous attempts to gather intel had failed, but this could be the opportunity he had been waiting for. Before agreeing, Izuku leaned back and crossed his arms, his expression hardening as he asked for proof. 𝐼𝐼𝐬, impressed, reached into his coat and pulled out a flash drive, tossing it onto the table. He explained that it contained a preview of the security details and staff movements at the agency. Izuku eyed the flash drive, then looked back at 𝐼𝐼𝐬, acknowledging that he always knew how to keep things interesting. Finally, he agreed to the deal, asking what he needed to do. 𝐼𝐼𝐬's smirk widened as he leaned forward, taking a drag of his cigarette. He explained that the task was to steal high-tech healing machines stashed away in 𝐒𝐿 Hospital and bring them back. Izuku fought the urge to raise an eyebrow at the unusual nature of the mission. Healing machines. In a city far from Uzutafu, Izuku found himself in a dimly lit bar, pondering 𝐼𝐼𝐬's motives. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 had offered him a code for an insider, assuring him that help would be available if things got complicated. Izuku's instincts buzzed with suspicion. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 was being unusually accommodating for a mission of this nature. He questioned 𝐼𝐼𝐬 about the catch, sensing something was off. 𝐼𝐼𝐬's grin softened as he explained that his other acquaintances needed the items they were after, leaving Izuku with lingering doubts. After a moment of contemplation, Izuku pocketed the code and asked if there would be any pro-heroes around 𝐒𝐿 Hospital. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 assured him that the place was quiet, with minimal security due to his insider. Izuku nodded, still feeling uneasy but determined to proceed. He stood up, glancing around the bar before inquiring if it belonged to 𝐼𝐼𝐬. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 chuckled, revealing that it was owned by others he knew, making it a convenient meeting spot. As Izuku stepped outside, the screen behind 𝐼𝐼𝐬 flickered to life, displaying the words, "No voice." 𝐼𝐼𝐬 remained seated, exhaling smoke as he engaged in a serious conversation with a distorted voice. The voice expressed interest in Izuku, noting his ambition and potential despite being quirkless. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 smirked, pleased with the assessment, and received instructions to keep an eye on Izuku, hinting at a promising future ally. The ship's engines roared as Izuku piloted a sleek vessel through the night sky, reminiscent of the Razor Crest from Star Wars. His advanced technology and connections allowed him to navigate efficiently toward 𝐒𝐿 Hospital. Upon landing on a secluded hill, he powered down the engines and surveyed the dimly lit hospital in the distance. It appeared deserted, just as 𝐼𝐼𝐬 had promised, but Izuku remained vigilant. He gathered his squad of minions, assigning Tim and Stuart to watch the ship while the others followed him. With exaggerated stealth, Izuku crept toward the hospital, his movements comically cautious despite the emptiness. His minions mimicked his antics, creating a chaotic scene as one stumbled with an oversized flashlight and others bickered over who would carry the loot. As they moved deeper into the hospital, The group's antics turned the heist into a comedic affair. One minion tripped over a gurney, causing a commotion that made Izuku question his choices. Just as they were about to advance, a calm voice interrupted them, asking if they needed assistance. Panic ensued as Izuku spun around and activated his freeze ray, while his minions unleashed a flurry of gadgets. When the chaos subsided, they found themselves staring at an old man in a doctor's uniform, completely unscathed. He adjusted his glasses and calmly repeated his question, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. The doctor observed the room's disarray before addressing Izuku directly, confirming he was the insider 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had mentioned. Now, they needed to return to the task at hand. Izuku and his minions exchanged puzzled glances. He quickly retrieved the piece of paper 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had given him from his jacket. He read it aloud, still not fully convinced. The doctor nodded with a satisfied smile, confirming that he was indeed the help. He had been expecting them and urged them not to waste any more time, promising to show them where they needed to go. He had worked hard to divert suspicion from the pro-heroes, assuring them that no one was around but him and them. His gaze flicked over the scattered wreckage from Deku's and his minions' earlier chaos, reminding them to be careful not to break anything else on their way out. Izuku and his minions stood in stunned silence for a moment before quickly regaining their composure. Embarrassed yet relieved, Izuku urged the doctor to lead the way. As they ventured deeper into the hospital, doubt churned in Izuku's mind. It felt too easy, and he glanced at the doctor walking ahead. The halls were empty, devoid of security and cameras. Everything seemed too convenient. The minions, oblivious to the tension, whispered and giggled among themselves, treating this like just another carefree mission. But Izuku's instincts screamed that something was off. Was this a trap? Did 𝐼𝐻𝐬 send him into a setup? He maintained his composure on the outside, but his eyes scanned every corner, his body poised for anything. He kept his freeze ray ready, just in case the supposed ally turned against him. Suddenly, the old doctor initiated a conversation. He mentioned that he had heard quite a lot about Izuku. The doctor noted that Izuku had been in the news that day, which prompted Izuku to respond coolly, acknowledging his rising popularity. The doctor chuckled, a strange sound echoing through the sterile halls, and remarked on the fascinating nature of Izuku's rise from a quirkless boy to the mastermind of highly strategic heists. People were beginning to wonder if his actions had a larger purpose. This made Izuku blink, prompting him to reflect on his own goals. He had embarked on this path for acceptance and purpose, but what was his true goal as a villain? He sighed internally, realizing that self-reflection would have to wait. He stated that he simply did what he had to do, sidestepping the doctor's probing comment. The doctor raised an amused brow, his smile distant and unreadable. Izuku felt unsettled by the way the doctor seemed to see beyond his words, as if he were aware of something even Izuku hadn't fully acknowledged. However, he refused to let that rattle him. He had come this far by keeping his head down and doing what needed to be done. Izuku insisted that there was no grand philosophy behind his actions. He simply went with the flow. The doctor chuckled again, that eerie sound echoing through the room, and warned him that going with the flow could only take him so far. Eventually, the tide would turn, and he would have to decide what he was truly swimming toward. Izuku narrowed his eyes in suspicion, feeling that this conversation was more than mere small talk. He wondered if the doctor was testing him. He chose not to delve further into the discussion, simply acknowledging the doctor's words. Soon, they arrived at their destination, stopping in front of a large metal door. The doctor calmly pressed a button, and the door slid open, revealing rows of advanced medical machines gleaming in the sterile light. Izuku's surprise was hard to hide as he questioned if this was really it. His instincts screamed that something was off. There was no way 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had sent the doctor just to make a simple delivery. The doctor confirmed that everything 𝐼𝐻𝐬 promised was there, inviting Izuku to take what he had come for. Izuku gripped his freeze ray a little tighter but maintained his calm demeanor. He instructed his minions to start loading the equipment, and they quickly obeyed, their clumsy but efficient movements getting to work. Despite the task being completed, an uneasy feeling clung to Izuku. Something about the whole job felt too convenient, too easy. If it wasn't a trap now, it might become one later. Just before they left, Izuku narrowed his eyes at the doctor and demanded to know his real name. The doctor chuckled lightly as if he had been anticipating this moment, and revealed that his name was Dr. 𝐼𝐬. Izuku committed the name to memory, his voice sharp but measured as he acknowledged it. He gave the doctor one last scrutinizing glance, still unsure of his true intentions, before turning to head back to his ship. As he walked away, Dr. 𝐼𝐬 smiled knowingly, his eyes glinting with something unreadable. He wished Izuku luck on his journey, his voice carrying a cryptic undertone. Izuku didn't respond, but the words lingered in his mind as he boarded his ship. The entire encounter had left him unsettled, with more questions than answers. What was 𝐼𝐬 really up to? Why did this deal seem too easy? He mentally noted to tread more carefully around 𝐼𝐬's favors in the future. As he stepped inside the ship, his sense of unease was momentarily replaced by surprise and annoyance at the chaotic scene that greeted him. His minions were in full party mode, dancing, singing, and engaging in their signature antics. It seemed they were already celebrating, even though this mission had been worryingly easy. Izuku was well aware that his minions lacked emotional awareness, but their antics were still mildly annoying. His eyes narrowed as he directed a sharp glare at Tim and Stuart, the ringleaders of the chaos he had left in charge of the ship. He demanded to know what was happening, his brow twitching with irritation. Tim grinned sheepishly, scratching the back of his head, and explained that they were simply bored. Deku sighed deeply, pinching the bridge of his nose, and instructed them to get the ship ready for takeoff immediately. The minions scrambled to obey, cutting the music and restoring order to the ship. As Deku settled into the cockpit, he allowed himself a brief smirk. Despite their antics, his minions always kept things lively. He gripped the controls as the ship's engines roared to life. The minions quickly strapped themselves in, and with a steady hand he lifted off the ground. The airship shot into the night sky, leaving Jaka Hospital behind. Whatever game 𝐼𝐬 and Dr. 𝐼𝐬 were playing, he would have to figure it out in time. For now, his mission was complete, and he needed the flash drive containing details about Gang Orca's agency base. Deku's ship soared toward Mizudafu. Meanwhile, the Bakuga family stood quietly in front of 𝐒𝐮𝐬 Midoriya's apartment door. Mitsuki, arms crossed and with a firm expression, was determined to ensure her son, Katsuki, apologized for everything he had done to Izuku. Katsuki, with his fists stuffed in his pockets, showed no signs of anger or his usual scowl, but it was clear he dreaded what was about to happen. His father, Masu, stood beside him, offering quiet support. Mitsuki finally knocked on the door, the sound echoing in the silent hallway, muttering that this was long overdue. When the door opened, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was surprised to see them. She couldn't recall the last time she had spoken with her old friend, Mitsuki. The Bakuga family was equally taken aback by 𝐒𝐮𝐬's appearance. She looked exhausted, with dark circles under her eyes, her posture slumped, and her normally neat dark green hair unkempt and dull. It was evident she hadn't slept well in weeks, possibly months. Mitsuki's eyes widened in shock at the sight of her old friend. She whispered 𝐒𝐮𝐬's name, her voice softening with concern. Even Katsuki and Masaru exchanged uneasy glances. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 blinked at them, attempting a polite smile that appeared strained. She asked what they were doing there, and Mitsuki took a breath, stepping forward slightly to explain that they had come to talk and to apologize, especially Katsuki. She gave her son a sharp look, silently urging him to speak. Katsuki hesitated for a moment before finally admitting that they needed to talk. 𝐒𝐮𝐬's expression shifted from confusion to surprise, then something resembling sadness. She asked if they were there to apologize after everything that had happened. Mitsuki confirmed this and then asked with concern if 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was okay. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 blinked at the question, her lips pressing into a thin line as she glanced down. It had been a long time since anyone had asked about her well-being, and she fidgeted with the edge of her sweater before looking back at them, her eyes weary. She admitted she had been better but invited them in to talk. Mitsuki exchanged a brief, concerned glance with Katsuki before following 𝐒𝐮𝐬 inside. The apartment felt heavy with silence, the air thick with tension and unspoken pain. Katsuki trailed behind, clearly uncomfortable but knowing this conversation was necessary. Once seated, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 looked at them, her eyes filled with a mix of emotions. She asked what they had come to say. Mitsuki looked at her son, urging him to speak. Katsuki took a deep breath, and after an awkward pause, began to express his regret. He acknowledged that he had treated Izuku poorly, as if he were beneath him simply because he lacked a quirk. He admitted to hurting him for years and recognized that nothing he said could make up for that. Katsuki's voice dropped lower as he apologized for everything he had done to Izuku. He bowed, finally managing to express his remorse, likely for the first time in his life. The sincerity in his tone was striking, and Mitsuki watched her son with softened eyes, taken aback by this rare display of vulnerability. She turned back to 𝐒𝐮𝐬, waiting for her response. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 sat quietly for a moment, absorbing his surprising words. After a long, heavy silence, she spoke, her voice trembling slightly. She thanked Katsuki, acknowledging that she could hear he meant it. Her eyes softened, but instead of relief or anger, there was an undercurrent of sadness mixed with guilt. She hesitated before revealing that she was just as much to blame for what had happened to Izuku as he was. Mitsuki blinked in disbelief, insisting that 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was not to blame. But 𝐒𝐮𝐬 interrupted, her voice gaining strength as she explained that she had done nothing to protect her son. She admitted to witnessing the pain Izuku endured over the years without intervening. She had neglected him, convincing herself he would be fine, that things would change. She had drowned herself in sorrow and alcohol, trying to escape reality while hoping Izuku would continue to smile through it all. But it had not worked. 𝐒𝐮𝐬's voice cracked as tears streamed down her face. She confessed to saying horrible things to him, things no mother should say to her child, and acknowledged that she had hurt him more than anyone else ever could. The room felt heavy with the weight of her confession, her voice trembling with each word as she revealed the dark truth of her own role in Izuku's suffering. Mitsuki's face twisted with a mix of shock and sorrow, while Masaru seemed to reel from the reality unfolding before him. Katsuki stood frozen, the full weight of 𝐒𝐮𝐬's words crashing down on him. He now understood that what he had done was wrong, but hearing Izuku's mother, 𝐒𝐮𝐬, confess her own feelings of failure was a revelation that brought an unexpected weight of guilt. The realization that both he and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 had let Izuku down in different ways settled heavily in his mind, suffocating him. Mitsuki struggled to find words to lighten the mood or make sense of the situation, but nothing came to her. She was utterly speechless. This situation was far more serious than any of them had anticipated. 𝐒𝐮𝐬's self-loathing was palpable as she let out a bitter, humorless chuckle. She expressed her understanding of how they might see her as a monster, her voice breaking with emotion. Mitsuki finally found her voice, strained yet filled with compassion, assuring 𝐒𝐮𝐬 that she was not a monster, but simply a mother who had been hurting. She swallowed hard, grappling with her own disbelief as she tried to process everything. Katsuki stood rigid, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned ghost white. This was not how he had expected things to unfold. He had come here intending to apologize for the years of torment he had inflicted on Izuku. But now, hearing 𝐒𝐮𝐬 take on as much guilt as he felt was overwhelming. The entire situation spiraled beyond his comprehension, driving him to frustration. His emotions were tumultuous, and he struggled to understand how to feel about it all. No, he knew exactly what he was feeling: anger. Anger toward the entire situation, toward 𝐒𝐮𝐬 for failing Izuku, and toward himself for being cruel, selfish, and insecure, contributing to Izuku's path. There was also a burning anger directed at Izuku for believing in him and for giving up on himself. It was all too much, and Katsuki felt lost in his emotions. He slammed his fist into his palm, causing his parents to flinch in surprise. His body vibrated with frustration. He was tired of feeling this way, tired of the mess, tired of the mistakes and regrets that weighed heavily on them. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 flinched at his outburst, her own guilt crashing over her like waves, but she remained silent. She understood Katsuki's anger because it mirrored her own, the anger she felt for not protecting her son when he needed her most. Mitsuki, equally stunned, reached out to her son, but he shook his head, expressing his bitterness. They had all made mistakes, every single one of them. He looked at 𝐒𝐮𝐬, his eyes blazing with emotion, but he struggled to find words that would uplift the spirit of the moment. The situation must have been dire if it had Katsuki searching for optimism. Even Masaru ran a hand through his face in despair, questioning how things had gotten so bad. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 glanced up at the family, her eyes devoid of anger, filled instead with deep sadness. She admitted to asking herself every day how she had let it get this far and why she hadn't done more. Her voice trembled with guilt as she confessed her fear of stepping in, leading to her feeling like she had lost her son. Katsuki finally spoke with determination, vowing that they would not lose Izuku. He promised to find him and ensure that Izuku knew he had been wrong. He turned to 𝐒𝐮𝐬, acknowledging their shared mistakes but insisting that it didn't mean they couldn't fix things. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 nodded, though the weight of her guilt still hung heavily on her. She expressed her fear that Izuku might not want to see her, that she had pushed him too far away. Katsuki clenched his fists, frustration evident in his tense jaw, and declared that they would make him see her. He recognized Izuku's stubbornness and affirmed that giving up was not an option this time. He had decided that he would no longer sit idly by. Masaru stepped forward, placing a hand on 𝐒𝐮𝐬's shoulder, offering reassurance. He acknowledged their shared fear but emphasized that deep down, Izuku was still her son and would want her support. All she needed to do was give him a reason to believe it. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 let out a shaky breath, wiping her tear-stained face. She expressed her regret over the hurtful things she had said to her child, questioning if it was too late. Katsuki met her gaze, his usual bravado replaced by sincerity. He insisted that it was only too late if they allowed it to be. He reminded her that they didn't know where Izuku was or what he was thinking, but he was not someone who gave up easily, and neither could they. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 still looked uncertain, her eyes downcast as she voiced her despair. The heavy silence in the room was suddenly broken by the blaring voice of a news anchor on the television. Everyone's attention turned to the screen as a headline rolled across the bottom. Breaking news: the young quirkless villain, Deku, strikes again, successful heist at Mizudafu's largest bank. Katsuki lowered his head, feeling a bitter pang. 2 months had passed, and with each new heist, Izuku seemed to sink further into the role of a villain, showcasing his cunning and capability even without a quirk. He was outsmarting professional heroes, evading capture, and making a name for himself as a criminal. He also caught a glimpse of small, yellow creatures that were always by Deku's side, which Katsuki guessed were the reason Deku could do the things he did. He had no idea who or what they were, but it was clear they worked for Deku. This fact surprised the explosive blonde. With followers, he couldn't wrap his head around it. The same quirkless kid he used to bully was now commanding a group of minions, successfully pulling off high-stakes heists. It made Katsuki feel like he was losing control of a situation he had never truly understood. Mitsuki sighed, expressing her concern. She suggested they give 𝐒𝐮𝐬 some space and take time to process everything. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 nodded weakly, her eyes filled with lingering sadness, and agreed that she needed time too. Mitsuki placed a reassuring hand on 𝐒𝐮𝐬's shoulder, promising they would figure things out together. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 managed a faint, grateful smile in response. With that, Mitsuki gestured to Katsuki and Masaru, signaling it was time to leave. Katsuki lingered for a moment, fists clenched at his sides, his mind racing with thoughts of Deku. He felt conflicted and furious with himself and the situation, but most of all, he was frustrated with how far things had gone. As the Bakugo family exited the apartment, the tension between them was palpable. They remained silent as they made their way to the elevator. Mitsuki let out a deep sigh, the weight of reality hitting her hard. Katsuki stayed quiet, but he was determined to take action. He needed to figure out how to find Izuku, certain that his parents would allow him to roam freely. This wasn't over. He wasn't going to let things end like this. Not for Deku. Not for himself. It was a quiet, perfect night when Deku stood at the edge of the rooftop, his eyes fixed on the large building that housed Gang Orca's agency, resembling an aquarium. The moonlight reflected off the glass walls, casting long shadows over the city streets below. His minions huddled behind him, whispering excitedly in their usual gibberish, eager to begin the operation. A small, confident grin appeared on his face. He had wanted to target a high-ranking pro-heroes agency for a while, But past attempts had failed, each time narrowly escaping. Now, armed with the layout of 𝐒𝐮𝐬 agency from a USB he obtained, he felt confident in his plan. The problem was he wasn't entirely sure what he was going to steal. He had ideas, valuable information, classified documents, anything to use against the pro-heroes. But when it came to 𝐒𝐮𝐬's agency, he found himself at a loss. What did 𝐒𝐮𝐬 even have that would be worth taking? Deku held his chin in thought, his mind racing with possibilities. Maybe he could steal a shark from the aquarium, just for fun. Or he could release all the marine animals back into the ocean, just to mess with 𝐒𝐮𝐬's operations. The image of 𝐒𝐮𝐬 frantically chasing after dolphins made Deku chuckle under his breath. Or perhaps he should swipe one of the heroes' statues, not that he would use it for anything, but just to annoy the pro-heroes and let 𝐒𝐮𝐬 know someone had breached his agency. That would be his goal for tonight. Deku turned back to face his crew of minions, who were already frolicking and messing around, ignoring the seriousness of the situation. He sighed deeply before clearing his throat to get their attention. He reminded them they had a job to do, his voice firm but not harsh. The minions immediately formed a line, their little hands saluting in a comical yet disciplined manner. Deku explained they were going inside to take something important, outlining the mission. They were there to make a statement by swiping one of 𝐒𝐮𝐬's prized possessions, just to let him know they had been there and that he could do nothing about it. His minions nodded enthusiastically, ready for any mission from their leader. Deku assigned tasks, instructing Tim and Stuart to create distractions to clear a path for both intrusion and escape. Kevin was to join him to head straight for the vault room, where the valuable items were kept. As they approached the building, Deku felt a surge of excitement. They were about to embark on what would soon become a pro-hero's worst nightmare, a highly inconvenient act of villainy. Deku and his gang of minions quietly entered the building through an open window hatch atop the aquarium-like agency. They rappelled down ropes, their feet touching the floor of an old office, dark, silent, and empty, just as Deku preferred. The room was lined with sleek, aquatic-themed decor, fitting for a pro-hero like 𝐒𝐮𝐬. Despite its polished look, it seemed oddly lifeless, as if 𝐒𝐮𝐬 rarely used it himself. Deku glanced around, scanning for signs of movement or hidden alarms. So far, so good. He motioned for the minions to follow, reminding them to stay quiet and focused. However, as he turned to move forward, he noticed his minions already causing minor chaos. Stuart had found a fish-shaped paperweight on the desk and was making paper airplanes with Tim, while another minion twirled gleefully in the office chair. Deku pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. He urged his minions to focus, reminding them that they were not there to redecorate. His voice was low but sharp, and after a moment of hesitation, the minions finally obliged. Deku used his goggles to check for sensors and cameras in the room, ensuring there was no one outside the office. He even peeked through the door's keyhole to be sure. The plan was simple: find anything valuable, make the steal, and get out, preferably without alerting the entire building. But knowing his minions, he had to mentally prepare himself for things to go awry at any moment. Seeing that the coast was clear, Izuku gathered his minions and pressed a button on his wristwatch, projecting a hologram of the building's layout, a 3D version of the blueprint from the USB 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had given him. They huddled together, examining the map as Deku explained how the mission would unfold. They devised a strategy, including a backup plan, ensuring that every minion knew their role. He pointed at their location on the hologram and explained that they were at the top of the building. The main room, where all the goods were stored, was on the middle floor, the most secure spot. He indicated the least guarded route and emphasized that once they reached the main room, it would be a quick in and out. The minions nodded eagerly, though with them, eager was rarely a good sign. Deku sighed but pressed on. He outlined the escape plan. If they couldn't all escape together or got separated, they should take different exits. He stressed that they should not all run in the same direction, or they would be caught. Once they lost any heroes or law enforcement, they would regroup at a suitable location. He glanced at each of them, making sure they understood the importance of not getting caught, as he did not want any of them studied by pro-heroes. The minions stared up at him, wide-eyed but clearly only half listening. Stuart mimicked Izuku's serious expression while Tim held a paper airplane, ready to launch it. Deku snapped at Tim to put it down, frustrated that he hadn't listened. Tim gave a sheepish grin and crumpled the paper airplane into his pocket, clearly not paying attention. Deku sighed again, refocusing on the task at hand. He reiterated the plan for those who weren't paying attention, emphasizing the need for stealth. He repeated the escape plan, ensuring they understood the importance of using different exits if things went south. The minions nodded again, this time more seriously, except for Stuart, who was still trying to perfect his serious face. Tim gave a thumbs up, attempting to redeem himself. Deku softened his gaze slightly, reminding them that getting caught was not an option. With a final glance at the hologram, he tucked it away and motioned for his minions to follow, confirming that everyone knew their roles. They nodded eagerly, and with a more confident smile, Deku led them out of the office, slipping through the halls like shadows. The group split up as planned, with Kevin staying by Deku's side while Tim and Stuart went in the opposite direction to create distractions. Deku's heart raced slightly. Though he had pulled off heists before, this one had higher stakes. He was not just messing with anyone. Gang Orca was a top pro hero, and if things went wrong, the situation could escalate quickly. Still, that only fueled his longing to succeed even more, and he hoped his minions wouldn't cause too much trouble. As Kevin and Deku snuck through the quiet halls, Tim and Stuart stumbled upon the main control and security room. The small room was packed with screens showing various parts of the building, along with a handful of guards casually watching the monitors, unaware of the impending mischief. The two minions exchanged knowing glances, their mischievous grins growing wider as they rubbed their hands together, preparing to create chaos. They tiptoed into the room like cartoonish villains, eyes locked on the controls that could send the building into disarray. Meanwhile, as Deku and Kevin moved deeper into the building, a sudden shiver crept up Izuku's spine, causing him to stop. He felt a strange, sinking sensation, as if something ridiculous was happening elsewhere. Kevin noticed his boss's pause and looked at him quizzically. Deku waved it off, still uneasy, and urged them to keep moving, reminding himself to trust that Tim and Stuart wouldn't blow their cover. At least not yet. Back with Tim and Stuart, they noticed the guards present in the room and realized they needed to deal with them somehow. As Tim rummaged through his pocket, trying to think of a plan, Stuart absent-mindedly pulled out a banana peel and tossed it over his shoulder. It was an innocent gesture, until the peel landed directly in front of an oncoming guard just as he was about to step forward. The guard slipped, flailing his arms as he crashed into a control panel. A loud thud echoed as his head hit the edge of the console, leaving him momentarily dazed. Tim and Stuart blinked in surprise, but before they could react, the control panel came to life. The press of a button sent a large security chair swiveling at high speed straight into another guard, who was unsuspectingly sipping coffee. The chair slammed into him, spilling hot coffee everywhere and sending him tumbling into a row of filing cabinets, which tipped over with a loud metallic clatter. One by one, the cabinets toppled like dominoes, slamming into the remaining guards and knocking them out in a comical fashion. One guard was flung across the room and landed face-first in a pile of paperwork, while another was pinned against the wall by a filing cabinet. When the chaos finally subsided, the room was eerily quiet, save for the soft hum of the control panel and the unconscious snoring of the fallen guards. Tim and Stuart had completely cleared out the room, and it was all by accident. They stood there, wide-eyed, taking in the scene and exchanging grins. It was ridiculous, but with the minions, nothing was ever truly ridiculous. With the room now completely cleared, Tim and Stuart rubbed their hands together, their eyes glimmering with excitement as they turned their attention to the security controls. It was time for the next course of action. Meanwhile, Kevin and Deku had just entered the main room after carefully sneaking through the building and incapacitating guards. However, the moment they stepped inside, alarms suddenly blared to life, and the entire building descended into chaos. Tim and Stuart were already causing havoc as soon as they took control of the room. What was supposed to be a subtle distraction, disabling some minor alarms and luring away guards, quickly escalated into total chaos. They recklessly fiddled with the control panels, and within moments, the building's aquarium systems went haywire. Large tanks bubbled violently, causing the fish inside to swim frantically. The lights flickered, and the occasional alarm blared overhead, declaring an emergency, though the warnings were absurd, like octopus in distress or emergency shark feeding in progress. Confused guards scrambled in every direction, shouting in confusion as they rushed to check the systems. Deku stood still for a moment, taking in the chaos around him. He muttered to himself, rolling his eyes and resisting the urge to facepalm. He should have known this would happen. Kevin, beside him, asked a question in a mix of excitement and confusion. Deku took a deep breath, realizing they needed to move quickly. Time was of the essence now. The mission was far from subtle, but they would have to work with the mayhem Tim and Stuart had unleashed. He motioned for Kevin to follow, and they sprang into action. Deku quickly scanned the room, identifying the most valuable items, the prized statue, rare memorabilia, and important documents. He tossed them into bags with swift efficiency while Kevin gathered whatever looked remotely valuable. Deku urged them to move fast, feeling the pressure as the chaos outside the main room escalated. Alarms blared, and he could hear footsteps echoing down the hallways as confused guards rushed to figure out the cause of the mess. Suddenly, Kevin accidentally pulled on a lever, and a secret wall slid open, revealing a hidden hallway lined with shifting laser grids. At the end of the hallway sat a sleek, metallic suitcase. Izuku's brow arched in intrigue. If it was this well-guarded, it must be valuable. Without hesitation, he made a snap decision. They were going to take it before the guards arrived. He took out a device he'd built, a gadget that allowed him to map out the laser grid's pattern and time their movements. Although they were in panic mode, they moved with quick, precise motions. Deku led the way, weaving through the lasers with Kevin following awkwardly behind. The minion almost tripped once, but Deku grabbed him by the collar just in time. Then it hit him. Why was he still sneaking around? The whole building was already in chaos. There was no point in being subtle anymore. With a quiet groan of frustration, Deku abandoned stealth, bolting through the remaining lasers. They reached the suitcase, and as Deku grabbed it from the podium, an AI voice boomed through the hallway, dramatically mimicking 𝐒𝐬𝐽 heroic tone, announcing an intruder alert. Deku rolled his eyes at the over-the-top security system. Of course, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 would have an AI version of himself yelling threats. He muttered under his breath about the dramatic flair of heroes. Before he could dwell on it further, the ceiling began to open, revealing weapons that quickly locked onto them and began firing. They had to move. Deku barked for Kevin to follow as they bolted toward the exit, narrowly dodging each shot. The corridor became a chaotic blur of flashing lights, loud alarms, and the AI's voice repeating the intruder alert. Frustrated, Deku whipped out his freeze ray, firing a shot at one of the ceiling weapons. The blast of cold encased the gun in ice, rendering it useless. As they finally made it out of the secret hallway and headed toward the exit, the alarms blared even louder, echoing throughout the entire building. Izuku gritted his teeth, fighting through a horde of guards using his gadgets, freeze rays, smoke bombs, and taser gloves. Kevin was close behind, helping by causing chaos in his own minion-like way. Just when they thought they were in the clear, a deep, authoritative voice boomed through the hall, commanding them to halt. Izuku spun around, his heart pounding in his chest. At the end of the hallway stood 𝐒𝐬𝐽, towering and intimidating, his muscular form radiating raw power. His black and white suit rippled as if his very presence bent the air around him. The hero's red eyes locked onto them with cold resolve. Izuku's pulse quickened. They couldn't fight him head-on, not now. Panic rose within him as the alarms blared, guards closed in, and Kevin stood by his side. They were out of their league if it came down to a direct fight. Meanwhile, Tim and Stuart were still fiddling with the control panels, causing the building's systems to go haywire. Suddenly, loud banging came from the door as 𝐒𝐬𝐽's men began forcing their way in. Tim immediately went into full panic mode, darting around the room at an absurd speed, letting out high-pitched squeals. But Stuart, much calmer, caught Tim's attention, pointing upward at a vent in the corner of the ceiling, a potential escape route. Tim screeched to a halt and looked up, nodding furiously as the realization hit him. Before they made their exit, they exchanged a mischievous grin. They weren't just going to leave quietly, they were going to leave in style, something their boss, Deku, would definitely approve of. Stuart pulled out a small circular, transparent device filled with dark green gas. The devious grins on both minions' faces grew wider. Tim giggled as Stuart carefully placed the device by the door. With one last wink to his partner in mischief, they both climbed up into the vent after leaving their little surprise. Just as they wriggled out of sight, 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐿 men finally broke down the door, shouting for the intruders to surrender. To their confusion, the room was completely empty. Then, out of nowhere, a loud beeping noise echoed through the room. The guards looked down at the source, a strange device on the floor. Suddenly, the device activated, and the entire room was flooded with a thick, noxious cloud of gas. The guards recoiled in horror, gagging and stumbling back as the room quickly became uninhabitable. One guard coughed, trying to wave away the green cloud, while others scrambled for the door. In the vent above, Tim and Stuart were already snickering uncontrollably as they made their escape. Stuart gave Tim a thumbs up, proud of their stinktacular getaway. Back with Deku and 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐿, the tension in the hallway was palpable. The two stood frozen in place, eyes locked in a dangerous standoff. It was reminiscent of an old Western movie, two cowboys squaring off at high noon, except in this case, it was a pro-hero, a young villain, and a yellow minion who seemed out of place in such a showdown. 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐿's powerful form loomed at the end of the corridor, his dark eyes narrowing as he sized up his opponent. Deku stood his ground, heart racing but forcing himself to maintain a cool exterior. He wasn't in the mood for a direct fight, but if push came to shove, he had gadgets and a few tricks up his sleeve, knowing he had no chance against a high-ranking pro-hero like 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐿. Next to him, Kevin wasn't exactly helping the situation. The minion gripped a banana like a weapon, holding it out in front of him as if ready to join the showdown. 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐿's gaze flickered to the banana, and his eyebrow raised in disbelief. Deku felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐿 warned that they wouldn't be getting out of there, taking a slow, menacing step forward, his imposing presence filling the hallway. Deku smirked, though his mind was already calculating the best way to escape. He gripped the suitcase tightly in one hand and aimed his blaster at the pro-hero, declaring that surrender was not an option. 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐿 sighed before speaking up, revealing that he had heard about Deku, the young, ambitious quirkless villain. His tone was surprisingly calm and reasonable, which caught Deku off guard. 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐿 continued, suggesting that Deku wasn't in this for the same reasons most villains were. He gestured to the chaos around them, the alarms, the trashed rooms, the unconscious guards, and questioned why Deku was resorting to such actions. Deku raised an eyebrow, not lowering his blaster. 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐿's calm demeanor persisted as he probed deeper, asking what Deku's endgame was. The young villain froze, grappling with the question that had been weighing on his mind. Recently, he had realized he lacked a clear motive for his actions. 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐿 observed quietly, waiting for an answer that Deku struggled to find. He saw not a dangerous villain, but a lonely child who had been hurt and rejected by society. Finally, Deku muttered that he didn't know. He had thought that proving he didn't need a quirk to be strong would earn him acceptance, but instead he felt lost. 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐿 nodded slowly, his gaze steady on Deku's face. He questioned whether causing chaos and putting himself in danger was truly the way to prove his worth. Deku clenched his teeth, admitting his uncertainty and frustration. He just wanted to be someone who mattered, and he hated how vulnerable he sounded. For a moment, silence enveloped them. 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐿's expression softened as he took a step closer, maintaining a respectful distance. He reassured Deku that he already mattered, but this path would not lead him to the recognition he sought. He encouraged Deku to rise above his anger and prove that he could be more than the chaos driving him. Deku stood there, struggling with his internal conflict. He felt the weight of his choices pressing down on him, unsure of which direction to take. 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐿's calm yet serious demeanor remained unwavering as he asked what Deku's choice would be. Deku faltered once again, genuinely considering 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐿's words for a brief moment. But then, like a cruel flash, the painful words of his mother echoed in his mind, "I wish you were never born." Just like that, his anger surged to a boiling point in an instant. Izuku shouted out, his voice raw with pain and fury. With wild desperation, he fired at the aquariums. The glass shattered with a deafening crash, sending torrents of water cascading through the hallway like a tidal wave. The sheer force knocked guards off their feet, sweeping them down the corridor. Izuku called out to Kevin, snatching up the minion. In one swift motion, he fired his grappling hook upward, the line catching onto a sturdy fixture above. With a sharp pull, they were yanked up toward the ceiling. Water surged beneath them, rising fast, but Deku was faster. He shot them through a ceiling grate, landing them onto the floor above just as the water burst through. They were safe for now. Below them, chaos unfolded, alarms blaring, guards scrambling, and 𝐒𝐻𝐬 men attempting to regain control of the situation. Deku breathed as he helped Kevin to his feet, the minion shaking water off like a soaked dog. He muttered that they couldn't stop now, his eyes scanning their new surroundings while trying to shake off his interaction with 𝐒𝐻𝐬. He pressed onto his earpiece, ordering Tim and Stuart to retreat. Tim and Stuart, who were at the opposite side of the building and already about to parachute off the edge of a window they had broken, replied back. Deku sighed in relief when he heard Stuart's voice through the earpiece, even if the response was typical minion nonsense. It was good enough. Tim and Stuart counted down before jumping off the agency building. Soon enough, they pulled onto their bags and began gleefully gliding through the night with their parachutes, which were in the shapes of bananas. Tim spun in circles as his parachute gently floated downward, while Stuart pumped his fist in the air as they sailed over the city. Back with Deku and Kevin, as they continued running away, the young villain leader pressed onto his earpiece once again, ordering Mel and Bob to get the airship ready. Mel took control of the cockpit, expertly flipping switches and prepping the airship for takeoff. Bob, ever cheerful, grabbed the intercom and made a playful announcement that made the others cheer excitedly as they all hurried to their positions, preparing for liftoff. The engines of the airship roared to life as the minions worked quickly. Within moments, the airship hovered beside the agency building, positioning itself for the pickup. Deku and Kevin sprinted through the now emptied hallway, making their way toward the opening on the far side. Deku muttered under his breath as the airship came into view just in time. Without hesitation, he yanked Kevin up with him, and with expert precision, they made their jump, landing safely on the deck of the airship as it hovered nearby. Just as they caught their breath, Tim and Stuart could be seen parachuting down toward the ship with their banana-shaped parachutes. Their joyful shouts echoed in the night as the two minions floated down in their usual chaotic style. The airship skillfully scooped them up, thanks to Mel and Bob's quick reflexes at the controls. However, just before fleeing the scene, Izuku grinned to himself and pressed a button on his wrist. Explosions ripped through the building behind them, lighting up the night sky. Sections of the agency exploded one after another in a chain reaction, shaking the very foundations. While sneaking around earlier, Izuku had secretly planted mini-bombs across key hallways, rooms, and exits. It was his parting gift to the heroes and agents left inside, a little surprise he had planned meticulously. Now, he was starting to understand why Bakugo loved his quirk so much. Explosions were fun. With that, they finally escaped with their more or less successful heist. The mission had been chaotic, far from the precise, calculated plan he'd hoped for. His eyes landed on the suitcase sitting beside him. It didn't go exactly as planned, but at least he managed to steal something important. As his minions cheered and danced around the airship, Izuku found himself sitting apart from the chaos, continuing to pilot the ship throughout the night sky. The stolen suitcase lay beside him, a symbol of his victory, but the weight of it felt heavier than he expected. He clenched his fists, trying to push down the unease that had settled in his chest. The interaction with 𝐒𝐻𝐬 replayed in his mind over and over, the calm way the pro-hero had spoken to him, not as a villain to be defeated, but as someone who was lost, searching for something. 𝐒𝐻𝐬's questions still echoed in his thoughts. What's your endgame? Izuku's eyes narrowed as he leaned back, trying to shake the thoughts. He did have an endgame, didn't he? He wanted to be accepted. He wanted to show the world that he didn't need a quirk to be powerful, to make a statement against a society that had cast him aside and rejected him. But why did 𝐒𝐬 words bother him so much? Why did they make him question everything? He had a lot to think about. All Might had a lot to think about. He had been summoned by his close friend, Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, to the police station. Tsukachi had finally decided to reach out for his help, and they were set to discuss the rising young quirkless villain known as Deku, who had dominated the headlines for the past couple of months. Before all of this, he had thought that the boy looked familiar, wondering where he had seen him before. After more headlines came in, All Might finally pieced it together and realized where he recognized the boy from. He discovered that he was the same young boy who had asked him if he could be a hero without a quirk. A more dawning revelation for him was that he was also the same boy with whom he had shared information about his weakness. Toshinori wanted to slap himself for his foolishness, mentally berating himself for sharing such sensitive information with a perfect stranger, especially a young boy. How could he have been so reckless? Now, that same boy was wreaking havoc, seemingly relishing his new life as a villain. The situation couldn't have been any worse. As he walked through the station, his mind raced with guilt and regret. What had he done? It was a disappointing realization for All Might. He had failed the boy who once admired him, and now that boy was using his talented, innovative mind to aspire to be a villain instead. All Might sighed in dismay, feeling the weight of his responsibilities. What could he do? Could he reach Izuku before he was completely consumed by the darkness he was embracing? Or had he already lost him for good? Would Midoriya even want to be saved? Those were the questions he needed to answer quickly. As All Might stepped into the designated meeting room, the familiar scent of coffee and paper filled the air. Tsukachi sat at the table, his face etched with the exhaustion of someone chasing an elusive target for far too long. He greeted All Might with a tone devoid of warmth, just the weariness of a man who had seen too much. They needed his help. All Might nodded, determination igniting within him. He was ready to assist in any way he could. Tsukachi began to give the symbol of peace a quick rundown of what they had been trying to do regarding the case involving Deku. For the past few months, Izuku Midoriya had been involved in multiple high-profile heists, outsmarting heroes left and right. He had some kind of team of small, yellow henchmen working for him. The media was dubbing him names like the Quirkless Villain and Young Mastermind, but this was more than just a few bank robberies. His pattern was erratic and unpredictable, his methods often bizarre, and his motives remained unknown. They could not ignore how effective he had become. Tsukachi handed All Might a thick file filled with reports and photos. They had been tracking his movements, trying to get ahead of him, but he was always one step ahead. Even when they thought they had him, he somehow managed to escape, which was quite frustrating. All Might sighed heavily, feeling the burden of what he was about to reveal. There was something he had not told anyone yet. Tsukachi leaned forward slightly, sensing that this was more than just another lead. All Might clasped his hands together, staring down at them as if the weight of his confession was physically pressing down on him. A couple of months ago, he had encountered a boy who was young, quirkless, and full of hope. The boy had asked if he could be a hero, even without a quirk. All Might had told him no, that it wasn't possible, and had offered other ways he could help. He had crushed that boy's dream. That boy was now known as Deku. Tsukachi's eyes widened in surprise. He had known Izuku before all of this. Before he became Deku. All Might nodded, his expression pained. He had not realized it at first, but the more he saw the reports, the more he recognized him. His face, his mannerisms, it all clicked. All Might felt he had made a mistake that might have led Izuku down this path. The detective's expression softened with understanding. He reassured All Might that he could not have known what would happen. He had been honest with the boy, believing he was doing what was best. But All Might questioned whether it truly was the best choice. What if he had told him something different? What if he had offered him hope instead of shutting him down? Perhaps Izuku would not be in this situation now. Tsukachi leaned back, considering All Might's words carefully. It was hard to say what might have happened, but he urged All Might not to be too hard on himself. He had done what he thought was right, and there might still be a chance to make things right. He expressed gratitude for All Might's input, suggesting they might better understand Izuku and that All Might still be able to talk some sense into him. However, All Might had more to confess. He had also made the mistake of revealing his other form and his weakness. Tsukachi stared at him, processing the gravity of that admission. Disappointment and disbelief were clear in his voice, like a parent who had seen the same mistake made 100 times. All Might lowered his head in shame, apologizing for his lapse in judgment. Tsukachi rubbed his temples in frustration, realizing that their priority to capture Deku had become even more urgent. They needed to secure him before he spread crucial information about All Might's weakness to the wrong ears. All Might nodded, but the smile he offered was not the usual bright, reassuring grin he was known for. It was smaller, more somber, yet filled with determination. He reassured Tsukachi that they would stop Izuku. He owed it to him and to everyone. His eyes hardened with purpose. He was not just fighting to capture Deku, he was fighting to save him, to atone for the mistakes that had led the boy down this path. He declared his iconic catchphrase, though it was more subdued this time, yet it felt just as impactful as ever. He was there. Later that night, back at their base, the usual chatter and chaotic energy of the minions had quieted down. The little yellow creatures were fast asleep after another successful mission. Sitting alone at the table, Izuku fidgeted with the latch of the case he had stolen from Gang Orca's agency. His mind raced as the lone light shone down on him within the small, empty room cluttered with dust and rubbish. It did not seem ethical for what would be considered an office, but he would have to make do for the time being until he could establish himself as a more prominent villain with a sound goal. Izuku suddenly remembered the conversation he had with Gang Orca. It had made him reflect and wonder, something he had been trying to avoid until now. He had chosen this path because hero society had rejected him. Because his mother had rejected him, he had tried to be the exact opposite of a hero, a villain, believing it was his only option. Now that he had embraced this role, he found himself questioning his purpose. What was he truly working toward? Was he trying to destroy hero society? That seemed tempting but impossible, even with his army of minions. Should he collaborate with other villains? Izuku had come to realize he preferred to work alone, as he found others to be either incompetent or untrustworthy. Perhaps he could form a quirkless revolution to retaliate against a society that had looked down on them. It was a possibility. Should he eliminate pro-heroes? That was feasible, but for what reason? Countless questions filled his mind. Did he even need a goal? Should he be a villain without one? Izuku felt exasperated as he contemplated the kind of person he wanted to become. He had a longing to be a villain, yet lacked a concrete aim. He didn't want to be just another forgettable criminal. The fact that his recent activities included robbing banks, stealing valuables, and engaging in pointless conflicts with pro-heroes only deepened his frustration. He realized he had a talent for inventing, yet here he was, wasting it on trivial pursuits. Slumping back in his chair, he thought about how much he longed for simplicity. All he ever wanted was to be accepted. At least he found some comfort in knowing that his minions had accepted him without hesitation, as well as the villain society and the Bank of Evil. Or at least he hoped they did. He shook his head, pinching the bridge of his nose, acknowledging that he was overthinking again. He had come too far to turn back now. Taking a deep breath, he focused on the stolen case before him. Curiosity mixed with caution as he wondered what was inside. Carefully, he undid the latches and opened the case, hoping its contents would be worthwhile. Inside were documents. No, not just any documents. They wouldn't have hidden them so securely if that were the case. Izuku spread the papers out on his table, rifling through each one in the quiet office. As he scanned the first few pages, disbelief washed over him. The carefully protected documents turned out to be permits and detailed instructions on how to properly care for a pet shark. Seriously. His frustration mounted as he slammed his fist down on the table, exclaiming in frustration about all the trouble for such a trivial find. He had initially intended to steal something petty, but he had hoped for more than just pet shark permits. As he sulked, his phone buzzed, drawing his attention. A simple message from 𝐒𝐬 appeared, containing coordinates for a new location and a request to meet. There was no explanation, just the address. Izuku narrowed his eyes in suspicion, recalling the unsettling encounter with Dr. Garaki at the hospital and the ominous feeling he had experienced while retrieving the USB from 𝐒𝐻. Everything about it felt shady, making him feel as if he had stumbled upon something he shouldn't have. An idea took root in his mind, a risky one, but worth a shot. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to sever ties with 𝐒𝐻 once and for all. Now that he could access resources from the Bank of Evil, he no longer needed to rely on 𝐒𝐻. While 𝐒𝐻 had been useful for connections, Izuku felt like a pawn in someone else's game. If he could end their association cleanly, he would be free to control his own path and keep his operations more discreet. Of course, it wouldn't be as simple as telling 𝐒𝐻 to leave. No one let go of allies without a struggle. But if he played his cards right, he could convince 𝐒𝐻 that it was better to part ways amicably while they were both ahead. He needed to make it clear that he wouldn't be dragged into 𝐒𝐻's shady agendas. Rising from his seat, he prepared himself. If things went awry, he would have his weapons ready. Even as a villain, he preferred not to resort to violence unless absolutely necessary. Plus, he disliked the idea of staining his clean outfit. He had grown fond of how he looked. With a resigned sigh, he left his cluttered office, closing the door softly behind him. As he moved down the dim hallway, he spotted a few minions still awake, buzzing with their typical nocturnal energy. He waved them over, a wry smile forming on his face, and informed them that they had one more mission that night. Later that evening, Izuku traveled via his airship, arriving at the location 𝐒𝐻 had provided, which was atop an empty building roof. He jumped off his ship, the wind whipping around him as he straightened up, casting a wary glance over the barren rooftop. Irritation flickered within him. He had been led to the middle of nowhere, and 𝐒𝐻 was nowhere to be seen. His eyes scanned the shadows cast by dim rooftop lights, his senses heightened for any sign of movement. Keeping one hand near his freeze ray, he remained alert. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the silence, apologizing for being late and mentioning last-minute business. Startled, Izuku quickly pointed his freeze ray at 𝐒𝐻, who was casually leaning against the door leading up to the roof. 𝐒𝐻 grinned, hands raised in mock surrender, assuring Izuku that there was no need to be jumpy. Izuku, taken aback by 𝐒𝐻's sudden appearance, stuttered in disbelief, questioning how 𝐒𝐻 had gotten there without him noticing. 𝐒𝐻 waved off the question, stating that it was not important. He took a few steps forward, a relaxed smirk still on his face, and indicated that he wanted to have a little chat. Izuku narrowed his eyes in suspicion and lowered his weapon, though he did not return it to his holster. He wanted to get straight to the point and asked 𝐒𝐻 what he wanted, expressing his dislike for being approached unexpectedly. 𝐒𝐻 smirked as he stepped out from the shadowed doorway, taking a long drag from his cigarette and exhaling smoke into the chilly night air. He seemed unfazed by Izuku's tension and remarked on the directness of their conversation, noting that he wasn't surprised. Izuku's grip on his freeze ray remained firm, his stance tense as 𝐒𝐻 continued. 𝐒𝐻 wanted to check in on how things were progressing, mentioning that Izuku had been making waves and starting to build a name for himself. He observed that Izuku was not the type to lay low for long. Izuku's patience was wearing thin, and he coldly asked if that was all 𝐒𝐻 had to say. He had no interest in small talk, especially with someone like 𝐒𝐻. 𝐒𝐻 chuckled, maintaining his easygoing demeanor, and revealed that some of his other clients had noticed Izuku's work and were impressed. They wanted to meet him personally, which shifted the tone of the conversation. Izuku raised an eyebrow in surprise, intrigued by the unexpected attention. 𝐒𝐻 leaned against the railing, smirking as he explained that these clients were not just ordinary criminals but real players in the game, powerful individuals who saw potential in a kid with guts, brains, and unique allies. He suggested that if Izuku aimed to rise in the ranks, this could be his golden opportunity. Izuku's mind raced at the prospect. He had been making strides on his own terms, causing chaos that left a mark, but he had never intended to answer to anyone else, especially not high-ranking villains. He firmly stated that he did not answer to anyone, though a flicker of intrigue crossed his expression. 𝐒𝐻 nodded, understanding Izuku's longing for independence. He explained that these clients respected what Izuku was building and were only looking for a conversation, not a contract. Izuku narrowed his eyes, considering 𝐒𝐻's words. He was skeptical about why he was being singled out when there were many established villains out there. 𝐼𝐼𝐬's smirk returned as he explained that Izuku was shaking things up in ways others had not seen before. The way he executed his plans with his minions was turning heads, and they saw potential in him. Izuku hesitated, battling with the idea of being indebted to anyone, but he finally relented, agreeing to hear them out while making it clear that he would not make any promises. 𝐼𝐼𝐬's expression brightened, and he offered a handshake, which Izuku pointedly ignored. He turned back toward his airship, preparing his grappling hook, but 𝐼𝐼𝐬's chuckle drew his attention once more. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 revealed that the clients were ready to meet right now, and with a snap, a swirling purple portal materialized beside him. Izuku stepped back in surprise, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He had not agreed to meet immediately, and the sudden appearance of the portal set off all kinds of warnings. 𝐼𝐼𝐬's smug grin indicated he was aware of the gamble he had forced Izuku into. Izuku tightened his grip on his freeze ray, instinctively on high alert as he scrutinized 𝐼𝐼𝐬, questioning why he hadn't mentioned this sooner. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 shrugged, explaining that he knew Izuku would be the more difficult one to persuade and that the clients enjoyed making dramatic entrances. After a moment of contemplation, Izuku glanced at his airship, still hovering as a backup plan. He masked his hesitation and warned 𝐼𝐼𝐬 that if this was a trap, he would regret it. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 assured him that if anyone could handle what awaited on the other side, it was Izuku, and this was exactly where he needed to be. Despite his doubts, Izuku stepped forward and entered the dark purple portal. When he emerged, he found himself in a familiar, dimly lit bar, the same one where he had received the USB from 𝐼𝐼𝐬. He scanned the room and noticed two figures by the bar. One was a tall, ominous figure made of swirling purple mist, presumably the bartender. The other was a young man with a peculiar appearance, hands covering his face, creating an unusual sight. The man with the hand mask turned to face Izuku, his gaze sharp and assessing. He introduced himself as Shigaraki, stating that he was the quirkless villain kid everyone had been talking about. Izuku, trying to maintain his composure, asked why Shigaraki wanted to meet him. Shigaraki leaned in closer, his smile twisting into something darker as he explained that they were more alike than Izuku realized. He had been watching the chaos Izuku caused and noted that he was skilled at making society nervous, just like himself. Izuku bristled at the comparison, feeling irritated at being lumped in with Shigaraki, but he remained silent, observing the unsettling gaze directed at him. Shigaraki pressed on, questioning why Izuku would want to work alone. He suggested that with Izuku's inventing talent and his resources, they could take down heroes and shake society to its core, becoming unstoppable together. Izuku's lips pressed into a thin line as he firmly stated that he was not interested, stepping back to assert his independence. Izuku stood firm, declaring that he did not need Shigaraki's help and was not there to make friends. Shigaraki's irritation was evident as he echoed the rejection, bitterness lacing his voice. His hand trembled, fingers twitching as if eager to reach for Izuku, challenging him to reconsider. Izuku's defiance shone through as he questioned why he would want to join Shigaraki's cause. Shigaraki's frustration boiled over, and he slammed his hand on the table, demanding to know if Izuku thought he was too good for them. Instinctively, Izuku's hand moved toward his freeze ray, while Shigaraki scratched his neck, fighting the urge to attack. Just then, the misty bartender intervened, urging Shigaraki to be patient and explaining that his passion for their cause sometimes got the better of him. Izuku's gaze remained fixed on Shigaraki, skepticism evident in his expression. 𝐼𝐼𝐬, maintaining his casual demeanor, attempted to bridge the gap between them. He acknowledged Izuku's distrust of others, especially after his experiences with Hero Society, and pointed out their shared grievances against heroes. Izuku narrowed his eyes, unconvinced that their common interests were enough to warrant collaboration. Shigaraki growled in impatience, but Kurohige stepped in, suggesting that Izuku could find benefits in their network, such as resources and contacts that could aid him. Izuku thought to himself that he already had those connections. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 pressed for a response, and after a moment of silence, Izuku firmly declined their offer. The room fell into a heavy silence, Shigaraki's disbelief palpable as he processed Izuku's refusal. His fingers twitched, and he nearly lunged forward, only held back by 𝐒𝐻𝐬's steady gaze. Izuku remained resolute, stating clearly that he preferred to handle things his own way and did not trust them. Shigaraki's irritation reached a boiling point as he snapped, expressing his frustration with Izuku's arrogance. Unfazed, Izuku reiterated that he did not trust Shigaraki, tightening his grip on his freeze ray. With a furious growl, Shigaraki lunged, but 𝐒𝐻𝐬 intervened, swirling portals to redirect their hands away from each other. 𝐒𝐻𝐬's calm presence helped ease the tension, but Shigaraki's glare remained fixed on Izuku. He issued an ultimatum, spitting out Izuku's nickname with disdain. Izuku's posture stiffened as he held Shigaraki's gaze, and Shigaraki demonstrated the consequences of refusal by disintegrating a cup with his quirk. Izuku's expression remained steady, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes as he recognized the cliché of the ultimatum. Shigaraki's annoyance grew as he questioned Izuku's amusement, but Izuku simply pointed out the unoriginality of the threat. A sinister grin appeared on Shigaraki's face as he revealed a small television behind him, showing one of Izuku's minions bound and struggling. Alarm surged through Izuku as he realized they had managed to kidnap one of his own. Taking a deep breath, Izuku focused on Shigaraki, his voice steady as he asked what they wanted. Shigaraki mocked him, noting how quickly Izuku seemed to care about his minion. Izuku's glare hardened as he asserted that he was not like other villains. The atmosphere thickened with tension as they sized each other up. Finally, Shigaraki proposed a trade, leaning forward with a calculating expression. Izuku raised an eyebrow, skeptical of the offer. Shigaraki mentioned All Might, prompting Izuku's displeasure at the mention of his former idol. Shigaraki's smirk deepened as he laid out the terms. If Izuku could reveal All Might's weakness, his minion would be released. Izuku blinked in disbelief, recalling the moment he learned of All Might's vulnerability. The irony of the situation struck him. He knew All Might's weakness well but would never divulge it to Shigaraki. Maintaining his composure, Izuku masked his internal amusement. He knew that no matter what, his minions were safe from harm. But that didn't mean they couldn't be anyone else, especially not high-ranking villains. He firmly stated that he did not answer to anyone, though a flicker of intrigue crossed his expression. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 nodded, understanding Izuku's longing for independence. He explained that these clients respected what Izuku was building and were only looking for a conversation, not a contract. Izuku narrowed his eyes, considering 𝐼𝐻𝐬's words. He was skeptical about why he was being singled out when there were many established villains out there. 𝐼𝐻𝐬's smirk returned as he explained that Izuku was shaking things up in ways others had not seen before. The way he executed his plans with his minions was turning heads, and they saw potential in him. Izuku hesitated, battling with the idea of being indebted to anyone, but he finally relented, agreeing to hear them out while making it clear that he would not make any promises. 𝐼𝐻𝐬's expression brightened, and he offered a handshake, which Izuku pointedly ignored. He turned back toward his airship, preparing his grappling hook, but 𝐼𝐻𝐬's chuckle drew his attention once more. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 revealed that the clients were ready to meet right now, and with a snap, a swirling purple portal materialized beside him. Izuku stepped back in surprise, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He had not agreed to meet immediately, and the sudden appearance of the portal set off all kinds of warnings. 𝐼𝐻𝐬's smug grin indicated he was aware of the gamble he had forced Izuku into. Izuku tightened his grip on his freeze ray, instinctively on high alert as he scrutinized 𝐼𝐻𝐬, questioning why he hadn't mentioned this sooner. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 shrugged, explaining that he knew Izuku would be the more difficult one to persuade and that the clients enjoyed making dramatic entrances. After a moment of contemplation, Izuku glanced at his airship, still hovering as a backup plan. He masked his hesitation and warned 𝐼𝐻𝐬 that if this was a trap, he would regret it. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 assured him that if anyone could handle what awaited on the other side, it was Izuku, and this was exactly where he needed to be. Despite his doubts, Izuku stepped forward and entered the dark purple portal. When he emerged, he found himself in a familiar, dimly lit bar, the same one where he had received the USB from 𝐼𝐻𝐬. He scanned the room and noticed two figures by the bar. One was a tall, ominous figure made of swirling purple mist, presumably the bartender. The other was a young man with a peculiar appearance, hands covering his face, creating an unusual sight. The man with the hand mask turned to face Izuku, his gaze sharp and assessing. He introduced himself as Shigaraki, stating that he was the quirkless villain kid everyone had been talking about. Izuku, trying to maintain his composure, asked why Shigaraki wanted to meet him. Shigaraki leaned in closer, his smile twisting into something darker as he explained that they were more alike than Izuku realized. He had been watching the chaos Izuku caused and noted that he was skilled at making society nervous, just like himself. Izuku bristled at the comparison, feeling irritated at being lumped in with Shigaraki, but he remained silent, observing the unsettling gaze directed at him. Shigaraki pressed on, questioning why Izuku would want to work alone. He suggested that with Izuku's inventing talent and his resources, they could take down heroes and shake society to its core, becoming unstoppable together. Izuku's lips pressed into a thin line as he firmly stated that he was not interested, stepping back to assert his independence. Izuku stood firm, declaring that he did not need Shigaraki's help and was not there to make friends. Shigaraki's irritation was evident as he echoed the rejection, bitterness lacing his voice. His hand trembled, fingers twitching as if eager to reach for Izuku, challenging him to reconsider. Izuku's defiance shone through as he questioned why he would want to join Shigaraki's cause. Shigaraki's frustration boiled over, and he slammed his hand on the table, demanding to know if Izuku thought he was too good for them. Instinctively, Izuku's hand moved toward his freeze ray, while Shigaraki scratched his neck, fighting the urge to attack. Just then, the misty bartender intervened, urging Shigaraki to be patient and explaining that his passion for their cause sometimes got the better of him. Izuku's gaze remained fixed on Shigaraki, skepticism evident in his expression. Jiren, maintaining his casual demeanor, attempted to bridge the gap between them. He acknowledged Izuku's distrust of others, especially after his experiences with Hero Society, and pointed out their shared grievances against heroes. Izuku narrowed his eyes, unconvinced that their common interests were enough to warrant collaboration. Shigaraki growled in impatience, but Kurojirai stepped in, suggesting that Izuku could find benefits in their network, such as resources and contacts that could aid him. Izuku thought to himself that he already had those connections. Jiren pressed for a response, and after a moment of silence, Izuku firmly declined their offer. The room fell into a heavy silence, Shigaraki's disbelief palpable as he processed Izuku's refusal. His fingers twitched, and he nearly lunged forward, only held back by Kurojirai's steady gaze. Izuku remained resolute, stating clearly that he preferred to handle things his own way and did not trust them. Shigaraki's irritation reached a boiling point as he snapped, expressing his frustration with Izuku's arrogance. Unfazed, Izuku reiterated that he did not trust Shigaraki, tightening his grip on his freeze ray. With a furious growl, Shigaraki lunged, but Kurojirai intervened, swirling portals to redirect their hands away from each other. Kurojirai's calm presence helped ease the tension, but Shigaraki's glare remained fixed on Izuku. He issued an ultimatum, spitting out Izuku's nickname with disdain. Izuku's posture stiffened as he held Shigaraki's gaze, and Shigaraki demonstrated the consequences of refusal by disintegrating a cup with his quirk. Izuku's expression remained steady, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes as he recognized the cliché of the ultimatum. Shigaraki's annoyance grew as he questioned Izuku's amusement, but Izuku simply pointed out the unoriginality of the threat. A sinister grin appeared on Shigaraki's face as he revealed a small television behind him, showing one of Izuku's minions bound and struggling. Alarm surged through Izuku as he realized they had managed to kidnap one of his own. Taking a deep breath, Izuku focused on Shigaraki, his voice steady as he asked what they wanted. Shigaraki mocked him, noting how quickly Izuku seemed to care about his minion. Izuku's glare hardened as he asserted that he was not like other villains. The atmosphere thickened with tension as they sized each other up. Finally, Shigaraki proposed a trade, leaning forward with a calculating expression. Izuku raised an eyebrow, skeptical of the offer. Shigaraki mentioned All Might, prompting Izuku's displeasure at the mention of his former idol. Shigaraki's smirk deepened as he laid out the terms. If Izuku could reveal All Might's weakness, his minion would be released. Izuku blinked in disbelief, recalling the moment he learned of All Might's vulnerability. The irony of the situation struck him. He knew All Might's weakness well but would never divulge it to Shigaraki. Maintaining his composure, Izuku masked his internal amusement. He knew that no matter what, his minions were safe from harm. But that didn't mean they couldn't be experimented on, which was why he was also worried. Shigaraki's tone was impatient, his fingers flexing as if ready to seize control of the situation by force. There was a moment of contemplative silence before Izuku finally responded, questioning how he could possibly know All Might's weakness. He feigned consideration, suggesting that even if he knew, he wouldn't waste valuable information on Shigaraki. Shigaraki's scowl deepened, his fingers twitching with barely contained frustration. He sneered, stating that Izuku was throwing away an opportunity over some misguided hero worship. Izuku shrugged, maintaining his composure and asserting that if All Might truly had no weakness, then there was no reason for Shigaraki to need him to find one. He locked his gaze on Shigaraki, making it clear he would not hand over his hard-earned intel. Shigaraki's glare intensified, but Izuku remained undeterred, even as Shigaraki mocked him about caring for his minion. Izuku's casual tone belied his focused mind, which was already devising a plan to rescue his friend. Shigaraki clenched his jaw, his fists trembling with anger. He spat that if Izuku wanted to continue playing the lone hero, he shouldn't come crying when things went wrong. The air crackled with tension, and Izuku's defiance shone through the uncertainty. Shigaraki's patience wore thin, and he finally ordered 𝐒𝐬 to remove Izuku from the premises, his voice low and furious. 𝐒𝐬 nodded, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with Shigaraki's fury. A swirling portal opened behind Izuku, and he stepped through, leaving the bar thick with tension. The mist from the portal dissipated, and an awkward silence settled in the room. 𝐼REN commented on how the meeting could have gone better, observing Shigaraki's irritation as he crossed his arms. 𝐒𝐬 remained unfazed, suggesting that this was merely a setback and they would find another way to draw Izuku in. Shigaraki scoffed, ordering another drink in an attempt to calm himself. His fingers twitched restlessly, the air around him charged with discontent. He vowed to show Izuku the consequences of refusing to cooperate. As he seethed, the television screen flickered on, catching his attention. The words, "No sound," appeared in bold across the screen. Shigaraki's anger momentarily faltered as he recognized the sign of an incoming transmission. A familiar voice, calm yet heavy with authority, came over the speakers, advising him to be patient and reminding him that this was only a minor setback. If Izuku refused to join them, they would find other ways to make him cooperate. Izuku gazed up at his airship, which hovered above the rooftop, its engines humming softly against the night sky. He assumed his crew of minions had set it on autopilot since no one was at the cockpit. Reaching for his communicator, he connected with the minion in charge. He ordered Paul to open the hatch, and moments later, the side hatch of the airship lowered with a soft whir. Izuku used his grappling hook to pull himself inside. Inside, his squad of minions was unusually calm, sprawled across the floor, playing cards and munching on bananas. Paul looked up mid-bite, surprised but quickly grinning as he greeted Izuku. He curiously asked how the meeting went, and Izuku gave a sheepish half-smile, dryly responding that they weren't exactly his type. The minions exchanged curious glances, muttering among themselves as they tried to piece together what had happened. Izuku's expression hardened as he shifted the conversation. They had more important matters to handle. One of their own had been captured, and it was time to get him back. The minions perked up immediately, tossing aside their cards and snacks, their usual chaotic energy returning. As Izuku approached the cockpit, he replayed the events in his mind, piecing together clues that led to the scene of the crime, Jackal Hospital. He recalled his unease about Dr. Garaki's behavior during his last visit, the way the doctor had seemed overly attentive and shady. Now it all made sense. Garaki had used that time to get close enough to capture one of his minions. With a few clicks on his controls, he set the airship on course for Jackal Hospital, and they blasted away into the night sky. Turning to his minions, who had assembled with renewed energy, Izuku nodded firmly, assuring them they would get their friend back. No one would be left behind. Izuku meant those words. Despite Shigaraki's attempts to rattle him, he genuinely cared about his minions. They had accepted him without hesitation from the beginning and had been nothing but loyal. They were his crew, his only allies in a world that hadn't given him much. When Shigaraki revealed he had taken one of them, Izuku felt a surge of anger. Thankfully, Shigaraki seemed inexperienced, having already wasted his trump card by revealing the kidnapping. Yet, as much as he hated to admit it, Shigaraki had been right about one thing. In some ways, they weren't so different. Both were young, navigating a world of villainy that could easily consume them. They had both left a trail of chaos and destruction, a list of enemies and allies made, with no clear purpose beyond survival. As he set the airship to autopilot, Izuku leaned back in his chair, allowing himself a moment to close his eyes and breathe. Izuku decided to savor every moment of his brief respite, knowing that sleep would elude him tonight. He let out a weary sigh as he sank into his chair, hoping for just a few minutes of rest. However, barely 10 minutes had passed before the cockpit's alert system pinged, flashing an unexpected notification. An unidentified object was trailing at close range. His eyes snapped open, a scowl crossing his face as he glanced at the radar. He thought sarcastically about how eventful those 10 minutes had been as he grumbled awake. Scanning the display, he soon caught sight of the trailing figure hidden in the clouds, red wings spread wide in the moonlight. Izuku recognized him instantly, the winged hero 𝐒𝐻𝐬. Though 𝐒𝐻𝐬 was skilled at maintaining stealth in the air, the ship's sensors had picked up his presence. Izuku straightened, his mind racing through options as he watched 𝐒𝐻𝐬 following from a safe distance through the airship's cameras. With that, he began to pick up speed. Just when he thought he had lost him, Izuku was startled to see 𝐒𝐻𝐬's face appear right beside the cockpit window, keeping perfect pace with the airship. 𝐒𝐻𝐬 remarked with a hint of amusement that Izuku was the kid causing quite the stir recently. Izuku's pulse quickened, but he kept his expression neutral, working to hide any flicker of alarm. He shot back that 𝐒𝐻𝐬 was the pro who seemed a little too interested in his business, his voice deliberately defiant. 𝐒𝐻𝐬 chuckled, though his golden eyes were sharp and assessing. He expressed curiosity about where a kid like Izuku was heading all alone in the dead of night in a ship. He teased whether Izuku was even capable or old enough to pilot it. Izuku's glare hardened as he scoffed, wasting no time in pulling his ship back and firing at the winged hero. 𝐒𝐻𝐬's grin widened as the blaster fire zipped past him. He rolled to one side, dodging the blasts with ease, his movements quick and fluid. Despite the fire raining down around him, he maintained a teasing tone, asking if they were skipping introductions and joking about Izuku's identity. Izuku's scowl deepened as he kept up the barrage, his jaw clenched. He demanded that 𝐒𝐻𝐬 shut up and stay still, but 𝐒𝐻𝐬 was relentless, swooping in close to the ship only to dart away at the last second, avoiding every shot with maddening precision. He admitted that Izuku had some impressive tech but questioned whether he knew how to use it or was just playing pretend. Izuku bristled, fingers clenching on the controls as he recalibrated his aim, trying to predict 𝐒𝐻𝐬's moves. Just as he thought he had him, 𝐒𝐻𝐬 pulled a sharp dive, then shot up beside the cockpit window, smirking through the glass. He greeted Izuku cheerfully, clearly enjoying the game. Izuku growled in annoyance at 𝐒𝐻𝐬's attitude as he maneuvered his airship frantically to get the winged hero off his windshield. His maneuvers caused his minions to be tossed around the airship, one of them struggling to hold in their stomach from the turbulence. Meanwhile, Jim, Ryan, and Oscar remained determined to finish their game of Uno, even as the airship moved erratically. As Izuku continued to unleash blasts, 𝐒𝐻𝐬 dodged each one with effortless grace, his wings folding and flaring with each maneuver. He called out, asking why Izuku would waste his talent and gadgets on petty villainy and what his grand plan was. Izuku gritted his teeth, firing another round and muttering that 𝐒𝐻𝐬 wouldn't understand. 𝐒𝐻𝐬 teased him further, effortlessly banking away from another shot, suggesting that a kid with Izuku's skills could be doing anything but was instead wasting time. He pressed for the endgame, questioning whether Izuku had a personal issue with All Might or if this was just a phase. The question struck a nerve. Izuku didn't have a solid answer. He hadn't thought much about his motivations in a way that felt real. But he scowled, deciding to hit back with a half-truth to silence 𝐒𝐻𝐬, who was starting to annoy him. He declared that he had something personal against All Might and intended to settle the score. Hawks raised an amused eyebrow, scoffing playfully and sarcastically suggesting that Izuku might as well plan to steal the moon. Izuku's patience snapped, and he tightened his grip on the controls, practically growling for Hawks to be quiet. In frustration, he slammed his fist down onto a button, causing the side hatches of his airship to swing open, revealing an oversized arsenal of missiles stacked and ready to fire. Hawk's eyes widened slightly as he assessed the comical yet intimidating array of weaponry. Before he could react, Izuku pressed the firing button, releasing the barrage. The night sky lit up as the missiles arced toward Hawks. Instantly, Hawk's demeanor shifted from casual to focused determination. With a sharp flick of his wings, he launched into evasive maneuvers, feathers detaching and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 through the air. Each feather found a missile, causing them to explode mid-flight in flashes of orange and red. As he dodged through the chaos, Hawks called back over the commotion, praising Izuku's effort but stating he would need more than a few rockets to keep him quiet. He darted forward with the agility of a hawk on the hunt, ready for Izuku's next move, and questioned whether a big plan should come with a big reason. Annoyed that none of his missiles hit, Izuku gritted his teeth, fighting to keep up with Hawk's taunts. He insisted that his reasons were none of Hawk's business, firing off more rounds and unwilling to let the pro make a joke of his resolve. As time passed and they continued their aerial battle, Izuku's frustration mounted as he watched Hawks effortlessly dodge and dismantle every missile he launched. This was going nowhere. He needed to lose Hawk somehow, but escaping from Japan's #1 hero was proving to be a daunting task. 3 pro heroes was no small feat. Meanwhile, Hawks maintained a laser focus on the airship, his feathers darting forward in search of any weaknesses in the ship's armor. Despite his calm demeanor, Hawks found breaking into Izuku's airship to be more challenging than he had anticipated. Every surface was reinforced, every angle covered, and it seemed that no matter how precisely he aimed, Izuku had designed this craft with resistance in mind. Hawks smirked slightly, acknowledging the skill required to pilot such a vessel. He thought to himself that it would be interesting to see if Izuku was fast enough to keep up. Izuku's mind raced as he observed Hawks effortlessly evade his attacks. He hadn't expected to confront a pro hero that night, especially one who was so annoyingly persistent. Then a risky idea struck him, one he felt compelled to execute. Suddenly, Izuku's airship shot straight up, engines roaring as it rocketed toward the upper atmosphere. Hawks squinted, taken aback by the unexpected maneuver, but quickly followed suit. They ascended higher and higher, the thinning air whistling against the ship's hull until it reached its maximum altitude, engines straining against gravity. Then, Izuku made a bold move. He cut the power. Hawks barely had time to process what was happening before the airship plummeted back toward Earth, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 passed him in a blur. He narrowly dodged the falling ship, his wings flaring to avoid being clipped by the massive hull as it barreled down through the clouds. Inside the airship, the minions Jim, Ryan, and Oscar remained focused on their Uno game, with Jim whooping victoriously while the rest of the crew reacted to the chaotic descent. As the airship fell through the thick cloud cover, Izuku cleverly used the dense vapor to his advantage, subtly adjusting the controls to drift and cloak his descent. By the time Hawk steadied himself and caught up, he found nothing but swirling clouds where Izuku's ship had been. He frantically scanned the skies for any sign of the airship, bewildered by its sudden disappearance. But by the time he resumed his search, Deku was already long gone. Hawks felt a rare sense of dejection, realizing he needed to take the young villain more seriously in their next encounter. Meanwhile, Izuku's airship cruised silently through the clouds, now well out of Hawk's reach. With the hero gone, he allowed himself to relax and refocus on his rescue mission. After that encounter, Izuku made a mental note to install a cloaking system on his next airship. As he glanced back, he took in the sight of his minions in various states of disarray. Most were clinging to whatever they could grab onto, trying to steady themselves after the chaotic aerial maneuvers. Jim, Ryan, and Oscar remained laser-focused on their card game, seemingly unfazed, while the rest of the crew groaned and shot him exaggerated looks of relief. Izuku asked if everyone was all right, apologizing for the bumpy ride, and the minions responded with tired thumbs-ups, their usual enthusiasm dampened by the surprise aerial acrobatics. One minion, still sprawled out, muttered something in their usual gibberish that sounded suspiciously like a request for a heads-up next time. Izuku chuckled, scratching the back of his head, and promised to send out a memo next time. However, his expression quickly sobered as he glanced back at the controls, initiating the autopilot once more. He slumped back in his pilot seat, eyes closing as he began to doze off, his sleep interrupted by the encounter with Hawks. Meanwhile, behind 𝐒𝐿 Hospital, 𝐒𝐿𝐬, now in his skeletal form, concealed himself in the shadows. His gaze remained fixed on the building, knowing that Izuku would arrive soon. He had received critical intel from Detective 𝐒𝐮𝐬, who had learned through a curious series of events that this hospital was indeed Deku's next destination. Unbeknownst to Izuku, one of Hawk's feathers had lodged itself onto a hidden corner of the ship during their battle. Despite Izuku's best efforts to evade detection, Hawks had capitalized on this minor oversight, using the feather as a makeshift tracker. Immediately after his encounter with the young villain, Hawks relayed the coordinates to the nearest police station, where Detective 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was stationed. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 wasted no time, quickly passing the information along to 𝐒𝐿𝐬, who prepared to intercept the ambitious young villain. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 understood that heroes needed to act quickly. Though he knew it might be unwise to face Deku alone, he felt a deep responsibility to confront the young man he had unintentionally led down the path of villainy. It might have been naive or reckless, but 𝐒𝐿𝐬 was driven by the belief that he had to try one last time to correct his past mistakes and reach out to the boy who had once believed in him. Izuku stirred awake, his brief sleep interrupted by a steady beeping from the ship's GPS. He groaned, rubbing the sleep from his eyes as he saw the alert flashing on the screen. He was nearing 𝐒𝐿 Hospital. Straightening in his seat, he glanced back at the minions, who were still recovering from the turbulence. He instructed them to get ready, as it was almost time to make their move. The minions scrambled into action, strapping on gear and preparing for the mission ahead. Paul raised a hand, gesturing to the stealth suits hanging nearby, hinting at a more subtle approach. Izuku hesitated, tempted by their enthusiasm, but the memory of one of his minions getting captured flashed through his mind. He didn't want to put them in danger again. Forcing a small, reassuring smile, he told them to stay behind this time, insisting that he had it under control. The minions' excited expressions fell, and a collective groan rose up, but Izuku held firm, his voice soft but resolute. He needed Jim and Rob to keep the ship ready to leave quickly and to be his eyes from there. Though clearly disappointed, the minions nodded, rallying behind their leader's decision. Jim and Rob reluctantly saluted, though their usual enthusiasm was lacking. Izuku gave them a final nod before turning toward the open hatch, allowing the gust of wind to enter the cabin. He swallowed hard, staring down at the dizzying drop below. The hospital was just a distant speck beneath him, shrouded in the dark night, and for a moment his nerves flared up. "Oh, that's really high," he thought, his grip tightening on the edges of the hatch. But with a deep breath, he forced himself to focus. He could hear the faint, encouraging cheers of his minions behind him. One of them called out, lifting his spirits and grounding him. Izuku shot them a quick, reassuring thumbs up before he steeled himself, feeling a surge of determination. He muttered to himself that he had this. With another deep breath, he leaned forward and fell. Izuku took steady breaths, feeling the rush of cold night air around him as he descended from the sky, his form cutting cleanly through the dark night and thick clouds. For a split second, everything was quiet, just the wind fluttering his clothes and scarf, his own heartbeat echoing in his ears, and the illumination of the moon itself. Below, 𝐒𝐿 Hospital loomed larger and larger. He locked his gaze on the rooftop, his goggles squinting through the blur of wind and clouds as he calculated his descent. As he neared the roof, he pulled on his parachute, and a sharp snap broke the silence as the parachute billowed open above him, jerking him upward and slowing his fall. As he neared his landing point, he released the chute, letting it drift away on the breeze. His feet hit the rooftop in a smooth roll, absorbing the impact before he rose into a low, crouched position as the moonlight shone behind him. He made a dramatic entrance, looking every bit the part with his freeze ray in one hand and a flamethrower strapped across his chest. Now, why did he do all this when he could have parked his airship somewhere hidden and snuck into the hospital from there? No reason. He just liked being dramatic. Izuku's eyes gleamed as he scanned the rooftop, feeling a rush of excitement as he prepared for his mission. The night shift at 𝐒𝐿 Hospital had been quiet, with a few remaining staff counting down the minutes until the end of their shifts. Nurses organized their stations, a receptionist stretched her arms with a yawn, and a doctor updated patient files, all blissfully unaware of what was about to happen. Then, without warning, the wall above the reception area exploded, a deafening blast that sent a shockwave rattling through the entire floor. Dust and debris filled the air as the front desk was thrown back, scattering papers and overturning chairs. Shouts of panic echoed through the halls as people ducked for cover, shielding themselves from falling rubble and the blinding burst of light. Through the settling dust, a figure emerged, silhouetted by the glow of moonlight streaming in through the gaping hole in the wall. Izuku stepped on the rubble, his eyes gleaming, his expression calm but carrying an undeniable intensity. With the freeze ray in one hand and the flamethrower resting on his shoulder, he scanned the chaotic scene with the precision of someone who knew exactly what he was after. He announced his presence with a slow grin, his voice echoing in the stunned silence, stating that he was just there for a little retrieval mission. He aimed his freeze ray right in front of a receptionist's terrified face as he stood above the rubble and demanded to know where he could find Dr. 𝐒𝐬. The receptionist's eyes widened in fear, her gaze locked on the glinting nozzle of the freeze ray aimed right between her eyes. She stammered, desperately trying to form words as Izuku's smirk deepened, his calm demeanor only making him seem more intimidating in the half-destroyed room. After a moment of hesitation, she finally managed to tell him that Dr. 𝐒𝐬 was on the third floor. Izuku stepped back, his gaze shifting toward the hallway. With purposeful strides, he moved toward the stairwell, leaving the receptionist and the others in the lobby stunned and too terrified to move. As he ascended the stairs, the door at the top swung open, and Dr. 𝐒𝐬 stepped out, grumbling to himself. The old doctor nearly jumped as he found himself staring down the icy barrel of Izuku's freeze ray. Izuku's expression was cold and unwavering as he stated that he was there to reclaim what was his minion, the one stolen during his last visit. The doctor stammered, trying to keep his voice steady but failing miserably. He claimed ignorance, but Izuku's glare hardened, cutting off the doctor's attempt at feigned innocence. He demanded to be taken to wherever his minion was hidden, warning 𝐒𝐬 that he would not hesitate to turn the place into an ice rink if he did not comply. 𝐒𝐬 gulped audibly, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he slowly raised his hands in surrender. He agreed to lead Izuku to the restricted lab, internally cursing Shigaraki for revealing the kidnapped minion to Deku already. He had underestimated how fiercely Izuku would react. Izuku gave a curt nod, motioning with the freeze ray for 𝐒𝐬 to lead the way. He warned the doctor to move quickly and not to try anything funny. Before they went any further, he turned, aimed his flamethrower down the hallway, and unleashed a sweeping arc of flames, the intense heat deterring anyone who might consider following. They moved deeper into the hospital, descending into an underground section that Izuku had no idea even existed. Judging by the cobwebs and silence from above, he doubted anyone else in the hospital knew of this place either. The air grew colder and more stale as they ventured further, the sterile hospital atmosphere replaced by something far more sinister. They stepped into a vast, dimly lit chamber, a secret lair filled with monstrous roars and unsettling echoes. Even Izuku, no stranger to villainy, felt a bit uncomfortable as his eyes darted around, catching sight of shadowy figures moving behind reinforced bars. The sounds emanating from the cells were unlike anything Izuku had ever encountered, a mix of growls, screeches, and eerie wails. He maintained his composure, though unease gnawed at him. What kind of place is this? He wondered, tightening his grip on his weapons. 𝐒𝐬 led him deeper into the facility, past rows of monstrous experiments suspended in large glass tubes. Some were grotesque fusions of various creatures, while others were distorted beyond recognition. The sight was unsettling enough to make Izuku feel queasy, but he forced himself to look away. None of this is my business, he reminded himself. He was here for one thing only, his missing minion. Izuku remarked casually about Garaki's experiments, attempting to mask his discomfort. Garaki chuckled nervously, avoiding eye contact, especially with a freeze ray aimed at the back of his head. He assured Izuku that what he sought was just ahead. Izuku's expression darkened as his patience wore thin. The sooner I get him back, the sooner I can leave this bizarre place, he thought. The doctor opened a door, revealing Izuku's minion strapped to a chair, looking terrified with experimental tools scattered around. Garaki stepped back with his hands raised, claiming he hadn't harmed the minion yet. Izuku, however, was not about to take any chances. His finger tightened on the trigger of his freeze ray. He shot a blast of icy blue energy, encasing Garaki in a thick layer of frost, his expression frozen in shock and anger. Taking a deep breath, Izuku steadied himself and lowered his weapon. He quickly crossed the room, kneeling beside his minion. He spoke softly, his voice losing its usual edge as he carefully undid the restraints. The minion nodded rapidly, tears welling in its eyes as it clung to Izuku's arm, expressing gratitude. Izuku reassured the creature with a smile and a gentle pat on the head, urging it to follow him out of the unsettling place. With one last glance at the frozen Garaki, Izuku dashed down the corridor, his minion safely tucked under his arm. As he raced out of the hospital, he pressed onto the communicator in his ear, urgently calling for his crew. Confusion washed over him when there was no response, and worry began to creep into his chest. He called out again, desperation rising as silence filled the air. Finally reaching the hospital parking lot, Izuku's eyes widened in shock, which quickly transformed into cold anger. He scanned the wreckage, spotting his crew of minions tied up on a nearby streetlight. A familiar towering figure stood atop the mangled remains of his ship, All Might. The #1 hero's eyes blazed with determination as he pointed at Izuku, declaring that he had nowhere to run. Izuku clenched his fists, forcing himself to remain calm despite the situation. His gaze darted from the wreckage to his captured minions and the lone minion clinging to him, trying to appear brave yet trembling. He took a deep breath, suppressing the panic rising within him. If he had a nickel for every time he encountered a pro hero that night, he would have 2 nickels. Strange, but not much. A cold realization hit him as he assessed the scene. His airship lay in ruins, his escape route obliterated along with most of his fighting equipment designed specifically for All Might. He swallowed hard, fully aware of how dire the situation had become. This is bad. Nevertheless, he straightened himself, willing to stay composed under All Might's intense gaze. He called out, trying to maintain his bravado, questioning the hero's determination. All Might's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he stepped down from the wreckage, admitting he was there to correct a mistake he made by allowing Izuku to walk down this path. Izuku's smirk twisted into a bitter grimace. He scowled, feeling no need for a lecture, especially from the man who had crushed his hopes and dreams. His patience snapped, and without a word, he raised both his freeze ray and flamethrower, unleashing a chaotic stream of ice and fire toward All Might. But the hero moved faster than Izuku could react. With an effortless sidestep, All Might dodged the blasts, landing directly in front of Izuku. The shockwave sent him flying back, skidding across the asphalt until he collided with a parked car, gasping for breath. As he struggled to regain his footing, All Might approached with his hands raised in a non-threatening manner, urging Izuku not to do this. He expressed his longing to talk, but Izuku's vision blurred with fury. He fought to stand, legs shaking but refusing to back down. He glared up at his former idol, venom dripping from his voice as he questioned the hero's intentions. All Might's face fell, sadness evident in his eyes as he acknowledged his failure to support Izuku when he needed it most. Izuku's grip tightened around his weapons, knuckles turning white as he processed the weight of those words. "Spare me your pity," he shouted, unleashing another blast of ice, but All Might deflected it effortlessly with a punch, the frozen stream shattering into harmless shards. All Might spoke quietly, reminding Izuku that he was outmatched and that he didn't have to keep fighting. Izuku's breath came in ragged gasps, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. He despised the condescending tone, the hollow words coming from the man who had crushed his dream on that rooftop months ago, The same man who had told him he could never be a hero. All Might took a step closer, his expression softening with concern. He reassured Izuku that it wasn't too late and that he could still turn back from this path. He believed in him. Izuku, however, felt his anger boil over, his body trembling as he glared at his former idol with all the hatred he could muster. He demanded that All Might stop pretending to understand. Without another word, he launched himself forward, unleashing a wild barrage of everything he had. He fired his freeze ray, then switched to his flamethrower, lobbing smoke bombs, and hurling every gadget from his belt, net launchers, flash grenades, shock discs, anything he could get his hands on. The air filled with the chaotic noise of explosions, freezing blasts, and crackling electricity. Each strike was desperate, driven by raw emotion rather than strategy. All Might was forced to step back, his powerful frame withstanding the assault but clearly taken aback by the ferocity of the attacks. He weaved and dodged through the hailstorm of gadgets, deflecting what he could and absorbing the smaller hits. Ice crystals formed on his shoulder, smoke clouded his vision, and sparks flew from the shock discs. While the damage was superficial, his hero training had prepared him for much worse. What concerned him was the look in Izuku's eyes. This wasn't just a fight, it was an eruption of pent-up grief, anger, and betrayal. Each attack was less about winning and more about releasing that torrent of emotions. The gadgets kept coming, even as Izuku's hands shook and his aim went wild. He was venting years of pain, each strike expressing what his voice could not. All Might clenched his fists, feeling his heart twist as he realized what he had driven this young man to. He called out to Izuku, urging him to stop, insisting that this wasn't the way. But Izuku screamed back, his voice breaking and filled with indignation. He hurled another set of grenades, this time flashbangs that exploded in bursts of blinding light. He squeezed his eyes shut against the brightness, but it didn't matter. He wasn't aiming anymore, he was just throwing everything he had left, his movements wild and uncoordinated, but it was working in his favor to keep his distance. He thought he just needed a bit more time, forcing himself to stay on his feet despite his exhaustion. He looked around quickly, searching for a viable escape route. But he could feel the walls closing in. His airship was gone, his minions captured, and the #1 hero stood between him and any chance of getting away. Even so, Izuku wasn't ready to give up. He was buying himself precious seconds with every explosive flash and cloud of smoke. If he could just create enough of a distraction, just find one opening. All Might's voice cut through the chaos again, more forceful this time, demanding that Izuku stop. Izuku remained in silent rage as he kept throwing everything he had at All Might. He launched a freeze grenade, then a smokescreen capsule, the devices clattering and exploding around All Might's feet. Meanwhile, tied to a street lamp, the minion crew hung limply, their small bodies slumped and unconscious from the earlier attack, except for one, Rob. He stirred groggily, blinking his big eyes open as he slowly came to. He squinted through the haze, jaw dropping when he saw his boss, Deku, locked in a tense standoff with the #1 hero. Alarmed, Rob immediately started shaking his fellow minions, trying to rouse them. He whispered urgently, tugging at their bindings, but they remained unconscious. Realizing his crew wasn't waking up anytime soon, Rob let out a frustrated huff. He twisted and wriggled, trying to free himself from the ropes binding him to the lamp. He glanced at the knot, his instincts kicking in as he thought of a way out. He attempted to shimmy his way out but found it too tight. With no other options left, he decided to bite through the ropes. He muttered through a mouthful of rope, his determination unwavering. Suddenly, he froze mid-bite, feeling something small and metallic poking out of his pocket. Curiously, he reached down, pulling out a small combat knife and staring at it in disbelief. Annoyance and embarrassment flashed across his face. He had been gnawing for who knows how long, only to realize he had the perfect tool for escape the entire time. With an exasperated sigh, he spat out the rope fibers, shook his head, and began sawing through the ropes with the knife. The tough fibers gave way quickly under the sharp blade, and within moments, he felt the ropes loosen and slip away from his wrists. Relieved, he shook off the last of the bindings and jumped down from the street lamp, landing softly on the ground. He glanced back at the ongoing battle, Izuku was still throwing everything he had at All Might, desperately trying to keep his distance. With his knife in hand, Rob hurried over to the other tied-up minions, cutting them free one by one. He urged them in Minionese, shaking them awake. The minions, still groggy and confused, blinked up at him, slowly processing what was happening. But the urgency in Rob's voice and the sight of their boss struggling against All Might snapped them to attention. Together, the minions scrambled to their feet, ready to jump into action and help their boss in any way they could. They looked around until Jim suddenly called for their attention. Rob's eyes lit up as he followed Jim's pointing finger, his gaze landing on the wreckage of the airship. Amid the smoking debris and twisted metal, a small glint of hope shone through. Deku's motorbike was still there, wedged under a chunk of rubble but seemingly intact. Rob whispered excitedly, turning to the others with a wide grin, pointing out the motorbike. The minions quickly got to work, digging the motorbike out from the rubble. They didn't need to confront All Might directly, they just needed to clear a path for their boss. With renewed vigor, the group scrambled over to the wreckage, moving swiftly and quietly to avoid drawing attention from the number one hero. Back with Izuku and All Might, the barrage of attacks had stopped, and the young villain stood in a moment of stillness, his weapons spent, his body trembling. Izuku felt the weight of it all pressing down on him. The lost airship, his captured minions, and the imposing figure of All Might staring him down. Seeing the chance, All Might took a deep breath and cautiously stepped forward, his expression softening. He addressed Izuku with a gentle but firm tone, explaining that it didn't have to end like this. He acknowledged Izuku's anger and his own mistakes, urging him to reconsider the path he was on, which would only lead to more pain. Izuku's shoulders stiffened at the words, his eyes narrowing. The hero's plea seemed to cut through the haze of his anger, if only for a moment. He looked down at his hands, shaking slightly from adrenaline and exhaustion. For a fleeting second, it seemed as if he might surrender, as if he might take the hero's hand and finally lay down his arms. All Might continued, extending his hand in a gesture of hope, asking for the chance to right the mistakes he had made. Izuku's eyes flicked up, meeting All Might's gaze. The tears in his eyes reflected deep-seated hurt and frustration. He slowly reached out, his hand moving toward the heroes. All Might's face softened, a small, hopeful smile beginning to form. But then, Izuku's expression hardened. His eyes turned cold and calculating. In a swift motion, he gripped All Might's hand tightly and yanked the hero toward him with impressive strength. Before All Might could react, Izuku jammed a small, cylindrical device into the old wound on All Might's side, a gap he knew was the hero's one weak spot. The device activated with a sharp click, sending a powerful shockwave directly into the hero's damaged area. All Might's eyes went wide, a pained grunt escaping his lips as the jolt of energy coursed through him. His body convulsed, and he stumbled, dropping to his knees as he clutched at his side, gasping for breath. But Izuku didn't stop. He twisted the device, causing the hero even more pain. A vicious glint sparkled in his eyes as he leaned in closer, a dark smile forming on his lips. He taunted All Might, revealing that he had been aware of the hero's secret weakness all along and that he would not simply listen to lectures while he was in this position. All Might's face contorted in pain, his body seizing up as another shockwave pulsed through the device, sending ripples of agony through his already damaged side. He gasped, teeth gritted as he tried to push Izuku away, but the young villain held firm, using the element of surprise and his sheer determination to keep the hero pinned. With a desperate burst of strength, All Might's fist came crashing down, striking the ground with a force that sent shockwaves rippling through the concrete. He unleashed a powerful attack, the sheer force of the impact shattering the ground beneath them and sending Izuku tumbling back, breaking his hold on the device as he flew. Across the parking lot, Izuku hit the ground hard, rolling several feet before finally coming to a stop. Dizzy and bruised, he scrambled to his feet, clutching his side and gasping for air. He glared at All Might, eyes blazing with frustration as he fought to steady himself. All Might staggered, trying to close the distance between him and Izuku, his breath coming in labored gasps. But just as he reached out, ready to speak, a sudden explosion erupted between them. The shockwave blasted All Might off his feet, sending him crashing into a nearby car. The number one hero groaned, disoriented as smoke and debris filled the air. Izuku blinked in shock, momentarily stunned as he turned toward the source of the missile. His eyes widened as he spotted his minions, free from their binds, clustered around his motorbike. One of them, Rob, stood at the controls of a makeshift missile launcher cobbled together from scraps of the destroyed airship. Rob shouted triumphantly, grinning wide as he gave a thumbs up. The rest of the minions cheered, hopping excitedly. They had managed to turn the tables, even if just for a moment, giving their boss a chance to escape. Izuku's expression softened briefly, a rare, relieved smile flashing across his face. He muttered under his breath, congratulating his minions for their efforts before pushing himself to his feet. Without wasting another second, he sprinted toward the motorbike, picking up his rescued minion along the way. He urged everyone to hurry as he hopped onto the bike. The minions piled on behind him in a chaotic scramble, their small hands gripping onto anything they could hold as Izuku revved the engine. All Might struggled to his knees, shaking his head to clear the ringing in his ears. He looked up just in time to see the motorbike screeching away, the tires kicking up a cloud of dust as Izuku and his crew sped off into the night without a second thought. The symbol of peace dropped to one knee, clutching at his wounded side, his body shaking with each ill-bred breath. A wave of self-reproach washed over him. He had been so confident, so sure he could reach out to Izuku, to steer him back from this dark path. But once again he had failed. He had misjudged the situation, misjudged the depth of the boy's pain, and let his emotions cloud his judgment. All Might stood in the middle of the empty parking lot, his posture sagging with the weight of defeat. He pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to stave off the headache that was creeping in. His thoughts were a storm of frustration, regret, and uncertainty. He considered that perhaps he should start listening to Tsukachi. He had always believed he had to do things on his own, but tonight had been a painful reminder that even the number one hero had limits. Having been outwitted by a quirkless boy and having his crucial weakness revealed would be a significant blow to his reputation. All Might sighed again, realizing this was not how he had expected their interaction to go. It seemed that he had underestimated the young villain as well. Izuku gripped the handlebars of his motorbike with intense determination, the wind howling past him as he sped down the empty motorway. That had been far too close for comfort, and his pulse still raced from the confrontation with All Might. As the road stretched ahead, his mind refused to quiet. Who does he think he is? He thought, seething at the memory of All Might's words, as if he understood what it was like to be quirkless. A sudden thought struck him, momentarily distracting him. Could All Might have actually been quirkless before? The idea seemed absurd, yet it lingered in his mind, impossible yet intriguing. Izuku shook his head in disbelief at his own musings. He often thought of the wildest things. But wouldn't that just be hilarious? He kept his foot on the gas, racing down the empty motorway as the events of the past few hours replayed in his mind. It felt like an eternity had passed since his heist at Gang Orca's agency, but it had only been a day. Since then he had been thrown into a whirlwind of chaos. A tense meeting with dangerous villains, a surprise encounter with Hawks during his rescue mission, and now, a narrow escape from All Might himself. It was safe to say that the past few days had been hectic for the young villain. He found himself in a dilemma, feeling as if every time he turned a corner, there was another pro-hero or villain questioning his motives, pushing him to reveal some grand plan. What's your goal, Vedette? What are you really after? It was a question that kept surfacing, and he was starting to grow weary of it. Truth be told, he wasn't sure yet. He had been so focused on proving himself, on surviving, that he hadn't taken the time to define his true aim. It was quite bothersome that all of this happened simply because he wanted to feel loved and accepted. He decided he would figure it out later, letting out a frustrated sigh. If he thought about it too much now, his head would explode. Because right now, he needed to catch up on some much-needed sleep when he got back home. Katsuki Bakugo lay sprawled across his bed, his eyes fixed on the cracks in the ceiling. His hands itched to do something, anything, but he couldn't. Not when his parents had grounded him, forbidding him from attending until further notice. The punishment felt harsh, but he knew he deserved worse. He thought bitterly about karma, tossing a pillow against the wall. No matter how much he tried to rationalize it, the frustration wouldn't subside. Izuku was out there, causing chaos, putting himself and others in danger, and Katsuki felt powerless to stop it. His mind raced as he turned over every possible solution, but nothing stuck. He couldn't just sit there and sulk while Izuku spiraled further out of control, becoming a hazard to everyone around him, including himself. His gaze drifted to the All Might figure on his desk. He groaned, burying his face in his hands. What would All Might do? Katsuki had come to realize that everything he had done before, all the bullying, torment, and violence he inflicted upon those he deemed inferior, was unbecoming of a hero. So, he decided to try and view All Might the same way Izuku did. Not just because he was powerful and seemingly unstoppable, but because, in Izuku's words, he was a true hero who made people feel safe. Katsuki sighed. In the end, he resolved to right the wrongs of his mistakes and have a meaningful talk with Izuku. That was, if he got the chance and if Izuku hadn't completely hated him by then, which he likely did. But Katsuki had to try. The pressing issue was how to approach it. What would he even say? He imagined himself saying, "Hey, Izuku, sorry for bullying you our whole lives. Want to grab lunch?" He scoffed at the thought. He knew a single apology wouldn't erase everything he had done. It would take much more. But he had to start somewhere. His first step was getting out of the house. He had tried everything, but his parents wouldn't budge. So, he was forced to resort to something that the overly prideful Katsuki Bakugo would never have thought he would do: beg. Mitsuki Bakugo sat at the kitchen table, a steaming cup of tea in front of her. Her fingers drummed against the table as her mind replayed the conversation she had with 𝐒𝐮𝐬 𝐃𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬 days ago, how she had encouraged the grieving mother. She sighed, leaning back in her chair. Was that the right thing to say? She wondered. Honestly, what was she supposed to do or say at that moment? It was a lot for her to take in. Granted, she was disappointed in 𝐒𝐮𝐬 just as anyone else was, but who was she to judge? She, too, had failed as a parent in her own way. Katsuki wasn't just a bully, he was a reflection of the environment she had raised him in. Mitsuki sighed, realizing that being the enabler type of parent had come back to bite her. The sound of footsteps interrupted her thoughts. She glanced up to see Katsuki standing at the kitchen doorway, his expression a mix of frustration and discomfort. His shoulders were stiff, and his gaze didn't quite meet hers. "What do you want, Katsuki?" she asked, trying to sound neutral but failing to keep the edge out of her voice. "I need to talk to you and Dad," Katsuki said, his tone unusually restrained. Mitsuki arched an eyebrow. "Is this about you wanting to attend you?" She goes, "If it is, the answer is still no." She crossed her arms, leaning back in her chair. Katsuki hung his head low and said nothing, which was more than enough of an answer. Mitsuki pinched the bridge of her nose. "Katsuki, how many times do we have to tell you? You're grounded. You need to stay here and think about what you've done. Not try to jump back into you. Like nothing has happened." Katsuki's fists clenched at his sides, his jaw tightening. "And you think sitting here is going to fix anything?" Izuku was still out there, and Katsuki felt a surge of desperation. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Mitsuki, his mother, countered sharply, reminding him that he couldn't fix things by rushing into situations as he often did. This was no longer just about him. He needed to grasp that reality. Katsuki's voice trembled as he admitted his shortcomings. He recognized that he had been a poor son, friend, and person. But he was determined to change that. Mitsuki's eyes widened slightly at his honesty, though she maintained a guarded expression. She questioned whether attending you would truly make up for the pain he had caused Izuku. Katsuki replied earnestly, acknowledging that while it wouldn't erase the past, it was a step forward. He expressed uncertainty about whether Izuku would ever forgive him, but he felt compelled to try. The silence that followed was heavy, especially as Katsuki addressed his mother with a newfound respect, calling her mom. He then bowed deeply, a gesture of sincerity and desperation that left Mitsuki momentarily speechless. Masaru, Katsuki's father, entered the kitchen, drawn by the commotion. He paused, taking in the sight of his son bowing. Concern etched on his face as he exchanged a look with Mitsuki. Eventually, Mitsuki's voice softened, though it remained firm, indicating that Katsuki had much to explain if he wanted their support. Later that evening, the three gathered in the living room, the atmosphere thick with unspoken emotions. Masaru broke the silence, asking Katsuki why he had bullied Izuku. The strictness in his tone made Katsuki flinch, but he held his gaze, aware of his father's anger. Masaru's fury was different from Mitsuki's. It was quiet yet deep, a force that could overwhelm if ignored. Taking a deep breath, Katsuki began to share his feelings. Initially, he had found Izuku annoying, always cheerful and smart. When he received his quirk and Izuku did not, he felt superior and began to bully him, wanting to showcase his power. But Izuku's persistence in pursuing his dreams never wavered, and Katsuki realized that his actions had driven Izuku to abandon his aspirations. Masaru listened intently, and after a moment of silence, he acknowledged Katsuki's realization but stressed that it wasn't enough. He pressed for an explanation of why they should lift his punishment and allow him to aim for you. The tension in the room was palpable as Katsuki sat rigidly, his fists clenched. Katsuki understood the weight of his father's question. He wanted to make things right, acknowledging that he couldn't undo the past but felt that doing nothing would help no one. Mitsuki leaned back, her expression unreadable, questioning whether attending you was truly the solution. Katsuki insisted it was a start. He wanted to train and learn to become the hero he should have been all along. He needed to prove to everyone, especially Izuku, that he was not the same person who had made Izuku's life difficult. Masaru pressed further, asking who he needed to prove himself to. Katsuki answered firmly, stating that it was for everyone, but mostly for Izuku. He owed it to Izuku to show that he was trying to fix the damage he had caused. If that meant starting from the bottom at you, he was willing to do it. Mitsuki studied him carefully, raising a concern about the possibility of not being able to talk to Izuku if he was too far gone. Katsuki hesitated but ultimately expressed that he couldn't live with himself if he didn't at least try. The room fell silent again, the weight of his words hanging in the air. Finally, Mitsuki announced that they would need time to think about it and instructed Katsuki to go to his room. He complied without protest, retreating upstairs as the tension in his chest eased slightly. Sitting on his bed, time seemed to stretch endlessly. When his mother finally called for him, he hurried back to the living room, where Mitsuki and Masaru awaited him, their expressions still unreadable. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Mitsuki broke the silence with another heavy sigh, indicating they would consider the proposal. Katsuki felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him at his mentor's words, but he sensed there was more to it. The conditions were clear. If they allowed him to aim for you, it would be on their terms. He straightened, determination etched on his face, ready to do whatever it took. Strict supervision would be required, Masaru stated firmly. They would need to discuss his history with Principal Nizu, and if he agreed to take Katsuki, he would have to work hard to earn trust, his and everyone else's. Katsuki nodded, though a hint of nervousness crept in. Mitsuki's tone turned sharp as she added that if he messed this up, there would be no second chances. He nodded again, accepting the conditions, vowing not to fail. The police station buzzed with quiet activity as night fell, the soft hum of chatter and ringing phones filling the air. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi sat at his desk, staring at the door with a mix of anticipation and exasperation. He didn't have to wait long before the towering figure of All Might entered the room. His usual confident stride was now slower and more subdued, his smile strained under Tsukachi's scrutinizing gaze. All Might began awkwardly, his voice small, like a child caught in a mistake. He cleared his throat and straightened slightly, though his unease was evident. Tsukachi, however, remained focused on his paperwork, his calm voice laced with frustration. All Might shifted uncomfortably in his seat, glancing around the room before finally voicing his thoughts, unable to hold back any longer. He admitted to underestimating how slippery the young boy could be. Tsukachi's frustration boiled over as he expressed disbelief that All Might, the symbol of peace, had been outsmarted by a kid still mastering his abilities. All Might defensively raised his hands, insisting he had only wanted to help, but 𝐒𝐿𝐬 was not convinced. He emphasized that All Might's attempt to save the boy with a single heartfelt conversation had backfired, resulting in an even angrier villain. All Might shrank slightly under the tirade, acknowledging his mistake but insisting the boy had been resourceful. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 scoffed, pointing out that the boy had played All Might expertly, despite being quirkless. All Might sighed, rubbing the back of his neck, and mentioned he had already consulted Recovery Girl about his injury, trying to lighten the mood. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 shot back, dripping with sarcasm, that the public would not overlook the fact that their symbol of peace had been outplayed by a quirkless teenager. All Might, still sheepish, offered a nervous laugh, attempting to save face by suggesting that heroes couldn't always predict what would happen next. 𝐒𝐿𝐬, exasperated, reminded him that predicting outcomes was their job, and now they faced an even angrier villain who had caused significant damage. All Might acknowledged his failure, expressing that he had genuinely thought he could reach the boy. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 sighed heavily, rubbing his temples, and remarked on All Might's savior complex, likening him to a big, golden puppy. All Might's face flushed slightly, but he managed a half-grin, reminding 𝐒𝐿𝐬 of his role as the symbol of peace. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 muttered under his breath, suggesting that perhaps All Might was more of a symbol of getting tricked. All Might chuckled sheepishly, admitting it hadn't been his brightest moment. 𝐒𝐿𝐬, trying to suppress a smile, warned him not to let it happen again for the sake of his sanity. All Might agreed to leave the tricky cases to 𝐒𝐿𝐬 in the future. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 leaned back in his chair, half amused and half exasperated, warning All Might that if they faced another case like this, he would ensure All Might retired. The detective expressed his frustration, admitting he had been stressed in recent months. All Might offered an apology, met with 𝐒𝐿𝐬's light glare. Clearing his throat, 𝐒𝐿𝐬 shifted to the serious matter at hand. The kid had targeted hospitals, which seemed out of character. All Might agreed, noting that the boy had been attacking places tied to personal grudges or strategic benefits, schools, hero agencies, banks. He pondered what the boy could possibly want from a hospital. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 leaned forward, revealing that the boy had specifically asked for Dr. 𝐒𝐮𝐬, shouting his name during the incident. When 𝐒𝐮𝐬 had tried to play dumb, the boy accused him of stealing something. All Might's eyes narrowed, questioning what 𝐒𝐮𝐬 could have taken. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 rubbed his temples, determined to uncover the truth behind the boy's actions. He was a respected doctor, with no known ties to anything suspicious. However, the question lingered, why would Deku target him if there wasn't something more? All Might pondered if there was more to the situation than met the eye. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 was convinced there was, stating he would bet his badge on it. He revealed that 𝐒𝐿𝐬 Hospital had restricted areas not found on any official blueprints. They were conducting a deeper investigation, and if Deku's implications held any truth, it could mean 𝐒𝐻𝐬 was involved in something much larger. All Might's voice was low as he acknowledged the possibility that this was not just about a hospital attack, it could uncover something significant. He expressed concern that Deku might know more than they did. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 nodded grimly, agreeing that they needed to figure it out before Deku made his next move. The stakes were high, and they couldn't let the situation spiral out of control. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 insisted that All Might would not go in alone next time, to which All Might responded with a rueful smile, accepting his friend's concern. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting fiery streaks of orange and gold through the trees of a dense, secluded forest, explosions echoed intermittently, accompanied by the sharp crackle of splintering wood and the occasional frustrated growl. Katsuki Bakugo stood in a clearing, his palms smoking from the controlled blasts he had unleashed moments ago. He was training his quirk in this nearby forest after his parents had allowed him to aim for you. Once again, he was determined to strengthen his abilities, perfect his techniques, and be more cautious with his explosions, pushing himself beyond his limits. However, as the days wore on, a frustrating truth began to creep into Katsuki's mind. He wasn't improving as he had hoped. He stood breathing in the clearing, smoke rising from the aftermath of his latest attack. His explosions were powerful, and his mobility was sharp, but it still felt insufficient, as if something was missing. He glared at a splintered stump that had once been a sturdy tree, feeling only emptiness instead of satisfaction. 𝐼𝐬𝐬 muttered to himself, frustrated. Although his use of explosions had improved, he sensed something was wrong. He hated to admit it, but he needed guidance, someone who could teach him how to be a true hero, someone who understood the fight better than he did. He realized he needed help, a thought that felt foreign to him. As he trudged home with a bag of groceries swinging at his side, the late afternoon sun bathed the city streets in warm orange light. The sounds of distant traffic and murmured conversations filled the air, but 𝐼𝐬𝐬 was lost in thought. He wondered what he was supposed to do if he wasn't making progress on his own. Who could he ask for help? Turning into a wide alleyway, 𝐼𝐬𝐬's instincts sharpened as he noticed a figure drop from the rooftop above, landing heavily a few meters in front of him. The wiry villain with wild eyes and claw-like fingers sneered and stepped forward, his tattered clothes reeking of desperation. 𝐼𝐬𝐬 tightened his grip on the grocery bag, his other hand igniting with a faint spark, warning the villain to stay back. The villain grinned wider, his gaze darting behind him as if he was being pursued. He lunged toward 𝐼𝐬𝐬, but before he could close the distance, a blur of motion descended from above. The villain was slammed into the ground with enough force to rattle the pavement. 𝐼𝐬𝐬 blinked in surprise as a pair of powerful legs pinned the man to the concrete. Standing atop the subdued villain was 𝐼𝐬𝐬 𝐃𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬, the rabbit hero, 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐬. Her white hair gleamed in the sunlight as her red eyes locked onto 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐬. She barely spared him a glance before securing the villain with a pair of cuffs, commenting on how weak villains were becoming. 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐬 then turned her head toward the surprised 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐬, asking if he was all right. 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐬 responded affirmatively, though he felt uncertain. 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐬 shrugged, stating she needed to take the villain away and warned him not to snoop around suspicious alleyways. However, before she could leave, 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐬 called out to her, stopping her in her tracks. He insisted she hear him out, and though reluctant, 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐬 set the unconscious villain aside to listen. 𝐻𝐻𝐬𝐬 took a deep breath and asked a profound question that had been on his mind for some time, what it truly meant to be a hero. 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐬 responded with a casual answer about kicking villains and making the public feel safe, but 𝐻𝐻𝐬𝐬 was unsatisfied. He pressed further, asking how one becomes strong enough to truly be better. 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐬 raised an eyebrow, questioning if he was feeling weak. 𝐻𝐻𝐬𝐬 stiffened, denying it but expressing his frustration. He explained that despite training every day, he felt stagnant and needed to be better. He admitted that he thought she could help him, almost pleading for guidance. 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐬 regarded him with a mix of pity and skepticism, questioning if there was any confidence in him. She asked for his name, and after a moment of hesitation, he introduced himself as 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐬𝐃𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬. 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐬 repeated his name mockingly, tapping her chin as if considering her next move. 𝐻𝐻𝐬𝐬's face turned bright red, the veins in his forehead practically pulsing. He insisted he was asking, not begging, but 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐬 raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. Her words struck him hard, igniting a surge of anger within him. He retorted that she was mistaken, but 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐬 only smirked wider, enjoying the moment. She leaned in slightly, comparing him to a puppy with its tail between its legs and reminding him that heroes act instead of wallowing. 𝐻𝐻𝐬𝐬𝐬 clenched his fists, tiny sparks beginning to dance along his palms. He insisted he was not wallowing and demanded she stop acting like she knew anything about him. 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐬 continued to taunt him, her glinting eyes revealing her amusement. 𝐻𝐻𝐬𝐬𝐬 found himself confused and frustrated, questioning her motives. Was she trying to motivate him? He had been working on controlling his emotions, but her disrespect was pushing him to his limits. 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐬 pointed out the look in his eyes, suggesting he was trying to claw his way out of a pit of despair. She challenged him, claiming that clawing would be useless if he was too scared to bite. Her taunts cut deeper, and 𝐻𝐻𝐬𝐬𝐬 felt the pressure building within him. Finally, she delivered the final blow, calling him cowardly. This ignited a fierce glare from 𝐻𝐻𝐬𝐬𝐬, filled with anger and determination. 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐬 grinned, sensing his resolve. Without hesitation, she dropped into a fighting stance, her powerful legs coiled like springs. She beckoned him forward, challenging him to prove himself. 𝐻𝐻𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬 wasted no time, shoving his grocery bag aside and igniting his palms with energy. He charged at her, roaring that she would regret her words. The narrow alley lit up with bursts of light and heat as he closed the gap. Mirko was ready for the challenge, her movements fluid and precise as she dodged and countered his relentless attacks. She taunted him, asking if that was all he had, and Katsuki roared in response, unleashing a powerful explosion that scorched the ground. Mirko landed behind him, her grin widening as she acknowledged his fight but reminded him he had a long way to go. Katsuki scowled but held her gaze, determination burning in his eyes despite the sting of defeat. Mirko laughed, stepping off him and extending a hand to help him up. She complimented him, then handed him a piece of paper with her number, instructing him to call when he was ready to stop whining and start working. Before he could respond, she swiftly grabbed the unconscious villain and leapt out of the alleyway. Katsuki stared at the paper in his hand, his thoughts a chaotic swirl, wondering what had just happened. Meanwhile, Tamura Shigaraki loomed over the frost-covered form of Dr. Garaki, watching 𝐒𝐬𝐲𝐿 carefully chip away at the icy prison. The room was eerily silent, save for the soft scrape of metal against ice and Shigaraki's frustration evident in his muttering. He cursed Midoriya for destroying their base and ruining their plans. Suddenly, the TV screen beside him lit up, revealing his emperor, whose voice sounded strained and filled with anger. His emissary noted that they had underestimated Midoriya, acknowledging his proficiency and ferocity. Shigaraki felt regret for threatening Midoriya by showing him his captured ally. His emissary admitted it was a regrettable setback but reminded him that 𝐒𝐬𝐲𝐿 had acted swiftly, saving Dr. Garaki and many Nomu. The sight of the grotesque forms of the Nomu around him eased some of Shigaraki's frustration. He vowed not to let Midoriya win again, and his emissary agreed, emphasizing that this setback should teach him that strength alone is not enough. Strategy, patience, and adaptability were essential for true demps. Shigaraki's lips curled into a grin beneath his hand mask, filled with anticipation for revenge. His emissary offered assistance in the form of the PX-41 serum, a small cylinder needle that 𝐒𝐬𝐲𝐿 produced from a portal. Shigaraki's curiosity was piqued as he examined the ominous purple liquid inside. His emissary explained that the serum enhanced physical and mental attributes to monstrous levels, amplifying rage and aggression while stripping away fear and pain. It was a temporary edge for those seeking destruction without restraint. Shigaraki was stunned by the power of the serum, realizing it could give him an advantage over Midoriya and the pro-heroes. He tightened his grip on the serum, a devious smirk forming beneath his mask as he plotted his next move. His emissary cautioned him to use it wisely, reminding him it was not a substitute for his own growth. 𝐒𝐬𝐲𝐿 stepped forward, ready to assist him in his plans. "Shall I store it for safekeeping, Tamura Shigaraki?" Shigaraki shook his head, his grin widening as he held the serum aloft. He declared that he would keep it, stating he didn't plan on needing a backup, but if it would help him defeat that annoying hero he would use it. Turning to the screen once more, his tone sharpened as he inquired whether this was another one of Garaki's experiments. To his surprise, the voice responded that it was not one of Dr. Garaki's creations. 𝐒𝐬𝐲𝐿, curious yet cautious, asked where it had come from. The voice indicated it had connections, making it clear that this was not a matter for them to pry into. 𝐒𝐬𝐲𝐿's mist swirled uneasily as he processed this cryptic response while Shigaraki's fingers tapped the glass of the PX-41 serum, curiosity piqued and irritation simmering beneath the surface. Shigaraki repeated the term, connections, skepticism lacing his tone. He questioned whether someone was distributing weapons like this without their knowledge. The voice, calm yet authoritative, explained that it revealed only what was necessary. The PX-41 serum had been acquired from a unique source, an associate whose loyalty lay in shadows beyond their reach. It came with a warning. Its power was immense, but its consequences were unpredictable. Shigaraki's crimson eyes narrowed as he examined the vial in his hand, asking how it was unpredictable. The voice explained that prolonged exposure could deteriorate the user's sense of self, driving them to act on pure instinct and rage, a true weapon of chaos. "Wield it with care, Tamura," it advised. Shigaraki, confident, remarked that they had the Nomu for that. The voice softened slightly, yet the underlying authority remained. It reminded Shigaraki that he was the successor and symbol of destruction, but even the strongest hand must play its cards wisely. Stepping back from the screen, Shigaraki's smirk returned as he assured his MSTR that he would play his hand when the time was right, ensuring that Deku and every hero who had crossed him would regret it. Laughter echoed ominously from the screen, affirming his words. As the screen went dark, Shigaraki turned to 𝐒𝐬𝐲𝐼, his mood sharp and resolute. He instructed 𝐒𝐬𝐲𝐼 to get 𝐒𝐻𝐼 thawed out and back to work, unwilling to wait for another setback. 𝐒𝐬𝐲𝐼 bowed slightly, his mist swirling as he resumed his task, complying with Shigaraki's wishes. Weeks passed, and Katsuki Bakugo found himself grappling with a new challenge, surviving Mirko's relentless mentorship. She was a solid teacher, her quirk training methods were brutally effective, her insights into the core values of heroism practical and grounded, and her unique ability to motivate him by tearing him down was certainly memorable. However, there was something about her that made him uneasy. It wasn't fear or irritation, it was complicated. Katsuki watched as Mirko dismantled an old training dummy with a single, powerful kick, her laughter echoing through the training ground. She called out to him, teasingly questioning if he was already tired. Breathing and sweating, Katsuki scowled at her, insisting he was not tired. Mirko challenged him further, stating he couldn't quit until he landed a clean hit on her. Gritting his teeth, he lunged at her, launching an explosive attack that she dodged effortlessly, landing gracefully behind him. Her taunts only fueled his determination. As the training sessions continued, Katsuki couldn't shake an unsettling realization. Mirko's brash, overly competitive nature, her cocky grin, and unshakable confidence reflected everything he had once been. Witnessing her aggressive approach to challenges made him question if this was how others perceived him. Katsuki wiped the sweat from his forehead, glaring at Mirko, who stood unfazed, arms crossed and grinning. He growled at her, suggesting she had a death wish. Mirko laughed, dismissing his threat and claiming that if she had a yen for every time someone threatened her, she would be lounging on a beach somewhere. Katsuki's irritation grew, insisting she wasn't funny. Mirko retorted that he was too uptight to appreciate the joke, advising him to loosen up before he ended up looking like Endeavor before his glow-up. The thought of himself with a permanent scowl made him shake his head furiously. He snapped that he didn't have time to loosen up, he needed to get stronger and faster. Mirko interrupted, mocking his aspirations to save the world and become the #1 hero. She acknowledged that many shared the same goal, but Katsuki felt his motives were different, haunted by memories of his past actions. Noticing his distress, Mirko smirked and questioned what was wrong. Katsuki gritted his teeth, insisting he was fine and merely wondering how someone as reckless as her had not gotten herself into serious trouble. Mirko laughed, claiming that being the rabbit hero meant she thrived on risk, acting before villains could. Katsuki glared at her, arguing that acting without thinking was foolish and that she was merely lucky her speed saved her when her brain couldn't keep up. Mirko paused, narrowing her eyes before grinning and challenging him to share his genius plan for defeating her. Caught off guard, Katsuki hesitated, insisting he would figure it out. Mirko affirmed that he would indeed figure it out when it counted, reminding him that heroes did not receive perfect plans handed to them. They worked with what they had and adapted when the punches started flying, literally. Katsuki blinked, her words sinking in despite the mocking tone. Mirko tilted her head slightly, unsure. She was just saying whatever came to mind that she thought was right, responding with a nonchalant shrug. The hidden underground base beneath Jaka Hospital was currently swarming with law enforcement and pro-heroes, led by Detective Tsukachi and All Might. The atmosphere was thick with tension as they sifted through the remnants of what had once been an active site for unspeakable experiments. What they found was nerve-wracking, even for seasoned professionals like them. Cells lined the dimly lit hallways, eerily empty but brimming with a sense of foreboding. However, it was what lay beyond. A vast laboratory filled with tubes housing grotesque monstrosities that sent shivers down their spines. Each tank contained variations of creatures that defied nature itself, limbs twisted unnaturally, eyes bulging in unnatural hues, each one a testament to the horrors crafted within these walls. After reviewing the lab's files, they discovered that these beings were called 𝐒𝐻𝐬, created by Dr. 𝐒𝐮𝐬. Speaking of which, there was also one jarring detail. Dr. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was nowhere to be found. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi's sharp eyes scanned the room, lingering on the abandoned notes, shattered equipment, and flickering monitors that still displayed cryptic data streams. Something else was at play, he thought, his voice heavy with unease. 𝐼𝐬, standing beside him, clenched his fists tightly. His eyes roamed over the tanks, his jaw tightening as he processed the horrific sights before him. He wondered what these things were, his voice low but resonating with authority. Tsukachi shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. Judging by the equipment and the condition of those creatures, whoever was behind this wasn't just experimenting, they were creating monsters. As they examined the lab further, officers began retrieving files from the lab's computers. A forensic specialist approached, holding a tablet displaying the extracted data. The specialist's voice was unsteady as they indicated that Tsukachi should take a look. Tsukachi stepped closer, his curiosity piqued. The specialist hesitated before responding, their tone grave. The creatures in the tanks, 𝐒𝐻𝐬 as they had been labeled, all possessed multiple quirks implanted within them. Both 𝐼𝐬 and Tsukachi widened their eyes in disbelief. Tsukachi's face tightened as he processed the information. Multiple quirks. 𝐼𝐬's eyes narrowed, a cold dread creeping into his expression. That wasn't possible, he thought, trying to maintain his composure. The forensic specialist nodded grimly, confirming their findings. They had thought the same, but the data didn't lie. Whoever was behind this had found a way to artificially implant multiple quirks into these beings. The implications began to take shape in Tsukachi and 𝐼𝐬's minds. They knew only one man capable of such a thing. All for one. But it couldn't be true. 𝐼𝐬 clenched his fists, his teeth grinding as he fought against the realization. He had defeated him and made sure he was gone for good. As much as he tried to deny it, the facts were all there. Dr. 𝐒𝐮𝐬's involvement, these grotesque monsters engineered to house multiple quirks, and the secrecy of this hidden lab beneath 𝐒𝐿 Hospital all pointed to one horrifying conclusion. A conclusion he couldn't deny. All for one was still alive. In the end, the secret laboratory hidden below 𝐒𝐿 Hospital was brought to light, causing quite a stir for the public, especially for a certain quirk-stealing villain. An all-points bulletin had officially been sent out for Dr. 𝐒𝐮𝐬. A few months later, Izuku had a lot on his mind. Ever since the Gang Orca agency heist and his minion rescue, he had been feeling lost. Maybe he always had been. Sure, robbing banks and breaking into hero agency buildings was a lot of fun. It felt like a dangerous roller coaster going in an infinite loop. But after a while, it started to feel a little stale. That was how Izuku felt, stuck in an infinite loop without anything significant to work toward, even after garnering such a reputation. To distract himself, Deku resumed his usual activities, robbing more banks, even if he was starting to grow fatigued. He called out to his minions, urging them to hurry up. The faster they were done, the faster they could move on. Suddenly, he noticed something ridiculous out of the corner of his eye. Henry, holding a bundle of bananas, was juggling them while balancing precariously on a pile of money bags. A small crowd of other minions had gathered around him, clapping and cheering as if he were a circus performer. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling slowly to keep his composure. He wondered what Henry was doing. They were robbing a bank, not hosting a talent show. He instructed Henry to put the bananas down, grab the money, and focus. Just then, a deep, booming voice cut through the room. "Stop right there." Izuku froze for a moment before turning toward the entrance, where flames licked at the edges of the bank's shattered glass doors. The imposing figure of Endeavor, Japan's #2 hero, strode inside, his fiery presence felt across the room. The minions scattered, dropping bags of money and bananas alike, squealing as they dove for cover behind furniture and desks. Izuku, however, remained rooted in place, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. For a second, he felt genuine concern, but then he realized it was just Endeavor. Things would go as usual since Deku and Endeavor had a unique relationship. He teased Endeavor, giving a mock bow. Endeavor's eyes burned with disdain as he addressed Deku, his voice heavy with irritation. Izuku clapped his hands together in mock delight, trying to lighten the mood. He suggested that this time might be different, that maybe Endeavor would actually catch him. The tension in the air crackled, almost as much from the heat as from the clash of wills. Endeavor's hands ignited into blazing infernos, and Izuku's mind raced as he plotted his next move while observing the flaming pro-hero assume his battle stance. He called out to his minions, glancing over his shoulder, but paused when he saw several of them using an office chair as a makeshift racing cart, hurtling down the hall with stacks of cash precariously balanced on top. Izuku's eye twitched, but at least they were finally following his instructions and getting out of harm's way. Shaking his head, he turned his attention back to the towering figure of Endeavor, just in time to see the fiery hero charging straight at him. Izuku quickly activated the boosters in the soles of his shoes, narrowly avoiding the flames that roared where he had been standing moments before. He soared across the bank lobby, propelled by the jet propulsion system on his hands and a small jetpack effortlessly gliding above Endeavor, who glared up at him with fierce determination. Hovering near the ceiling, he spread his arms theatrically, teasing the hero about his missed attack. Endeavor snarled, flames erupting from his fists as he unleashed a torrent of fire toward the quirkless villain. Izuku pivoted midair, the boosters on his boots firing with precision as he zigzagged through the fiery onslaught. He taunted Endeavor, suggesting he might benefit from yoga to manage his aggression. The hero's patience was wearing thin as he surged forward, attempting a fiery tackle aimed directly at Izuku. Calmly, Izuku extended a grappling hook from his wrist, pulling himself up and out of range at the last second. From above, he dangled like a mischievous spider, teasing Endeavor about taking a break and hydrating. The hero growled in frustration, slamming his fist into a nearby desk, which erupted into flames. Izuku hovered above, stroking his chin thoughtfully, pretending to consider fighting before deciding he preferred his current strategy. Seething, Endeavor stomped toward one of the minions still loitering behind a desk. The small creature froze, holding up a banana as if offering peace. Before Endeavor could react, he was hit in the shoulder by a small, gooey projectile, which allowed the final minion to escape. Endeavor struggled to remove it, only to find his fingers stuck as well. Izuku hovered above, holding one of his latest inventions, a glue grenade launcher, and taunted Endeavor about his predictability. With a smirk, Izuku activated a small wrist-mounted laser, cutting the chandelier's support. The chandelier crashed to the ground in front of Endeavor, who jumped back just in time. Flames roared to life around him again as he grunted in frustration, finally managing to pull his finger free from the sticky situation. Izuku spread his arms in mock surrender, maintaining his grin as he declared the chase a game. Endeavor, fueled by rage, launched himself into the air, flames propelling him upward with impressive speed. For a moment, Izuku's grin faltered as the hero closed the gap, but just as Endeavor reached him, Izuku activated a sudden burst from his jetpack, flipping above the fiery hero. He fired a small missile from his shoulder cannon, sending Endeavor crashing toward the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku quickly fired a barrage of glue grenade projectiles until the number 2 pro-hero was completely stuck. He landed gracefully in front of Endeavor, who thrashed around, desperately trying to escape. Izuku knelt before the immobilized hero, amusement sparkling in his green eyes as he inspected Endeavor's restrained form. He casually informed Endeavor that the glue was designed to withstand incredible force and heat, making escape nearly impossible. Endeavor grunted, attempting to incinerate the glue with a surge of power, the air shimmering with heat. Izuku leaned back slightly, impressed by the hero's determination, but warned him not to roast the hostages hiding behind a reinforced door. Endeavor's flames faltered as he realized the civilians were in danger. He grit his teeth, declaring that backup would arrive any second to catch Izuku. The villain stood, brushing imaginary dust off his knees, and gestured toward the bank's doors, which were closing by themselves. He revealed that he had used the bank's own security system against them, making the defense walls indestructible. With a confident stride toward the exit, Izuku thanked Endeavor for the fun and made his grand exit. Endeavor thrashed against the glue, his rage boiling over as Izuku's footsteps echoed across the marble floor. Izuku had escaped, hiding in a random alleyway while wearing a disguise of a bowler hat, sunglasses, and a fake mustache, ready to blend into the crowd. You would be surprised to see how well it actually worked when he was out in the crowded open. Pulling out his phone, Izuku opened the encrypted app he had designed to communicate with his minions. He spoke quietly, his tone sharp but measured, instructing them to return to base with the loot, use the getaway vehicle's camouflage system, and avoid drawing attention to themselves. He sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose, reminding Henry not to make a mess in the compartment again. A chorus of cheerful minion chatter crackled through the phone's speaker, followed by sounds of loud crashes, revving engines, and the maniacal laughter of his minions. Izuku groaned and ended the call, muttering to himself about the chaos he had to deal with. Still, he reassured himself with the strange, unwavering faith he had in his minions' unorthodox logic. Somehow, no matter how chaotic their methods, they always managed to escape, though often by the skin of their teeth. Adjusting his bowler hat, Izuku strolled down the alley, his thoughts turning inward. As his mind wandered, he didn't notice the shadow of a figure approaching from the opposite direction. The collision was sudden, causing him to stumble back, his sunglasses and hat clattering to the ground while his fake mustache dangled precariously before fluttering to the pavement. He began to apologize, brushing himself off, but his words trailed off as he looked up, recognizing the figure before him. Standing there, equally stunned, was someone Izuku hadn't seen in years. Tsubasa, the chubby boy with red wings who had once been one of Katsuki's cronies. Tsubasa seemed just as surprised to see him. The boy stammered in shock and confusion, realizing who Izuku was. Izuku blinked, tilting his head slightly as if piecing together a distant memory. His expression flattened, shifting to one of quiet disdain as he acknowledged Tsubasa's presence. Tsubasa hesitated, his wings twitching nervously, scanning for any signs of escape or backup. It was understandable, Izuku wasn't just any face from the past. He was one of Japan's most talked-about villains, his name trending after every successful heist. Now, he stood just a few feet away. Tsubasa took a shaky step back, stuttering as he expressed his disbelief at Izuku's presence. Izuku adjusted his hat, sighing as if the situation were nothing more than a mild inconvenience. He calmly asked Tsubasa what he was doing there, but he quickly added that it didn't really matter. What mattered was that Tsubasa had seen him. Tsubasa froze, his face paling as the implication sank in. Izuku's lips curled into a faint, unsettling smile, suggesting that they couldn't have that knowledge. Tsubasa's wings flared instinctively, preparing for flight as he pleaded for mercy, promising not to say anything. Izuku chuckled darkly, shaking his head, teasing that Tsubasa had never been good at bluffing. He then took a slow step forward, relishing the fear in Tsubasa's eyes. But before he could act, a question crossed his mind, one he couldn't resist asking. He inquired about Katsuki, his tone shifting to one of mockery as he referred to him as the hero, who thought he was better than everyone else. He feigned interest in how Katsuki was doing, wanting to know if he was suffering and if he realized the role he had played in creating the villain standing before Tsubasa. Tsubasa hesitated, his wings drooping slightly as he scratched the back of his head, trying to find the right words. When he finally spoke, he revealed that Katsuki was still aiming for you. Izuku's eyes widened, his entire body going rigid at the revelation. He couldn't believe it. Even after everything Katsuki had done to him, he still had the audacity to pursue his dream. The sheer gall of it made Izuku's fists clench, his body trembling with barely contained rage. Tsubasa tried to defuse the situation, but Izuku cut him off sharply. In an instant he raised his freeze ray and fired, the blue beam hitting Tsubasa square in the chest. Ice spread rapidly across his body, encasing him from head to toe in a solid block. Izuku stood there for a moment, breathing heavily as he stared at the frozen form of his former bully. A cold smirk curled his lips as he leaned in slightly, tapping the block of ice with his finger and taunting Tsubasa about his lack of foresight. Straightening his posture, Izuku adjusted his hat and sunglasses, his expression hardening. With one less loose end to worry about, he turned and walked away, leaving the frozen Tsubasa behind in the shadowed alley. Although Izuku felt a sense of satisfaction in silencing one of his former bullies, he was still filled with outrage over what Tsubasa had revealed. He couldn't believe Katsuki had the nerve to keep chasing his dream after everything. As he stomped down the alley, the audacity of it all consumed him. After everything Katsuki had done to him, after pushing him into despair and belittling him for years, he still dared to aim for you. Izuku's breathing quickened as his thoughts spiraled into anger. He leaned back against the cold brick wall of the alley, forcing himself to take deep breaths. To ease his mind, he thought back to what motivated him to become a villain in the first place. He recalled the moment he gave his big speech to his minions when he officially transitioned from being a quirkless punching bag to an ambitious villain. He wanted to be despicable. A faint smirk tugged at his lips as he pushed off the wall, realizing that for all his grand ideas, the past few months had been filled with trial and error, trying to figure out what being despicable truly meant. He had pulled off daring heists and taunted heroes to their breaking points, but something was still missing. He wanted to leave his mark, to be remembered as more than just another run-of-the-mill villain. He wanted to be unforgettable, impactful, the kind of villain who would force hero society to question its own integrity, much like the hero killer 𝐒𝐮𝐬 had done. For weeks, Izuku struggled to pinpoint a motive, a goal that could resonate with people and send shockwaves through the world. But nothing felt quite right. Then, as if sparked by a memory, another thought crept into his mind. A story Mr. Perkins had recently told him. Izuku grinned faintly as he recalled it. Mr. Perkins had been recounting one of his son's greatest feats, a crime so absurd, so outlandish, that Izuku couldn't help but be amazed. The man had stolen the pyramid. Even now, the sheer audacity of it made Izuku's mind race with questions. How had he pulled it off without anyone noticing? Where had he even hidden it? And most importantly, why had he done it? When Izuku had asked, Mr. Perkins' answer had caught him completely off guard. He didn't even have a goal or motive. He just did it for the sake of doing it. That answer had lingered in Izuku's thoughts, nagging at the edges of his mind. At first, it sounded ridiculous. How could someone commit such a monumental crime without any reason? But the more he pondered it, the more it intrigued him. Maybe, just maybe, that was the point. And that really got Izuku thinking. Perhaps he could make an impact in this world in a different way by becoming what he now aimed to be, the greatest villain ever. It wasn't about motives or justifications. It wasn't about making a statement or proving something. It was about being audacious, the sheer creativity and flair of it all. Izuku's grin widened, a spark igniting in his eyes. He had finally found his purpose. Straightening his hat and adjusting his sunglasses, Izuku stepped out of the alley, blending seamlessly into the bustling crowd. 1,000 ideas began swirling in his mind, each more outrageous than the last. He didn't need society's approval or validation. He didn't need a grand motive to shake the world. All he needed was to embrace what he had become, a villain, a despicable one. And he couldn't wait to show the world just how far he could go. He was ready to do whatever it took to be the greatest villain of all time. Meanwhile, in the Todoroki household, Shoto sat cross-legged on the couch, remote in hand, watching the news report another humiliating failure by his father, the #2 pro hero, Endeavor. On the screen, headlines blared. Deku escapes yet again. The quirkless villain continues to elude capture from the #2 hero. Accompanied by dramatic footage of Endeavor storming out of a bank, covered in what appeared to be glue and visibly fuming. For once, Shoto's stoic face broke into a rare smile. At first, Shoto hadn't expected much from Deku when he first heard of him. Learning that he was quirkless and as young as him had initially shocked him, making him think it wouldn't be long before Deku got caught. Boy, was he wrong. More and more news came in about Deku breaking into hero agencies, outsmarting pro heroes, breaking into banks, and more after his unofficial villain debut of blowing up his middle school. But by far the most shocking news was his recent encounter with the symbol of peace himself. Although their confrontation remained unclear to the public, rumors circulated that Deku had actually managed to land a hit on the #1 hero and escaped. Even if that wasn't true, the fact that he managed to evade All Might was a feat worthy of recognition. With that, Deku's popularity skyrocketed from being a mundane villain to a considerable high-level threat. The sound of the front door opening pulled Shoto from his thoughts. Fuyumi stepped inside, carrying her bag from her teaching job. She greeted Shoto cheerfully, but before they could continue the conversation, a loud, guttural scream echoed from down the hall, followed by the unmistakable crash of something heavy being thrown. Fuyumi followed Shoto's gaze to the news report, immediately piecing together the situation. Deku again. Shoto nodded in response. Fuyumi set her bag down, her tone carrying equal parts exasperation and understanding. Another thing that hooked Shoto onto Deku was the interesting dynamic he had with his father. He had heard of joke villains in media and real life that weren't much of a threat, with heroes treating them as such. But he had never seen it be the other way around, where the villain treated the hero as the punchline. Deku had flipped the script entirely, treating Endeavor as his joke. It started when Izuku escaped Endeavor by simply talking, knowing he couldn't physically beat the number 2 hero. After that, Deku became more dramatic and creative in how he interacted with Endeavor. Even the gadgets he used against the flaming hero became increasingly ridiculous. He wasn't just trying to evade capture, he was actively toying with the number 2 hero. It was like they were having their own comedic rivalry. The internet agreed. Video compilations of Deku's antics had gone viral, with titles like Deku Escaping Endeavor Compilation Part 4 and Deku being a hilarious troll to Endeavor for 13 minutes straight. Among many more, these were the video compilations that Shoto would joyously watch during his free time. One of his favorite moments was during his father's birthday when Deku gave Endeavor's agency a little gift. Deku had littered the agency building with small banana-shaped bombs. When they detonated, they filled the building with an odor so foul it was described as indescribable, a mix between rotten fruit and a public restroom after a big meal. They knew it was Deku since he left a little message on Endeavor's office desk, "Happy birthday, NG. Deku." It was attached to another small banana bomb that exploded in NG's face. Since about half of everyone in Endeavor's agency was made of fire, it didn't take long for the smell to intensify and spread. The odor took an entire day to clear out. Just thinking about that incident brought a smile to Shoto's face. It was moments like that, among many more pranks Deku pulled on his father, that brightened Shoto's days. Without realizing it, he had become Deku's #1 fan. Even if it felt wrong to support a villain, Shoto simply didn't care as long as he could keep seeing his father embarrassed. Deku's antics made living under Endeavor's oppressive shadow a little more bearable. And the best part, Deku wasn't just embarrassing Endeavor, he was shaming him. Shoto knew that was a huge blow to his father's pride. Endeavor, a top pro hero, felt an unbearable shame after being defeated by someone without a quirk, and Shoto found a strange satisfaction in it. Another frustrated yell echoed from Endeavor's room, followed by the sound of something shattering. Once, that noise would have made Shoto flinch, but now it was music to his ears. A small, satisfied smirk appeared on Shoto's lips as he leaned back on the couch. His home life might be difficult, but witnessing his father throw a fit after being humiliated by Deku once again brought him a sense of relief.